work together. Now, new topic, please. I want to look, Mr. Stanley, at your proof Appendix 1, the carbon assessment document, okay? And you'll need, if you're working in paper, get your finger in that. But madam, that starts at electronic page 78. And could I also just ask you, Mr. Stanley, turn up paragraph 4.5 of your proof, please.
Let me just open the carbon calculations. Can you give me the core document, please?
Your CD98.
Yep.
Electronic page 78. That's the carbon calcs. Okay.
Got it. Yeah.
Got it. And your proof, paragraph 4.35. That's an electronic page 27, but you look like you've got it in hard copy. 4.35. Yeah. Okay. Now this is where you introduce the carbon calculations, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And just looking at the carbon calculations, I think we already agreed this, that of course they're a September 2021 doc, aren't they?
Yes, yeah, they are. Yeah.
Now look, just justifying the preferred approach in terms of carbon is something that should have been set out in the energy statement at the time of submission of the planning application, shouldn't it?
Set out or presented within? Or
presented within. I mean, I don't mind which term you use, but it should have been then, shouldn't it?
The results of each stage of the hierarchy, yes, presented within.
Yeah. Okay.
For the applicant approach, for the applied approach, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. But this calculation clearly appears for the first time in your proof.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm to make sure I'm not missing anything. It's not in CD 122, is it?
No.
No. Okay. Now, obviously, a carbon calculation, the Appendix 1 carbon calculation, has to work. Has to be for annual demand and peak capacity, because that's what tells you how much, as it were, primary energy is actually needed. Correct?
Not peak capacity, no. It's for thermal demand comparison. So, right. What we quickly have to work out is what the actual thermal demand is. And I guess I may have misunderstood some of the cross-examination from yesterday on thermal demand. My understanding yesterday is that we were talking about a site-wide ambient loop thermal demand as opposed to what's being applied in the application, and what we were discussing as a hybrid, which is contained within this simulation software. But this software works out the thermal demand and then applies a profile for carbon based on the energy source. So peak demand.
Yeah.
It's very quite careful.
Yeah.
Talking about peak demand, because the entries that we put in aren't necessarily to work out peak demand. They're to work out how the energy source satisfies the thermal demand, or doesn't in some cases satisfy the thermal demand.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's the basis of it. It's to work out.
Okay, but you need, I mean, you need to identify how much of the primary energy source, whatever that primary energy source is, you're going to be using.
Well, not in terms of
to get to carbon, don't you?
Peak demand is the worst case scenario. So on the worst case day, when everybody's using their domestic hot water provision, that's the peak demand. But the purposes of this is to track annual thermal demand and to work out how much carbon is used across the year. It doesn't necessarily take into account peak. It's more a case of working out what's required across the year.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. Okay, yes, exactly. But you said it. You've got to know. You've got to have an understanding of the annual demand in order to work out the peak and work out the capacity. I mean, you've got to have all those things, haven't you, to get to what you need.
It depends what the simulation is that you're running. the purposes of this was to track annual, just to look at carbon demand across the year. It wasn't to try and work out what the peak demand is. We didn't use this as a purpose to work out peak plant capacity. We were using it to work out what the carbon emissions would be across the year. So we looked at a profile across the year. Just saying that there was one scenario actually where we did input plant capacity in accurately because it was quite relevant, and that was on the hybrid scheme. If we didn't put both the exact amount of plant capacity in for both energy sources, heat pump and gas, then the impact would have been great on carbon emissions. So the tabulated results in this software for the hybrid solution in terms of plant capacity are pretty accurate.
Yeah, well, I'll come on to what what is and isn't accurate in it. Okay, now your next paragraph in your proof 4.36, you tell us all the things that, as it were, Energy Pro does. So modeling software from EMD International, it's designed for techno-economic analysis and optimization of both cogeneration and trigeneration projects, as well as other types of complex energy projects with a combined supply of electricity and thermal energy, steam, hot water, or cooling from multiple energy producing units. Now, presumably, it must be the case that setting up a calculation like this requires some detailed inputs regarding capacity, the profile, the operation, all those kind of things. Yeah, is that right?
Well, we just touched on capacity, but the other elements that you mentioned, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It is, the simulation needs to understand what the building is that you're simulating.
Yeah. Yeah.
The size of it.
And it needs to understand what the system you're proposing for that building or buildings is, obviously. Otherwise, you'll get the carbon wrong.
Yeah, the system, yeah. It's still a system, it's all systems, yeah.
Yeah. Now, we're aware, we already touched on it. The comparison is not between the appeal scheme and a site-wide air source heat pump ambient loop. It is between the appeal scheme and this hybrid gas-led site-wide option.
That's correct. Yes, it is.
Yeah. And of course, I mean, you've said it in your proof. The reference is paragraph 6.4 if you need it. But the GLA, of course, I mean, you set out at that section 6 what the GLA was saying, what the council was saying. But the GLA was saying at stage 1, investigate site-wide ambient loop, and that remained their case at stage 2, didn't it? So
well, at stage 2, they actually went on to suggest that we shared energy between the 2 energy sources that are proposed if electrical capacity was, if there wasn't any electrical capacity. I was going to say tied, but if there wasn't any electrical capacity. So if there's no electrical capacity, the GLA did actually respond and say, well, you should consider energy sharing.
Well, yeah, but
that was their response. That was one of the responses to the same matter.
Yeah, but their position, stage 1, please look at site-wide ambient loop. There's then a caveat. Well, if there isn't electrical capacity, then look at this. But I mean, site-wide ambient loop, I think you acknowledge, is something that both the strategic and the local planning authority have been saying, well, come on, what about this? Correct.
There's two. The best 2 options for this development, as far in my opinion, are the one that's been presented as part of the plan application and the ambient loop. Yeah, those are the 2 best options that are worth considering. The hybrid, I think it was demonstrated as another site-wide solution that could be considered, and we've ruled it out for the reasons that are contained within all this documentation. So, yeah, in my opinion, there's 2 solutions here that are viable. The one that's on the table and a site-wide ambient loop, yes. And that's the steer that we got from the GLA as well. So yes, I agree with that.
Exactly. But look, I mean, we can see what the calculation is. It doesn't give us an ambient loop comparison.
No, it does not.
Right.
But what it does do is give us a thermal demand, a site-wide thermal demand, and whether it's served from an ambient loop or from 100% boilers or a combination of both, the thermal demand for the site-wide solution is the thermal demand.
Yeah, and that's the 1745, isn't it? Well, sorry, hold on. No, I'll come on to it. Mr. Stanley. Forget that question for now. Okay, come on to it.
I know where the 1745 is from.
Yeah,
from the technical notes. Yeah,
I'll do it in just two stages. Okay. So could you please, if you take up, please, Mr. Maguire's technical note.
Yeah, I've got that in hard copy.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so Madam, that is core document.
Okay, I have it. Don't worry.
You have it. Great. Okay. So go please to Mr. Maguire's table 1 first of all. And he's simply telling us, of course, about as he builds up to this table 1, that on the face of the calculation document, it says thermal demand site-wide 2.1 megawatts, appeal scheme 2.4 megawatts, correct?
Yeah.
And as he says, and I presume you'd accept this, that is on the basis of the calculation assuming 0 transmission losses for the appeal scheme in circumstances where there would be some transmission losses for the appeal scheme.
No, what I'm suggesting there is that the allowance within CP1 states a maximum of 20%. What I'm suggesting there is that a site-wide scheme has an additional 17%. So I guess what you could say is that there's 3% split across the other 2 schemes or strategies. What I'm saying there is 17% additional.
17%
over on a site-wide scheme, there's 17% additional. In T1, we've catered for about 3, and there's negligible in 2 and 3 because that's an ambient loop.
But where have you set out anywhere that you're allowing for distribution loss in the appeal scheme?
I'm not suggesting anywhere. I'm just telling when Mr. Maguire's looked at the Energy Pro, he's taken the 17%. But what I'm telling you is that there's an allowance within CP1 to accommodate up to 20%. So this is suggesting that there's an additional 17 in the site-wide scheme.
Sorry, I honestly, Mr. Stanley, I have no idea where you're getting this from. Your firm's calculation here. Can we agree? Your firm's carbon calculation makes no allowance in the calc for distribution losses under the appeal scheme. If it, please point me to it if it does.
Sorry, I don't understand what you mean by in the calc.
There's
no distribution losses contained within the appeal scheme, but we've applied a 17% additional factor to the site-wide. That's what I'm suggesting. So there's no distribution losses accounted for in T2 and T3 because that's ambient loop. There's a small proportion of distribution losses allowed in T1, but in the site-wide hybrid scheme, there's an additional 17.
Where in Appendix I do we see where do we see distribution losses?
No, I'm not suggesting. I'm not suggesting that there is for the appeal scheme.
No, but right, okay. You agree that if they're not allowed for in the calculation. You agree that there would be some distribution loss in the appeal scheme, correct?
Very little, yes, but yes, there was.
Well, look, I mean, I'm. You can say very little, but
okay, yes, yeah,
it's the accuracy of these calculations. Okay, so
yes,
we've agreed.
Yes. There
should have been an allowance in this calculation for some distribution loss in the appeal scheme, and there isn't
in T1.
Or well, yeah, well, I mean, T1's gas led, so yeah, I mean, whatever. Okay, good, right, we agreed that. Now, move on from table 1 to table 2. Now, first thing about table 2, my understanding, Mr. Stanley, I've listened very carefully, obviously, to the cross-examination, what you've said. I don't hear it suggested that what Mr. Maguire has done to get to T2, table 2, I should say, table 2 is anything other than an accurate extrapolation from what's in the calc. Okay. Now we'll come on to whether it's, as it were, right or wrong in terms of the actual position under the appeal scheme, but an accurate extrapolation of what's in the Appendix 1 calculation, correct?
It would appear to be, yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. Now, you said, and you've said it again, that the site-wide thermal demand is correctly calculated in Appendix R. So we can see it, can't we, in table 2 is actually total thermal for site-wide, so that's column 1, 1745, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, great. Okay. Now, you were here, I think you told me yesterday, for the cross-examination of Mr. Maguire. He wasn't cross-examined, that I heard, Mr. Stanley, on the basis that, moving over a column to the appeal scheme, that the gas figures for T1 were, quote, over-egged, was he?
I don't recall him being cross-examined on it, no.
No. I mean, you'll understand that
I believe he was challenged on the table, but I don't recall him being cross-examined on the input figures.
Oh, sure. I mean, it was put to him, well, this carbon calcs for a different purpose. But
that's that, yeah.
Yeah, but when you gave your evidence in chief, was the first time we'd heard, oh, well, these gas figures are over-egged, wasn't that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, so what you are, so what you are telling us clearly, when we look at column for the T1 column, is that actually what's in the Appendix I count is not an accurate reflection of the appeal scheme, because these gas figures are over-egged. Correct.
But it wasn't used for that purpose. This is the point I'm trying to make, and it's the point I tried to make in my evidence in chief. The purpose of the calculation was to work out annual carbon emissions and to compare that across the 3 scenarios that we did it for. It wasn't to work out maximum plant capacity. Over-egging the boiler load in the simulation for T1 had no bearing whatsoever on carbon emissions. And that's the point I made when I was describing it before.
All right.
It was wrong for this simulation to be analysed with a view to calculating maximum plant capacity, particularly for the 2 scenarios on the existing or the appellant scheme. Is the point I'm trying to make.
All right. Well, look,
it's not a plant capacity calculation.
All right, we're going to have a little further look. Okay. Now, if we let's I want to take it column by column. Okay.
Yep, of course.
Now, the site-wide column. Now, the 1745, that you say is accurate. But this thermal store down the bottom, that's completely wrong, isn't it? For 130,000 litres.
Yeah, it's not reflective of any of the scenarios. No, you're quite right. But again, I'll come back to my point about it not affecting the simulation. The point of a thermal store is to is to maximize the benefit of the renewable energy source in this instance. And the renewable energy source is the air source heat pump. So when we apply any size of thermal storage, we first must ensure that the renewable energy source, or the low energy source, or the priority energy source is running to the best of its ability, i.e. in the scenario of a heat pump, continuously. So when we know that the heat pump's running continuously, the rest of the thermal demand can be met by the secondary source, and it doesn't matter what the size of the store is, whether it's 43,000 litres or 130,000 litres. For the purposes of this carbon comparison, we just needed to make sure that the air source heat pump was running to the best of its capacity, and then the rest gets added on by the supplement, which is gas in this instance. So again, this isn't a thermal storage calculation, it's a carbon emissions comparison.
Well, I mean, look, we discussed yesterday. We don't, we don't have thermal demand calculations either. But let's press on. Okay.
Well, we discussed yesterday that we don't have a specific thermal demand calculation for an air source heat pump ambient loop scheme. No, we didn't. I've just said that the site-wide scheme using gas here has the accurate input data, and I'd stand by that. That does show you a thermal demand for the entire development.
Yeah, all right.
Albeit it's not referenced for an ambient loop. I don't dispute that.
Yeah, all right. I mean that. Yeah, obviously for the gas hybrid that no one's actually really interested in.
We're not interested in the gas hybrid. No, we both agree on that. But what we do know is what the site-wide, all three buildings put together, the thermal demand is. We know what the thermal demand is of all three buildings put together.
Yeah, no, and I've got that 1745, and that's
that's a peak. No, that's a peak thermal demand. But we do have the figures as well for the site-wide annual thermal demand.
All right. Well, I mean, okay. The appeal proposal. Right. So we've got workhorse column. We've got thermal storage for the hybrid that's wrong. We've got the overhead gas figures on T1. Now, when we get to T2, T3, now, obviously, this is the appeal scheme. So we've got the ambient heat loop running on air source heat pumps, and so this figure here of 406.8, yeah, that presumably that is, or that should be, an accurate figure.
$406.8. I'm just trying to work out how that's been calculated. No, again, that's not correct. No. So on tower 2 and 3, we've got a thermal demand for T2 and T3, and we know that 100% of that demand is going to be met by air source heat pump. So again, it's irrelevant as long as you put more than enough in, it'll track the thermal demand and use an air source heat pump to calculate what the carbon emissions are across the year. This has been used for peak plant capacity again, and I've already emphasised my point on that.
I mean, I understood you said it was accurate yesterday, these figures.
No, I said that I said that the thermal demand across the year is accurate in this instance, not the figures that have been used here. The air source heat pump input, as long as it's more than what's required, it has no impact on carbon emissions. The purpose of the simulations are to calculate carbon emissions, nothing else. Nothing else. This has been, I understand why Mr. Maguire's done it. It's been taken from the calculations, but for the wrong purpose. Thermal storage is not the reason that we've produced these calculations, and peak plant capacity is not the reason. that we've produced these calculations. It's to compare carbon emissions. And the point we were making in the proof, or wherever this is contained, I can't remember that much information, is that there's relatively little difference between a hybrid and the appeal scheme. That's the point we were trying to make by producing these carbon calculations. And the outcome is that there was a relatively little difference between the two. In fact, the appeal scheme was slightly better. So that was another reason to discount the hybrid scheme. That's the only reason that these calculations were produced. But from it, we've taken thermal demand and peak plant capacity. And my point being that we actually had to put in the accurate information for site-wide to make sure that there was the comparison worked. But the other information is irrelevant because it's been over-egged, you're quite right. And the reason it was over-egged is that we didn't want to keep going over it and over it and over it until we got the simulation running exactly as it needed. We just put more than enough in because we knew that it would track thermal demand across the year.
Yeah, you'll give it. I mean, I would have assumed, Mr. Stanley, that actually accurately putting the plant that's proposed for the appeal scheme in would be quite important to a carbon calculation. Yeah.
Okay. That's what you're assuming. I understand what you're assuming.
Yes.
I understand what you're assuming. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me take another example here. Let's go back to the T1 column. Now, I mean, what you can say about this, the thermal store down at the bottom is 25,000 for T1, but Cud Bentley in their designs to Reba stage 4 have no storage.
There's no requirement for a thermal store because a gas-fired boiler can just track demand. It can modulate up and down as much as it likes. So thermal storage is irrelevant on a gas-fired system.
Well, but hold on. T1 is gas-led. Not gas only. You've got air source heat pumps in T1. But they need a thermal store, don't they?
Not necessarily, no, because it's such a small contribution that air source heat pump will be running almost continuously anyway without thermal storage. So that as long as we've got an air source heat pump that is running continuously, again, as I said before, thermal storage size or selection is irrelevant because the primary energy source, which is heat pump, or the priority energy source, which is heat pump, is running continuously.
Wow. Okay, these are novel. So right. So there shouldn't be 25,000 there. There shouldn't be any thermal storage there, or there should.
It doesn't need any thermal storage. It's irrelevant, really.
It's there. I mean, it's there in the calc. It shouldn't be. Right. Okay. Right. Now, so what on earth do you, I don't know what to make of this, frankly, Mr. Stanley. So you seem to keep saying this isn't about calculating peak or capacity or maximum load or something like that. I don't know. This right, T2, T3, this 4068 figure is that's a capacity or max load figure.
It's it would appear to be a capacity divided by the COP to work out the electrical demand, because a COP, an air source heat pump, for every kilowatt of electricity you put in, you multiply it by the COP to give you what the thermal output of it will be. So electric, that's why it's considered a renewable energy source. There's no dispute there. You put electricity in, you actually get more out. So if you put 1 kilowatt in, if the COP is 3.99, you get almost 4 kilowatts out.
Yeah, but basically, I mean, we've agreed. Based on the figures in the calc, it's correct. It's a correct extrapolation from the figures mathematically from the figures in the calculation.
Well, it depends what you're using as a COP. If you use the figure that Mr.
Well,
McGuire
the figure in the calculation.
Okay, yeah, let's go with the figure in the calculation. Yeah,
well,
yeah.
It's your calculation.
Yeah.
Um,
It's the figure in the calculation.
Yeah. Now, so if I take that and I then look over to your supplementary evidence, CD 920 electronic page 8.
But I think before we do that, do we not need to think about talk about the COP of 3.99 that's been used to calculate the 406?
Don't worry, I'm coming to that. Okay. Don't worry, Mr. Stanley, rest assured.
Sorry, remind me of where we're looking.
CD 920 is your supplementary evidence, electronic page 8. Now, in this,
CD 9.8, did you say?
No, 920, electronic page 8. This is your supplementary
I'm
evidence, okay? And I'm going straight to, so this is, your CPWs, this is your electrical assessment maximum demand for T23, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you see the landlord loads box?
Yes.
Yeah. And we've got their heat pumps, both for T2 and T3, yeah?
Yeah.
And these are max loads, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, basic maths, 210 plus 135 is 345. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when we compare that to the max load figure from your Appendix I calc of 406.8, they are different, aren't they?
Did you say 406.8?
I did, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and they're not different by a little bit. Okay. Now, I said I'd come on to the COP, and I will. Now, you said, well, as we know, what Mr. Guide did is he took the 1745 for the site-wide and applied the Appendix I COP of 3.99 to reach electrical demand. Now, you said, well, that's wrong, because actually the COP would be lower because that's the COP for peak, but for the ambient loop would be low. And you said, well, look, when it's 0 degrees, when it's freezing, you get a lower COP, correct? What I understood you were saying.
The lower the external ambient, the lower the COP.
Yeah, now exactly. Now, the first point is that the heat pumps that you're referring to, of course, they're the central heat pumps that serve an ambient loop, aren't they? That we're not talking about heat pumps in the units. We're talking about the ones that actually are drawing. They're the external heat pumps that are drawing for the ambient loop. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Good. And of course, what they're trying to do, those heat pumps, is maintain an ambient loop temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, as I understand it. Yeah.
Well, in this instance, we're looking at figures taken from the site-wide hybrid, aren't we? So we need to be careful about what we're presenting. But
no. Hold on. Look, you criticise Mr. Right. Your Appendix I calculation uses a COP of 3.99 for the appeal scheme heat pumps. Okay. Now, Mr. Maguire's used that 3.99 COP. You say that's too good. You say it would actually be lower. When we're trying to work out what the electrical demand for a site-wide ambient loop would be, we take the thermal demand, which we agree, we then times it by the COP, and voila.
We divide it by the COP. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, exactly. We divide it by the COP. Sorry, you're quite right. We divide it by the COP. Because, and just to remind myself, and I'm sure Madam Inspector has this, but that's because with a heat pump, you get more out than you put in. So in order to get to 1745, you don't need 1745 off the grid. You need 1745 divided by whatever the COP is. Okay. Now, these heat pumps are there to serve the ones we're talking about. The ones you say, well, look, when they get down to 0, COP much lower, blah blah blah. serving the ambient loop, and that's to maintain an ambient loop of 25 degrees. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, and we're in London here, not in Scotland. We are in London. Yeah. Okay. Now, so we're thinking, aren't we, about a London winter, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Now, in Appendix I, and I hope you've got it, or you've still got it open, electronic page 78, it starts for T2, T3, doesn't it? That's the first one it calculates. Yeah. And we've got a series of pages, and the numbers seem to be 10 of 1 onwards. Okay. Just to orientate yourself. Now, when we get to electronic page 93, which is 10 of 16, could you move on to that? So we're still in the T2, T3 calculation. Yeah.
Did you say electronic page 93?
I did. I hope that's right. You should be on the page that in the top right says it's 10 of 16.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you see what this calculation has done, Mr. Stanley, is it has actually told us wonderfully what the COP is for a range of temperatures. Do you see that? Can you see? And I want you to look at the 0 degrees. You see it? You need to move between.
Am I just on the same page?
Hold on.
110 of 16. 10 of 16. Yeah.
Give me a moment.
Top left, air source heat pump loop, water source heat pump, 2 methods in the top left.
See the bottom of the page?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what it's doing, can you see the bottom? There's a temperature. See temp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about output. Okay, yes. Central heat pump kilowatt output, yes.
Yeah. You see the temp. Now you can see the 0 degree line.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you see next to that, there's 150.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And just by the way, go over the page. I'm going to come back to this point, but just note over the page, there are 10 heat pumps. You see that at the bottom of the next page.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's 10 for T2, T3. Now, back to electronic 93. So at 0 degrees, the heating output is 150 kilowatt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when you go back to the next page, 94, and you should see the inputs. You see it says conversion input output.
Yeah.
And can you see at 0, it's 38.68. Yeah. So what it's telling us, isn't it, is that at 0, for 150 kilowatt outputs, 0 degrees Celsius, 150 kilowatt output, there's an input 38.68, and simple bit of maths, Mr. Stanley, you can probably do it off the top of your head, but I make that a COP of 3.9.
Yeah.
Fair? Okay.
Yeah.
So that is hardly given Mr. Aguirre's used the COP of 3.99 that's used across the calc, but 3.9 at 0 degrees, it is hardly the kind of deviation that you were suggesting yesterday, is it?
At 1 point, we would select on 1.6 based on the worst winter temperature. I understand where he's taking these figures from for peaks, yes, but
Yeah, but sorry, you don't
I don't disagree with the input and
no.
outputs that you've just said.
Yeah, I mean, you don't test carbon just on the basis of the worst winter temperature. You think about what what London winters typically like, don't you?
Well, you test carbon across the entire year, but we have to use a worst
Yeah.
case scenario when selecting it. A worst case scenario.
No, but no, but look, turns out that when we actually dig into the figures here, the figure that the carbon count tells us is the COP for 0 degrees. When you are saying, oh, these heat pumps are going to be really struggling, is 3.9, which is not very different from 3.99.
At 0 degrees, though, we will be experiencing 0 degrees, particularly at 20 stories in the air, quite often through the autumn and winter. That'll be quite a regular temperature to be dealing with, not an abnormal temperature.
But Mr. Stanley,
we at 22 stories, London or outside of London, we're going to be experiencing temperatures during the winter of up to -10 degrees, particularly at that sort of height. I'm particularly talking about chill factors and considering all those things as well. I mean, 0 degrees is it's not uncommon to achieve 0 degrees. 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning when we're experiencing peak output, when people are getting up, it's quite often much lower than 0 degrees.
I think, Mr. Stanley, I think Madam Inspector probably has the point. Okay. And we can.
It would be bad practice to select plant at 0 degrees. But okay, move on.
Look. Please let's not get bogged down in selecting plant. We're talking about a carbon calculation, aren't we? Because I'm sorry, it's a complete red herring, Mr. Stanley, for you to say, oh, bad practice to select plant for 0 degrees. This carbon calculation is meant to tell the planning authorities, Madam Inspector, fairly what the carbon comparison is. Okay, so it's a red herring, isn't it, Mr. Stanley?
But we're talking about maximum output here, and that's what you select plant on. We're talking about maximum output, not carbon. That's the purpose of this discussion, is to talk about max output to work out electrical capacity.
No, the purpose of this discussion is that you said, Mr. Maguire, his calculation of the site-wide electrical demand for an ambient loop, well, that's wrong because he's used a COP of 3.99. It'd be much lower. But we've gone to 0 degrees, and the COP is 3.9, which is very similar. And I mean, and talking about selecting plant is not talking about a carbon calculation, is it?
I don't understand the point you're trying to make here. We're talking, the COP that we're talking about here is to select a piece of plant. We take the maximum output and divide it by the COP to give us the electrical load. The starting point there was the maximum output, wasn't it? A carbon calc is across a year. We're comparing the carbon emissions for a strategy across the year. What we're talking about here is a maximum peak output divided by a COP to work out an electrical demand. That's what we're talking about here. And I'm disagreeing that we should be selecting plant or working out that, let's say, forget selecting plant, working out what the electrical demand is using a outside temperature of 0 degrees. I think that's incorrect. It's too high. The temperature's too high.
Well, look, you've got to do it across the year.
Yeah.
There'll be a range of temperatures across the year.
Yeah. We don't select the plant on a range of temperatures across the year. We select the plant on the absolute worst case, so that in the event of an absolute worst case, the system can still operate.
No. Sorry, but Mr. Stanley, talking about selecting the plant, i.e., which manufacturer you're going to go to.
No, not the manufacturer, not the manufacturer. Based on the output. That's based on the maximum output. COP aside.
Talking about selecting plant, Mr. Stanley, is a red herring when one's trying to understand, are these carbon calculations in your Appendix I right or wrong? Okay. Yeah. Because what you're trying to do with these carbon calculations is show everyone across a typical year what your carbon's going to be. Yeah. And what clearly it's not going to be 0 degrees all the way across the year. I mean, let's not get into a great debate about what it's going to be. Madam can reach a view about what temperatures are likely to be, I'm sure, but it's not going to be 0 degrees across the year, is it?
What, all the time? Of course not.
No,
it's not going to be. No,
it's going to be warmer than that.
I'm sure it'll hit 30 to 35 plus degrees in as shown in the table there.
But and so when you were saying yesterday, oh well, one shouldn't use 3.99 because that COP will drop when it gets really cold. What I'm pointing out to you is your own carbon calc gives us a COP of 3.9 at 0 degrees.
Yes.
So we can actually stand back from that, can't we, and say, well, Mr. Maguire using the COP that is in the carbon calc of 3.99 is it's going to be pretty much ballpark, isn't it?
No, not for carbon emission comparison. No, and not for plant capacity. Well, no, sorry, I'll correct myself. For carbon emissions, yeah, it's going to be ballpark, but not for working out plant capacity, which then works out electrical capacity, maximum demand. We can't use a seasonal or an average COP to work out the maximum plant demand. We have to use the worst case. Otherwise the plant won't be capable of operating at lower ambient temperatures. And if it can't operate at lower ambient temperatures, then we've got a problem.
All right. I think that I think, Mr. Stanley, we're going to have to move on because time is pressing. Okay. Can I check? There's no dispute, of course, on the figures, is there? That as a matter of maths, when one takes 1745 and applies the Appendix 1 COP of 3.99 all the notional figures in there, that would produce an electrical demand of 347 kW, yeah? As a matter of maths. (1745) with a COP of 3.99 applied.
437.
437. Yeah. Okay. All right. And of course, point Mr. Maguire has made is that is less than the 474 shown for the appeal scheme. I mean, he's taking all these notional figures in Appendix I and applying them, isn't he? He's not reinventing the wheel. He's just taking the figures from your Appendix I, isn't he? Mr. Stanley.
Yes, he's using your figures, but when we've talked about the COP now, we've done that. I think we've done enough on COP, but
we've done that. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, I think we do agree, but let me check this, that one would expect a lower thermal demand site-wide than for individual buildings because of the principle of diversity, correct?
Sorry, repeat that for me, sorry.
One would expect there to be a lower thermal demand site-wide than if you add up the individual buildings because of the principle of diversity.
We've talked about diversity already, haven't we?
Yeah.
But, I mean, and we talked about the fact that on economy of scale, when we get to 200 plus apartments comparing to 400, the diversity levels are very, very low. But yes, is the answer to your question.
Yes.
There will be an element of A very slight element of reduction, yes.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to get into the details of the reduction, but we agree it would be lower. All right. Yeah. I said I'd come back to the point about the 10 heat pumps. Just wanted to note that. So we looked at that at electronic page 94 of the carbon calc. Just one point. Could you take up CD 19, please, which is that's the run cost plan. Okay. It's in the CD 19. So take it up, and I want to go to the run cost plan. Now, let me be clear. This cost plan, Mr. Stanley, has been overtaken in that the total figures for both what's called phase 1, which is the Tolworth Tower, and phase 2, which is T2, T3, have come down. Okay, but that's not why I'm asking you. Now, if you go, please, to in this document, electronic page 124, you should see the start of the cost estimate for T2 to T3, which is called phase 2. Okay.
Sorry,
yes.
Didn't get the CD reference there. 19.
So this is the viability appraisal that went in. I think it's a December 2020 document. Now, as I say, the total cost figures, Mr. Stanley, have come down. But if you look, please, at what should be electronic page 155. Are you there?
Yes.
Can you see that for T2 and T3, so that both together, it says 4 heat pumps?
Yes.
So my question for you, simply, is it 4 or is it 10?
I think we've already covered this, haven't we? Though, with
No?
the fact that we're, regardless of what the number of heat pumps is, the reason for the simulation was to calculate carbon, and in the scenario for towers 2 and 3, we've over-egged the heat pump contribution because we know that it's 100% heat pump driven and it's going to track thermal demand. So if you put 50 heat pumps in, it would still only track the thermal demand based on the same air source heat pump input. So you could put, as I say, 10 heat pumps, 20 heat pumps. It has no bearing on the output from the carbon comparison. But what I will say is that in the run cost plan, yes, in towers 2 and 3, we've got 2 heat pumps on tower 2 and 2 heat pumps on tower 3. So that is a good or an accurate representation of what's being proposed in the run cost plan.
Yeah, but okay, thank you. But in the carbon calc, you've got 10. I mean, so again, it's not reflecting the system, is it? That's being proposed in the carbon calc.
That's not the purpose of the calc. It's a carbon calculation. We're not talking about plant capacity or number of heat pumps. We're talking about the thermal demand and the energy input. The energy source input, which is electricity through a heat pump. So it's the number of heat pumps and the thermal kilowatt max input is irrelevant because we know what the thermal demand is, and all it's going to do is track it using the energy source. So yeah, I agree with those. I agree with that. I agree with that number of heat pumps in Run's cost plan. Yeah, the figures I don't. They've calculated the figures, but they seem there or thereabouts.
I mean, obviously, Mr. Stanley, you'll appreciate that from our perspective, we're being told that there's a carbon calculation where there seems to be umpteen things that just don't reflect the appeal scheme in it.
The carbon does. The carbon does. Yeah, the carbon comparison does, but it's being used for other means, and that wasn't the intention for it to be used for the means. That's all I can say on the matter, really.
The problem is, Mr. Stanley, you agreed at the start of all this, is why I asked you. You've got to put the systems in accurately. You agreed that.
It depends what the purpose is of the calculation.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's move on to the electrical demand assessments that you've given us in your supplementary evidence. Okay. Now, we've got two, one prepared by CPW, one prepared by Cud Bentley, correct?
I'm going to have to go back to that. Where was it?
Yeah,
I've got it.
Yeah, your supplementary evidence.
I've got it. Yeah.
And as we know, there's no electrical demand assessment for a site-wide ambient loop. What we've got are two separate assessments for air source heat pump ambient loops for T2, T3. That's by CPW, and for the Tolworth Tower by Cud Bentley, correct?
Correct.
Now, do we agree that the greatest thermal demand on a residential lead heat network, as this would be, is hot water, not space heating?
Yes.
Good. Right. Okay. And the position we've got, and I think you already touched on it in your chief, is that the fact, in those circumstances, the fact that Cud Bentley allow more than double the equivalent air source heat pump demand per dwelling than CPW, because they allow 2.8 kilowatts in the Tolworth Tower compared to 1.45 per dwelling in T2, T3, is, I suggest to you, it's inexplicable. And I remind you, Mr. Stanley, of your evidence in chief, where you said you'd need to analyze it further with Cud Bentley. You said initial view is space heating more for T1 and T2, and there are commercial units there, but you need to delve in more detail with Cud Bentley.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah. But with the space heating demand, the application of diversity is very different to the application of diversity for hot water. So the space heating demand does have a big part to play in that.
Yeah, but the point is, you cannot explain this huge discrepancy. I
have a number of reasons why it would be. I can't explicitly tell you what it is, but my view on it is that the space heating demand is a lot higher and the diversity factors are a lot different. The commercial element is also added onto it, which is quite considerable in Tower 1. And there's an increase in units as well. So there's a reason for it, but there's a reason for it being significantly more than T2 and T3. But I haven't got the detail to interrogate that from them.
No, I mean, look, just taking those. I mean, obviously, space heating. We've agreed that the greatest demand is hot water, not space heating. And the diversity stuff. I mean, that's just telling us saying the diversity is very different. It's just telling us yet again, isn't it, about really what we're missing, not having an electrical demand assessment for a site-wide ambient loop. Isn't it?
I'm not disputing that we haven't got a site-wide ambient loop energy maximum demand.
No, but you saying, I have to say, Mr. Stanley, speculating really about diversity being different for the Tolworth Tower compared to T3. It seems to me to just underline the problem we have, that we don't have an electrical demand assessment for a site-wide ambient loop, which would necessarily be an assessment that applied diversity site-wide, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yes, but yes, there are other elements to consider though, and that's the fact that on the magnitude of scale, the diversity is far less. So if we did look at the thermal demand from the Energy Pro calculations, which gives us the 1.745, and work that back using my COP of 1.6, and then taking off the distribution losses that have been added in the Energy Pro, we get to the same figure. So the total maximum demand shown across these two calculations align with the thermal demand that's indicated as the site-wide hybrid in Energy Pro.
So you do want to use some Energy Pro figures now, do you?
I'm using the figure that Mr. Maguire's come up with, and I'm telling you that it aligns with what we've indicated here as the maximum demand for the site. So I am satisfied with the overall maximum demand that's shown on here being applied to the site-wide solution. Now, if we look at it as a site-wide ambient loop, there may be some very small differences in electrical to maximum demand, but they will be very small. And we've touched on diversity, and that's the reason that they're very small.
Look, you cannot, you said it, you cannot explain the Cud Bentley doubling demand per unit.
I can't explain that, but what I can explain is that when you add the two together, it aligns with the Energy Pro calculations. That's what I can explain. That's what they do. They align. So yes, I need to. I don't dispute that I said I would need to interrogate further their calculations. When we were preparing this documentation, there simply wasn't time in the rebuttal or the supplementary evidence for me to interrogate it. So I had to take some of it at face value, yes. So if the design would develop, I would interrogate it further, yes. With a view, because that's what we do as engineers, to bring it down as much as possible.
Well, that you'll forgive me, Mr. Stanley, if I don't accept your point about alignment,
Okay.
but I must move on because time is against us.
Okay.
Now, claimed technical obstacles. We have dealt with the water temperature point. That is not, in fact, an obstacle to a site-wide ambient loop, so we can get that off the table. Okay. Now, the other one I mentioned when we were identifying it is this imbalance point in your rebuttal at electronic page 25. Okay, so CD9 915 electronic page 25. Okay, you got it?
Could you just tell me what the paragraph number is? I've got a hard copy here.
Well, okay, it's page 23 of your.
Yeah, I've got
that. This is your suggestion that higher load for the Tolworth Tower would mean an imbalanced site-wide ambient loop network between the refurbishment and the new buildings, resulting in inefficiencies within the system. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, it is right, isn't it, that every installation is dynamic, inherently imbalanced, so one uses devices to balance it out. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's really nothing, therefore, there's nothing strange about having systems with imbalance in them.
The point we're trying to make in that response is about Mr. Maguire's claim that required water temperature for heating provision to T1 are too high for the ambient loop is the fact that we wouldn't be able to connect an ambient loop, which is proposed for T2 and T3, into the more conventional setup for T1. It's not so much, there is an imbalance, of course, in heat demand in the two buildings, but the main point here is that a loop operating at 25 degrees is not compatible with whether it be 70 or 55 at the time. We were considering both, but let's say 55. It wouldn't be compatible to feed in or inject in or export out water between the two heating systems. You've got water at 25 degrees. What input's that going to have into a system that's operating at 55 or 70? That's the imbalance I'm talking about there.
Sorry, Mr. Stanley. I honestly, I'm amazed. Look, the way an ambient heat loop works is you have the water going round at 25 degrees in the ambient loop. And then the individual unit heat pumps bring it up, don't they? That's how it works.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what does, I don't understand the point you're trying to make when we've got a building that's operating at 55 and a building that's operating at 25. It's be very difficult to couple the two together.
No, Mr. Stanley. Sorry, I mean, honestly, I just don't understand what you're saying. The building is not operating at 55. The way an ambient loop works is you've got the loop going around at 25, and the heat pumps in the individual units, which would be on a site-wide ambient loop in the T2 and T3 and in the Tolworth Tower, site-wide ambient loop, yeah, they bring it up to 55. That's how it would work, isn't it?
No, sorry. You may have misunderstood my point. What we're trying to explain here is that the appellant scheme there's two distinctly different operating temperatures. One's operating at 25 degrees, one's operating at, let's say, 55 degrees, because we've brought that down. Those two schemes could not be coupled together.
Oh, sorry. Okay, right. Have I completely misunderstood? Right. Okay, I've completely misunderstood. We've completely misunderstood the point you're making, your rebuttal. I thought you were saying you couldn't have a site-wide ambient loop because of imbalance, but you're not saying that.
I'm responding to the point where it says claims that the required water temperature for heating provision to T1 are too high for the ambient loop networks proposed for T2 and T3 is incorrect.
Yeah, but the answer that you're just giving me is not about a site-wide ambient loop. You're giving me an answer that's about combining somehow the appeal proposals, but combining the appeal proposals. Not about a site-wide ambient loop, is it? I mean, did you write this?
Yeah, I wrote this. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. So can we? Right. Almost, Mr. Stanley. Forget about what's on the page there. You accept, don't you, that we could have a site-wide ambient loop, and this point about imbalance, that would not be an issue for a site-wide ambient loop, would it? Or rather, it wouldn't be an obstacle or an insurmountable obstacle.
I'd be more satisfied with accepting that with the enhancements we're making to the external wall fabric. So yes, we're conditioning that. So yes,
exactly. And you've made those enhancements. You've improved the whatever it is, the insulation and the thermal performance. Blah blah blah. It's all great, and that's right. Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah, I'm accepting that. Yes.
Good. All right. Now, we've got the point about a lack of space. That's the next subheading. Okay. And in your proof, Mr. Stanley, there are a couple of paragraphs to look at. Paragraph 4.29, we've got the point about a compound for thermal storage of 210 square meters. Okay. Now, we've already gone through the fact that what's in the Appendix I account of 130 litres thermal storage in the site-wide hybrid, that's wrong. Stick that out the window. We know that the 25,000 litres that Carbentley have gotten for the Tolworth Tower, or rather that the Appendix I has got into the Tolworth Tower, but Carbentley haven't. Well, forget about that. And of course, you haven't given us, have you, an assessment of the thermal storage requirement for a site-wide ASAP ambient loop?
There wouldn't be any.
There wouldn't be any. Exactly. There wouldn't be any. There wouldn't be any because
there'd be very little just to avoid stopping and starting on the heat pumps, but very little, like similar to what's on the T2 and T3 scheme at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not for energy storage as such. It's just to prolong the life of the heat pump.
Yeah, right. Okay. And that's because the way, and we can see it from T2, T3, the way it works, and CPW explain it in their energy statement. Each T2, T3 apartment, which of course is on an ambient loop, ASAP ambient loop, has 180 litres of storage in the apartment. Correct?
Yes, but it's not a thermal store. It's a hot water cylinder, for want of a better word. But yes, it's got 180 litres of hot water being stored in a cylinder in each apartment. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And with a site-wide ambient loop, you do the same with the Tolworth Tower apartments. They would also have 180 hot water cylinder in each apartment, just like T2 and T3, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay. So this point in your proof at 4.29, you saying you need a compound for thermal storage of 210 square meters. That simply does not apply to a site-wide ambient loop, does it?
Correct.
Correct. Brilliant. Strike it. Okay. Now, we've also got distribution. It's the next subheading under technical obstacles. Now, first point, Mr. Maguire gave us one of his examples about threading heat network pipelines through part of the British Museum. Broad point, where there is a will, there is generally a way, isn't there, for actually getting the connections through.
Yeah. It was a good example. I'm sure that was particularly difficult. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Now, your rebuttal, and you, I think, repeated this in your evidence in chief, at page 15, electronic page 17. Your understanding, Mr. Stanley, you tell us, is, quotes, based on discussions with the architect, correct?
Yes.
Now, look, whether or not distribution of a heat network is possible is a matter for the designer, isn't it? Ultimately,
absolutely,
it's for the designer, not for the architect, correct?
I would accept primary responsibility for that, but I would go to the architect in a situation like this, where there's a particularly convoluted route that's able to be provided and quite a complex red line boundary as well, which some of which in that car park sits outside of the plan application. So, but yeah, I would take ultimate responsibility for the routing of that pipework. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, look, just looking at some of the specific claim restrictions, the basement, we agree, it's got a high floor to ceiling along its full length, hasn't it? Well, have you looked at it?
I've looked at I've been and looked at the basement. The clear height of 2.74 meters throughout the whole thing. I'd struggle to actually quantify that. You'd have to speak to the project architect. I don't know about clear height, but in some points there is a height of 2.74. Yes.
Well, am I looking at?
Sorry, am I looking at item 2.23 here or 2.22? What's the?
It starts at page 15 of your rebuttal.
Oh, okay.
Electronic page 17.
Yeah, I want it. Apologies.
No, it's all right. There is almost. Let's not get tied up in what the exact height is, but we're talking about We're talking about, could you connect the Tolworth Tower to T2, T3 on a site-wide ambient loop? Now we've got the basement that runs. It's the basement to the existing car park, yeah.
Yes.
And it runs. It runs between them, or have to imagine T2 now, okay, but it runs between them, almost all the way, or maybe all. Maybe all the way, because T2 butts right up against the car park structure, doesn't it?
I couldn't answer that definitively.
All right.
I don't know what the distances are. Again, this would be something you'd have to take up with the project architect.
I think what there is down at ground level is there's a bit of a road. I think there would be a bit of a road to get in and out of the M&S car park, but you could take the pipes through the basement, and then obviously subject to wayleaves, but you could have a service trench, wouldn't you?
There would definitely need to be some form of trench between the two, because they don't butt up to each other. Now, whether or not that's acceptable and what way leaves would be necessary, and whether that part of the site is leased to somebody else, I really haven't got the answer for that. That would be, again, something you'd need to challenge the project architect on.
Well, but you haven't looked at it, have you? You haven't investigated it. You don't know.
I've discussed it with the architect. I mean, the basement car park point is about locating plant, not distributing pipework between the two elements of the project.
Well, hold on. Look, we've already agreed you don't need your 210 square meter thermal store. I'm now talking about distribution.
We don't need the 210 meter squared thermal store if we're looking at ambient loop, but there were two site-wide solutions we were looking at, and if we're going to now just completely disregard the hybrid scheme in this conversation,
I'm not asking about the hybrid, Mr. Stanley. I'm not asking about the hybrid.
Okay, fine. Okay, so that's completely off the table now. The hybrid. We're just focusing on ambient loop. Then yes, there's no thermal store.
Yeah,
but the plant we're talking about in this instance is actually the heat pump, not the thermal store. The thermal stores that we were talking about before were to be located in, we were looking to locate in the double height space of T1, which was a challenge. But now we're talking about locating heat pump technology. So they're still required for all three towers.
I'm talking about distribution for the ambient distribution for the ambient loop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've probably seen, I mean, Mr. Maguire has a picture in his proof if you want to look at it, figure 4, but you've seen there are already pipelines running, aren't there, where there are parking bays?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So basically where we get to on distribution is, yes, you could put it through the basement. You'd need some kind of service trench. You don't know the position about way leaves and the like. Correct?
Correct. Well, in terms of running it through the basement, again, that would be something that you'd have to take with the architect in terms of clear height, because I can't define that, and I have no idea on way leave arrangements and agreements that need to be made with other demises. No.
Yeah, but you've agreed there are already pipes. I mean, Madam Inspector will see.
Oh yeah, there's already pipes. Yeah, no
already pipes running through there, and people can park. So
yeah, I don't dispute that.
Yeah. All right. And then we've also got a point about air source heat pump.
Just on the point on figure 4, I believe that's relating to the first floor. Okay. That's the one with the pipes running through it, isn't it? Mezzanine to first floor car park. We were talking about the basement, weren't we, before?
Madam Inspector will be able to see all these things on the site visit, and she'll be able to judge, I'm sure, whether if you can have big chunky pipes on one floor and parking bays, whether you can have big chunky flight pipes on another floor and parking bays, and so on and so forth. I mean, she will see, and I'm happy with that. Mr. Stanley.
Okay.
And I don't have time to keep going on this point with you. So the other point is, and this is also in your proof, paragraph 430, you say you need 200 square meters of space for central air source heat pump, correct?
Yeah.
And in your rebuttal, and I give you I tried to give you a paragraph reference at 2.24 in your rebuttal. You say you'd need 8 air source heat pumps. Each would be 37.13 square meters, including access. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you have provided no detail whatsoever, have you, to support what you say there?
In what context? Manufacturer's literature or calculations?
Well, I mean,
no. The answer is no. We haven't provided any specific detailing on it. No.
Yeah. And you aware that what Mr. Maguire did is he took the Mitsubishi heat pump product information supplied by Bentley.
Yes.
And what you said about that in chief you said you thought Mitsubishi's data was incorrect regarding the space you'd need around the air source heat pumps, didn't you?
Yeah, not only that, the Mitsubishi unit is yet to produce a water-to-water heat pump that can provide simultaneous heating and cooling. So if we're just talking about ambient loop, then it will be difficult to use their product to match not only the spec of the Dakin unit, but also to provide the same facilities.
Look, you were suggesting that I mean these are air source heat pumps that Mitsubishi have got spec for that Cub Bentley can concluded, and you're suggesting that a top tier manufacturer has got its spec wrong about the space needed around them.
No, I was just claiming that that would be the absolute optimum condition to put one in, and I would be very nervous about abiding to that as an engineer.
All right.
I said that perhaps if you stuck them on the roof of one of the towers with complete free area around them, with those very, very close dimension distances, then yeah, you probably get an efficient operation out of them. But not if you start looking at putting them in a car park, like that's been suggested, with limited head height or slotted into a compound or on the ground floor surrounded by buildings and trees. Those dimension distances would clearly not work. And we'd have to take that up with the manufacturer. And I'm sure that there would be some debate about whether or not those very, very small clearances would actually result in efficient operation. But I would not work to those. Absolutely not.
The broad point, of course, that Mr. Maguire just demonstrated using what Cub Bentley have got in is that you could get using based on Mitsubishi's spec, using about 37 square meters of space, which is what you say in your rebuttal. Well, that's what you need for one heat pump. You could produce, based on what Mitsubishi say, 900 kilowatt of thermal energy. And you don't dispute that as a matter of maths using the Mitsubishi spec, do you?
Using the Mitsubishi spec and using the 3.99 COP. Yeah. Well,
okay. I mean, you know, we're going to come back to this point, aren't we? That choosing the plant, we've got more than one manufacturer to choose from, and I mean, any suggestion that there simply isn't space for air source heat pumps for an ambient loop site-wide. You don't know because you haven't drilled all the way down into it, do you?
We know what the load is, so we can select plants. What we're disputing is whether or not we use the Mitsubishi figures or our own experience and our sort of own integrity to use what we've done on T2 and T3 and apply it to T1. So I'm not accepting the fact that we could use the Mitsi unit and slot it into a car park or into a very confined space and achieve the same output. I'm not accepting that whatsoever. No, I'm telling the rest of my design team, and I'm telling you guys that would be the footprint that I'd be happy to work with if we were to consider this solution.
But you're not suggesting that there isn't room. If you went for a site-wide ambient loop, there would not be. I mean, we've already knocked out any 210 square meter compound for thermal storage. You're not suggesting there wouldn't be room for enough air source heat pumps to drive a site-wide ambient system, are you?
Well, I'd have to take that. The size of the kit is the size of the kit. I'd need to take that up with the rest of the design team. But at the moment, it would appear that it's very challenging.
Well, I think I can move on from that, Mr. Stanley. I've already discussed the legislation policy requirements with you, so I'm not going to go back over that. We get to costs, Appendix D of your supplementary evidence. Now,
can I just open that? What's the reference?
Your supplementary is 920, CD 920. Yeah. Now,
which electronic page?
It's your Appendix D, but I don't even need to turn it up, I think, to ask questions, because what you haven't done, have you, is compared the costs of the appeal scheme with the costs of a site-wide ambient loop?
No, it's a direct comparison. It's a direct comparison for gas-fired central boilers to an ambient loop in T1 and then coupling it all together. There's costing information on coupling it all together, isn't there?
Well, but you have what you've done is you've compared the appeal scheme gas lead in the Tolworth Tower with an air source heat pump ambient loop for the Tolworth Tower, not the appeal scheme versus site-wide ambient loop.
No, I think we have done that. I mean, we could start talking about diversity again, but what we have done here is we've talked about the electricity, then we've used the Rund cost plan to deliver what would be a comparison on T2 and T3, and then we've used our own experience and the support from Rund to look at the extra overs.
No, Mr. Stanley, I'm sorry. Where in your Appendix D cost breakdown?
Which remind me of the page for the cost breakdown, please.
It's electronic 57.
Thank you very much, madam. Yes,
I've got. Sorry, I found a hard copy. It's fine.
You've got it. Okay. So you've got a number of pages of text, Mr. Stanley, and I don't know if you did this or someone else, but it is quite clear that there is no comparison being made between the appeal scheme and a site-wide ambient loop. The comparison is between the Tolworth Tower element of the appeal scheme only and an ASHP ambient loop for the Tolworth Tower. Do you see that?
I see the site-wide heat pump solution for Tower 1 in the breakdown.
Yeah.
Which takes the components from T2 and T3, which would be exactly the same. And then we look at the installation of the site-wide network that would be required to accommodate a site-wide ambient loop. So this is the cost of a site-wide ambient loop.
No. Look, what you're not doing here is you're not acknowledging any optimization of plant capacity with a site-wide as opposed to Tolworth Tower only, or space requirements.
No, I disagree.
Are you?
I disagree. The costs for the elements within the tower themselves will be exactly the same as towers 2 and 3, albeit there's 30 or 25 or so more apartments. That would be the same. So what goes in the apartment would be exactly the same. The thing that is not the same is when we start looking at the pipework and the vessels and the interconnecting district heating pipework, the purpose-built energy centre or compound, and any implications that go with that. So all the elements that are in installation of a site-wide centre are where we consider what would be required for a site-wide ambient loop. So I disagree.
You are comparing. You're comparing the Tolworth Tower element of the appeal scheme on its own. Correct.
In the first part, there, site-wide heat pump solution for Tower 1 only. That's where we're identifying what the costs would be to switch from what's there in the appellant scheme to the ambient loop heat pump. And then in the second section, we talk about what would be necessary to couple it all together as part of a site-wide network. So it's a fair reflection of what's there at the moment as opposed to what would be necessary. We don't add on what's required for T2 and T3 in that comparison because it's already there. We want to show what the difference would be, which I think we work out to be about £1.2 million without any electrical reinforcement and around just over £3 million with. So it is a comparison of site-wide.
We can see what the document tells us. It tells us it's comparing the Tolworth Tower element of the appeal scheme, not the appeal scheme. Yeah, it's comparing the Tolworth Tower element of the appeal scheme. That's what the page is telling us, with the Tolworth Tower element of a site-wide ambient loop.
The first part is, I'm not entirely sure where this is going, but we've got gas boilers in Tower 1 at the moment. We're going to take those out, put a heat pump ambient loop solution in, and connect it all together with a central air source heat compound, or whatever the case may be. And that's what the second part does. The site-wide heat pump solution costs for Tower, the costs for Tower 1 only, they're set. We've already got the cost plan for T2 and T3. We know exactly what the heat pump, the internal water to water heat pumps are, and the emitters and the controls and the pipe work. We know what that is. So we've got that per unit, and we can multiply that across 261 apartments. We then need to move on to what the other implications would be, and that's to connect it all together, all the distribution pipe work, the controls, the hydraulic separation, the list goes on, and that's what we've provided there. Some of it's from Run's cost plan, and some of it we've made an assessment on ourselves. And then the total of that is close to 1.2 million pounds.
Mr. Stanley, with the appeal scheme, you've got multiple energy centres, haven't you? With the appeal scheme, correct?
Multiple energy centres.
Yes, because you're not running everything off the same energy centre with the appeal scheme.
Oh, we've got more. Yeah, we've got a boiler plant and a heat pump. Yes,
but with a site-wide ambient loop, you wouldn't have multiple energy centres. You'd have one, wouldn't you? For a site-wide ambient loop.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So you can't say, well, the T2, T3 costs, they're set, and we're just adding T1 onto it, because that isn't what would happen with a site-wide ambient loop, because you wouldn't have a separate energy centre or centres for T2, T3. You'd have one.
I'm not
site-wide.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that. I'm telling you that the components that we've identified at the top there, internal apartment heat pump cost, that they're fixed. That's what they are. It'd be exactly the same for T1. Then we move on to what the implications would be, the extra over costs for providing a site-wide ambient loop. Now, we're not building an energy centre for the gas boilers. They're going in the basement. But we need something for these heat pumps. And we're not building an energy centre or for want of a better compound in T2 and T3. They're sat on the roof. But it's not quite so straightforward to just sit them on the roof in a central location. We've got 4 more heat pumps that we need to consider. And if we're going to pull them all together and have them in a central energy centre, then that brings some significant challenges to the site. And as such, we've allowed for the cost of an energy centre in some form. We don't know where it could go yet, because it's a significant challenge.
Well, you just don't know.
But the installation of a site-wide energy centre there caters for a site-wide ambient loop, and the cost of whatever goes in the apartment is over and above that, and that's contained in the previous section, which is for T1 only. Yes, you're quite right.
Yeah. I mean, can I check? I mean, I'm sure you'll know, but these calculations, do they allow for the storage that you agreed wasn't necessary? 210 square meters of storage that you've now said isn't necessary?
No, they don't, because it's not necessary.
Okay.
There's an allowance in there for expansion vessels, but only for the reasons I told you before, the reasons that we talked about before, for stopping and starting of the equipment. So you would still need some thermal storage, but not anything near to what we were talking about on the hybrid.
Because you see, I mean, I might have thought that, given that you said in your evidence that you need 210 square meters for thermal storage, that might have actually carried through to this cost plan, that error. You say it hasn't.
No.
All right. I mean, I can't see anything in here allowing for cost efficiencies from only having one energy centre. That's right, isn't it?
In what context? What do you mean by cost efficiencies?
Saving on plant.
No,
you don't need multiple bits of kit.
You'd still need approximately 8 air source heat pumps for a site-wide ambient loop. Yes, and we've already got 4 on T2 and T3, so we're suggesting you'd need another 4. I don't know what you mean by plant efficiency. You still need that in that number of air source heat pumps in that order to satisfy the demand of the whole site.
Okay, and then in terms of the getting the infrastructure in, electrical supply upgrade. Now, on this, we had this whole discussion yesterday. I mean, and I don't need to go over it, but we simply don't know whether there is or isn't the high voltage capacity out there for a site-wide ambient loop. So this costing in here, it's just speculation, isn't it?
We're confident that there is not sufficient capacity. And yes, we had this discussion yesterday.
Well, we had the discussion yesterday.
So on that basis, we have relied upon previous projects and our own in-house expertise to come up with what we believe is a robust estimate. But we have not got that quotation that you referred to. No, we do not have a quotation from UK Power Networks.
No,
but what I can see in front of me and what I've discussed with my team is that this is a fair assessment of what that would likely be.
And the other scheme you've relied on is the Goldsworth Road scheme, where there's a quote that we've looked at already with Mr. Maguire and Mr. Linus looked at it, where the major element, about £2 million worth of it, is second comer fees, which are, of course, Mr. Stanley, they are site dependent, aren't they?
Yes, they are. There would be some of that would be expected, and if there's not that charge, you may have to pay it to the other person that encompass those ECCR charges. And we haven't used £2 million. I think we've divided it by 6 because the supply on Goldsworth Road was much larger. So we've allowed an element of cost in there for ECCR. Whether or not you take on that ECCR charge or have to contribute to the repayment of somebody else's ECCR charge is another matter, but to include it would be reasonable.
Can I let me sorry to go back, but can I just look at what actually no, I don't have time. Sorry, don't have time. Operational costs, very simple point. The air source heat pump ambient loop operational costs are clearly considered acceptable for T2, T3. Yeah.
Yes.
We've already discussed how you've improved thermal performance for Tolworth Tower. Operational costs would be acceptable for a site-wide ambient loop, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And
for a site-wide ambient loop, I believe. Yeah.
And look, the site-wide ambient loop would presumably reduce your carbon offset payment, which at the moment is standing at, for Tolworth Tower alone, almost £1 million, correct? It would reduce that carbon offset payment, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right, Mr. Stanley. So it's 8 minutes past 11. I've got 2 tiny topics to deal with, but I do have to deal with them with you.
Yeah. Okay.
One is overheating. I say tiny in terms of time, not in terms of importance, but overheating and cooling. Now,
yes, okay. Are those the two topics, or did you just say that those are the 2 topics, overheating and cooling?
Overheating, cooling, and I want to ask you about servicing, which I hope will not take long. So I'm going to try to do this in about 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Overheating, cooling, overheating/cooling. I mean, solar gain is obviously an overheating risk, isn't it? Depending on orientation, but as a broad statement, one needs to watch out for solar gain with the cooling hierarchy in mind. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Lonergan, who's the daylight sunlight person, he confirmed that as far as he knew, there'd been no assessment of the impact on average daylight factors from reducing the active glazing. So I'm not talking about external facing areas of glazing, but the actually transparent bit. Okay.
Now, on T1, he said.
Well,
he said on T1 there was limited capacity to reduce glazing given the existing building and its visual impact. So the process that took place on that was far less than what happened on T2 and T3.
No.
I must have misunderstood. Apologies.
We're talking about active glazing, not how it looks outside. Okay, external appearance is how it looks outside. Active glazing could be using, manifestation to reduce the active window. Okay.
Yeah.
So he wasn't aware of that. We looked with him at the average daylight factors. I'm not going to go back into them, but they were looking very good. Lots of space above, as it were, the targets. So has there been, so far as you're aware as well, an investigation of whether one could reduce the active glazing but still maintain acceptable or above target average daylight factors? Reduce the active glazing further.
Holistically, across the entire development? Are you talking always, or we're talking about the refurbishment or the new build?
Refurbishment, T2 and T3.
Okay. Well, I beg to differ on that. There hasn't been an in-depth analysis, but it was a holistic design team approach to look at the glazing percentages and daylight factors and whether or not that would be considered acceptable from a thermal comfort perspective. So I do believe there was an iterative process that took place to establish what would suit the project best, not only from thermal comfort. You're right, yeah, thermal comfort was one of the elements, but also the visual impact and uniformity. So it was a holistic decision to pursue the glazing percentages that we've got on the table at the moment. And quite typically on a residential dwelling, the percentage of glazing to external wall is somewhere between 30 and 40%. And I think on this scheme, the average is about 32%. But again, this will have to be picked up with the architects. But I mean, at 32%, I'm fairly satisfied with that.
Look, it's a very simple point. I'm going to try it one more time because I don't, with respect, Mr. Stanley, feel you're actually answering the question. Right. We've got a situation where the daylight sunlight expert is saying, as we heard from him, Tolworth Tower, we're above target right the way across. T2, T3, above target for almost all of it. Now, taking that as the starting position, I'm asking you simply, has there been any assessment of whether you can reduce the active area of glazing, so thereby addressing obviously an overheating risk, correct? Reduce it further while still maintaining above target daylight factors. Simple question. Has that assessment been done? Yes or no?
Not in isolation, no.
Right, no. Great. Okay, thank you. And then the final subtopic is irony of irony. I made the very foolhardy effort late on a Friday afternoon to ask Mr. Lee, who's not a building services engineer, about services in, and now at the risk of blowing your mind, Mr. Stanley, in a Tolworth Tower where there were office floors and residential floors. Okay, you may or may not be aware that this is an issue. Could I ask you please to look at CD 71C at page 30, electronic page 36.
CD 7
1C at electronic page 36. And this is the design and access statement for the 2015 scheme.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Then what you should see there are some floor plans.
Yeah, I can see 2 floor plans on the left-hand side of the page.
Brilliant. Now, what you will, there are 3 floor plans.
Yeah, 3. I'm zooming out. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the two on the left-hand side, please. and look at the left hand most of them. All right. Now you're going to have to help me with this, Mr. Stanley. But can you see the sanitary ware or the sanitary? I think what you'd call the sanitary accommodation. So it's all the bits that require drainage. So bathrooms, en suites, kitchens. Can you identify those on that floor plan?
Yes.
Now, work your eye up and down and around however much you need to do. But first point I want to see whether we can agree is that most, not all, but most of the sanitary ware is sited next to columns, or what I believe are termed shear walls. Some isn't, but most is.
Where are we defining a shear wall? I'm looking at when you say sanitary ware, I'm looking at these floor plans, and I'm looking at baths and sinks and basins and toilets and utility cupboards. But what?
Things that require drainage.
Yeah. I've got that.
Yeah.
So show me where that relates to a shear wall. Do you mean a corridor wall or a partition?
The long columns. Sorry, I understood this was a term that everyone would understand.
Oh, I know what a shear wall is, but I'm struggling to identify exactly where those shear walls are. Are you talking about those rectangular? Those are what we're talking about here. The bold rectangular.
Yeah.
In between the partitions.
Yeah.
There are shear walls in close proximity to sanitary ware in some instances. I can't deny that. I can see those. Yeah.
I mean, obviously you weren't. I mean, you weren't the designer for this scheme, so I absolutely understand. You can't speak to their mind, but
I can give you my opinion on this, though. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like someone has consciously made an effort where they can to put sanitary ware next to the columns and what I understand are called shear walls.
Are you awaiting my response on that?
Yes. Yeah.
It's there's no regularity on here, is there, whatsoever, in terms of shear wall relationship to sanitary ware. So I can't agree with that. But because there's lots of sanitary ware that isn't by shear walls. So in some instances, yes, I would agree that there are shear walls in close proximity to where sanitary ware backs onto an IPS, from what I can see here. Right. So what?
It is the majority, isn't it? That are next to columns and shear walls.
I think so. No, there's a fair amount of sanitary ware that isn't.
Well, there's some that isn't, but the majority is. I mean,
I'd say the majority. No, I'm not going to count all the basins and their proximity to shear walls, but there's a lot of irregularity on there in terms of relationship with sanitary ware and shear walls. I don't think there's been a conscious consideration to locate sanitary ware next to a shear wall. I don't see that. I don't think it's been a joined up sort of collaborative approach between the structural engineer or what the existing shear walls are and where we put sanitary ware. I can't see that. Right. I don't understand the point.
Well, okay. The point is that this is a floor plan where you'd have small horizontal runs, generally speaking, to get yourself to a column or a shear wall, and then you go down. That's the point. You see,
you get to a shear wall to go down. I'm lost. I don't understand what what point you're trying to make, Mr. Burton. I'm sorry.
All right. Okay. Well, it looks like I'm failing twice. Due to the clock ticking. The other. All right. Can we agree this? The two floors.
Yes.
Don't stack, do they?
Typical floor.
You see, they don't match up.
So we've got two typical floors. Do we know approximately where they sit within the building, or It's difficult for me to relate this to the building. You know, if you've got 10 stories that are on the left-hand side and 10 stories that are on the right-hand side, then there would be some similarity. But if this is the 18th floor and the one on the left-hand side is the 3rd floor, then if you were telling me that this is one floor above the other and there's no similarity through the building, then no, they don't stack up. Well, I'm struggling to relate this to in context of 20 stories plus of building, right. I mean, and 16 stories of residential. I don't, you know, there's going to be some abnormals in an existing tower, but I can't tell you which stories these actually are. Do you know? Is that the 17th floor and the 12th floor? Is that what it says, A12 and A17? I don't know. If you're asking my opinion on stacking floors in residential applications, then it's definitely of benefit to stack floors for foul drainage purposes. It's definitely of benefit. But again, I've worked on numerous projects where you've got bundles of floors that stack, and then there's a slight ambiguity through the building where it just cannot take place. Yeah, but so
the point is that this design team, not you, I know, are obviously happy with a situation where the floors wouldn't stack through the residential or all the way up the tower. So necessarily, when they don't stack, that means you've got to do some routing across of services, doesn't it?
This project aside, if you've got a soil stack going through a building and it has to offset to suit a layout or to suit a structural implication or whatever, then yes, it would have to offset at high level and then continue down the building, and that is not ideal.
But it's not unusual, is it?
It's not unusual for to have offsets in drainage.
Yeah,
it's not unusual, but it's not good practice.
Okay, let me just check, Mr. Stanley, because I've come to the end of my questions. I need to check with my team. Sorry, I've overrun by 20 minutes. Can I check? Just give me a moment whilst I check and look at my emails and look at my WhatsApp. Okay, right. No. Okay. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Stanley. Those are my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Mr. Linus, can I bring you straight in to do re-examination, please?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, can I preface the short questions I've got with Mr. Stanley, the comment that I understand Mr. Burton had to ask some questions, but I've got 8 minutes as opposed to the 30 that was anticipated. So the only thing that I can do now is deal with points in submission where I can't cover them in re-examination, but I will do my best in the time I've got before 11:30, ma'am.
Thank you.
I just want to deal with a couple of matters that arose at the very end of the cross-examination before the overheating and cooling, where we were looking at the costs plan, and I just want to be absolutely clear in case any confusion is being caused here, Mr. Stanley. As far as the costing is concerned, are the points being raised by the appellant as far as costings and capital costings related to the site-wide ambient loop solution or the hybrid solution?
Site-wide ambient loop.
Okay, so insofar as questions were asked about thermal store and the air source heat pump compound, are they relevant to the issue of costings?
The thermal store compound isn't contained in this costing, only the compound and plant requirements for a communal air source heat pump compound. So this is the thermal store that we were talking about of 210 square meters is not contained in this cost plan.
So the issues raised in your evidence about the need to find room for thermal store and the need to accommodate the air source heat pump compound, were they related to the hybrid solution or the ambient loop solution?
Well, the hybrid solution needs both, and the ambient loop solution needs just the heat pump.
Right, but the issues you were raising in your evidence about the inability to find the space required for the air source heat pump compound, did that relate to the ambient loop solution or the hybrid solution?
Both.
Right. And if one goes to your appendix B in the supplementary rebuttal, please, Just want to check the position on costings. And it's PDF page 58 of CD 920.
Can I just open that very quickly? PDF page what? Sorry, Mr. Linus.
58.
Oh yes, okay. Yeah.
Now, if one looks under the heading Installation Site-Wide Energy Centre,
yeah,
one sees there, and just by way of an example, if we go down to the two last bullet points,
yes,
6,000 for purpose-built energy centre, 200,000 for below ground district heating pipework.
Yes.
To what extent, Mr. Stanley, has this costing allowed for factored beyond T1, which would need to be provided for as part of the site-wide solution?
It factors for, well, that is all beyond it's bringing it all together.
Yes. Okay. So you said that the figures that you had included in the costing looked at T1 plus bringing it all together and just trying to identify to help with the inspector where in Appendix D you've done that.
So the costs that we've allowed initially on the first section there for T1 are for everything that's contained within the apartment itself. We're quite satisfied with the information we've got from T3 to apply that to T1. So that is contained just for the T1 apartments. The rest of it is bringing it all together and having a communal system. So what we've got in the cost plan for T2 and T3 would have to be added to this for installation of a site-wide energy centre.
Thank you very much. So I think the point was being put that, well, it'd be cost efficiencies, because if you were moving from the proposed situation to the site-wide ambient loop that's being considered here, you would be essentially losing an energy centre or two energy centres between T1 and then T2, 3, and then replacing it with the single energy centre. Is that a correct approach to what the proposed solution for T1 or T2 and T3 is?
Well, no, because at the moment there's an existing basement that's going to accommodate all of the gas-fired plants, and in Tower 2 and Tower 3, the heat pumps are sat on the roof. So if we were to bring it all together as a combined solution, you'd need to form a combined location and compound or energy centre to accommodate all of that kit to then feed all three towers. So it's not a case of omitting one and adding another. It's just an addition.
Thank you very much. And just in the time we've got available, I just want some clarity, please, if I may, on the approach to the Energy Pro calculations. There were a lot of questions earlier on, the cross-examination about approach to policy and so on. I'll just have to pick those up in submissions. But given this is the last few minutes we have, we want to be clear. Now, you're asked a number of questions. If I can deal with this compendiously, please, on issues including plant capacity, thermal store, and the number of air source heat pumps being three topics that were asked about. And you were taken through the way in which those figures have been drawn by Mr. Maguire from the Energy Pro calculations and fed into the tables in his evidence. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do, yes.
Now, if we take plant capacity and thermal stores as two areas where you were asked many questions, can you just explain to the inspector whether or not one should be looking at Energy Pro and what one should draw from Energy Pro as far as those points are concerned, what makes any difference to the carbon emissions issue that's before her?
What I tried to explain to Mr. Burton was that Energy Pro creates a thermal demand profile, and then you input the energy source or energy sources to satisfy that thermal demand profile. So in each of the scenarios, whereby in the first scenario, we've got T1 only, which is air source heat pump and gas, the air source heat pump contribution is the most important factor. So that must be accurate, because that's the priority heat source. It's a renewable heat source. And then anything else after that, which is gas, it doesn't matter what size you put in as long as it meets the demand. If you put 5,000 kilowatts in, or what's required for the demand, it'll still track the thermal demand and give you the correct carbon emission comparison or figure. And moving through the different scenarios, that rolls out. But the one scenario that is very important is the site-wide scheme using a combination of gas and air source heat pump, because the result must be accurate in that sense.
Why is that? Because you don't, is that, well, can you explain why that is compared with the other options?
Because the contribution from both has an impact on carbon emissions.
Thank you very much. It's 11:30 by my watch, ma'am. I think I'm going to have to leave it there.
I can answer one more. I can answer one more question if you have any more, Mr. Linus.
I think we'd have to move on to another topic, Mr.
Okay.
Stanley, which would take a lot longer.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. Thank you, Mr. Stanley. There's no further questions, so you can stand down from the witness stand and you'll be released from any further questions.
Thank you.
So thank you for your time, and I do recognise that you need to go.
Thank you.
But as Mr. Linus has said, he can put some additional elements into his closing submissions in writing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. On that basis, can we take a break, please, before then we move on to your next witness, Mr. Linus? Can I suggest that we're back at 12 o'clock?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I'll adjourn for now then. Thank you.
on the split that we're proposing. We'll just see if that helps us. Finished on energy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll resume the inquiry. Mr. Linus, then please, if you call your next witness.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, to avoid any confusion, if you see Mr. McCurry muted, it's because he's muted his computer and we're working to a team speaker, as it were.
Yeah, I recognise that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I introduced Mr. McCurry from his main proof of evidence. You're Bob McCurry. You're a partner at Barton Wilmore, where you've worked for 17 years in the London office. And prior to that, you're a planning consultant at Inventures, part of the NHS Estates, and you're a planning officer at North Devon District Council. You hold a Bachelor of Arts degree in Geography, a Master of Arts in Town and Country Planning. You're a member of the RTPI, and you have 20 years of experience in planning practice. And you said you have considerable experience in providing town planning advice to a very group of clients with development interests in an equally diverse range of land uses. And you have specific experience of working on major residential mixed use planning applications.
Sorry, Mr. Linus, it's that issue with the speaker. So if you could just be a little bit closer.
Sorry.
Thank you. Sometimes you fade out a little bit, that's all.
Is that better?
Yes, that is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you say as well, Mr. McCurry, that you act as the agent for the scheme that led to the 2019 resolution of 2018 application, as well as the appeal scheme. Are those details correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. Now, I just want to deal, as with other witnesses, with a series of headings and take your written evidence as read, please. And the first heading is site constraints and complexities. And I think this is a heading given a couple of points, or almost asides, that were made by Mr. Feltham in his evidence about the nature of the site. Just can you give your perspective, please, about the nature of the site and how that should bear upon the consideration of this scheme, please?
Yeah, of course. So from my perspective, having been involved in the project for some time, I think it's particularly important just to emphasise the complex nature of this site and this proposal. I think, firstly, I just wanted to mention that Mr. Feltham's proof of evidence highlights in paragraph 10.8. He mentions that he's concerned that in the context of a site that doesn't pose any obvious challenges, that it can't get close to a policy compliant 35% affordable housing. And I would personally dispute this in terms of that statement about there being no obvious challenges. We're dealing here with an existing estate which is 60 years old. It's in a declining state of repair and is in need of refurbishment. The existing complex includes a number of different levels and is a complicated structure. And it also includes a number of users on the existing site, including the M&S store, travel lodge, and the existing North Point residential homes, along with their associated parking, servicing, and their refuse provision. And the site also sits in a very public context. We're in the district centre, and officers have also been very protective of the existing Tolworth Tower, in terms of the level of sort of intervention that you can make architecturally on that building, such as not being able to add balconies. So I think there are a number of constraints and complexities that this site provides. In addition, Mr. Feltham's, the paragraph 10.8 in his proof also says that he felt that the uninspiring new build wasn't offering very much. And I will touch on the public benefits and balance later in my evidence, but I'd also just like to highlight specifically that the area where the new build is located, the existing retail units on the Broadway, it is actually a very small sort of part of the red line area. It's a very tight area. And Mr. Taylor showed in his presentation at the opening session of the inquiry how he'd worked very hard to propose 2 buildings there and create the best level of separation between those buildings and the largest area of public plaza possible within the confines of that red line. And that's important to me, because there have been some references to being able, to public realm not being sufficient enough, etc., and references in the design review panel and by Mr. Felton, which could infer stepping beyond the red line. And I just feel that it's important that is recognised, that constraint we have, and that any references beyond the red line should be disregarded. I think overall, then, I think for me, I'm just find it very surprising that Mr. Felton had stated very clearly that he felt the site had no obvious challenges, and for me, it just goes to slightly demonstrate maybe the lack of really detailed understanding regarding the appeal site, or the full acknowledgement that officers have not given to some of these constraints and characteristics when considering various aspects such as the affordable housing, 3-bed provision and private amenity and public realm, etc. So I would just obviously hope that Madam Inspector would recognise those existing site conditions and the challenges there, and obviously having visited the site and seen the evidence, it's clear we're not dealing with an unfettered, cleared site here where we can design a scheme from scratch, taking on board the policy requirements, and as such, and importantly, a balance needs to be struck across all the various aspects, considering the viability and physical challenges on the site.
Okay. Next, please, can we deal with the broad topic of planning history? There's been reference made to the previous resolutions to grant at various stages of the inquiry. Just explain to the inspector, please, how you've approached the question of planning history.
Yeah, of course. So I think the thing I'd like to emphasise is when we commenced this project and we started discussions with officers on this submission, it's fair to say from my perspective that the planning history is a very significant material consideration, and it's only fair to say on this site that we are operating in the context of 2 previous resolution to grant schemes, and that those previous resolution to grants schemes have in various ways accepted the loss of office, the loss of retail, less than 30% 3 beds for suitability and viability reasons. And the 2016 resolution to grant concluded that it was unviable to provide any affordable housing. So from my perspective, that planning history is very relevant. And while I accept that those resolutions have not moved to a formal decision notice, that is the context in which this application was commenced and has been brought forward and progressed in relation to discussions with officers. So I would just really urge the inspector to be very familiar with the committee reports from the 2016 and the 2019 resolution to grants, because that background is important and it helps to just demonstrate the journey that the Tolworth Tower complex has been on over the last 6 or 7 years. And for me, really highlights that it's unsurprising that this application in front of us now was lodged, which obviously proposes the loss of office, the loss of some retail. It is a viability tested scheme, and it has less than the 30% 3-bed homes. And I'm very surprised that the officers have taken such contention with these matters on this occasion, given that history and the discussions we've had, and refused the application so swiftly after submission. I will touch on some more specific bits on planning history as I go forward, but that's my general overview.
Okay, now before we get to the individual issues, can you summarise, please, for the inspector, how you've treated the overall policy context? Because you'll be aware from earlier sessions of evidence of the inquiry that there are various allocations or broad policies which relate to regeneration of Tolworth or the site. And can you just summarise for the inspector how that all hangs together in your view, please?
Sure. So firstly, from a policy perspective, and thinking about housing delivery, we obviously find ourselves in the NPPF, with the NPPF tilted balance in play, and the council being unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply. In that context, just setting that scene, I think I'd also like to just highlight that the council's most recent housing delivery test action plan, which is, I believe, is dated August 2019, and the reference for that document is CD 1014. That shows on page 9, it shows a graph of council housing delivery over the last 10 years or so, and it shows that the last time the council achieved its housing target was in 2008-9, and that was very much a much lower housing target. We're now at 964 homes a year. So I just wanted to highlight that delivery side of things in general against the sort of NPPF element. So for me, and actually there's another bit I wanted to flag here, was also when reviewing the London Plan annual monitoring report and the council's annual monitoring reports, which are in the core docs at CD 1012 and CD 1013. They both show that the council, between the years of 2016 and 19, have delivered affordable housing. They delivered 15 homes in the first year, 2016-17, then 29 homes, and then 39 homes. And in the council's own annual monitoring report, their target was to deliver 133 affordable homes in those years. So just trying to really paint the picture here that we, from my perspective, we're not just operating in the tilted balance. We are dealing with a scheme proposal for 499 homes in the borough with affordable housing, and in a borough which is consistently underperformed in terms of meeting its housing targets. And I believe that significant weight should be attached to that. In terms of the development plan, we obviously have the London Plan now, which was adopted during the termination of the application, and we have the core strategy 2012, which is quite old now in the context of the new London Plan, and the council have a draft emerging local plan with Reg 18 consultation in May 2019. So then coming on to policy allocations, which I think I'd like to touch on, it was discussed with Mr. Feltham when he gave evidence. It was discussed matters around the opportunity area being presented in the London Plan. So the London Plan highlights Tolworth as a district centre, and it also sets out the Kingston opportunity area. And I think it's fair to say that Mr. Linus questioned Mr. Feltham on the status of London Plan opportunity, and it was very much emphasised that figure 2.5 in the London Plan highlights that Tolworth is within the opportunity area, and that the council's Regulation 18 draft local plan, which is CD 59, that consultation shows the direction of travel and includes Tolworth as a proposed opportunity area. So
I think, Mr. McCurry, I mean, insofar as it might be suggested, well, the council has to decide on the boundary in due course, and the implication that this site may not be within it. What credibility or otherwise do you attach to that suggestion that being made?
So from my perspective, figure 2.5 in the London plan, and I think it was referenced by Mr. Felton as a pink splodge, clearly highlights that Tolworth is included in that area as shown. And I think one thing I would like to emphasize is that while I acknowledge that the boundary might need to be drawn still, I think the explicit reference to Tolworth in the London plan highlights that that is an area that needs to be included. And I think it would be highly unlikely that the district centre and such a significant site such as Tolworth Tower Complex would be excluded from such an important allocation. From my perspective, we're talking about the edges of the opportunity area outside of the main district centre and around the train station, etc. So it's more the fringes of that area. I would probably be arguing that Tolworth Tower Complex and the areas around the train station are the heart of that part of the opportunity area that would come forward. I think I also like to say that even if Madam Inspector felt that the opportunity area has not been fully, the boundary has not been fully defined, in reading the Council's Regulation 18 consultation document, CD59, the second paragraph in the foreword highlights very clearly that Kingston will see further significant growth, and that London is experiencing tremendous growth, and that it says in that foreword on the second paragraph that whatever the outcome of the London plan, because that was produced when the London plan was drafted, whatever the outcome of the London plan, it's clear that the council needs to see a step change in building more homes to meet the needs of its residents. So there is this acknowledgement that there's a step change required in terms of housing delivery in Kingston. So that's something that I think is key to recognise as well.
I think Mr. Felton also made a reference to the relationship between the opportunity area and Crossrail 2, and appeared to express some doubt in relation to the position of Crossrail and its influence on the opportunity area. Just give your view on that, please.
Yeah, I'm actually quite familiar with this as a point from Kingston's perspective, because I was in attendance at the London plan examination. I gave evidence in relation to the discussion on opportunity areas, not specifically on Kingston, but it was in relation to other opportunity areas in London. But I was there on the debate, and I heard obviously Kingston talking on this. So from my perspective, I think it was important to understand what the panel actually concluded on the draft London plan. And this may be a reference that Madam Inspector might want to go to. It's the London Plan panel report, which is CD 525, and there's a paragraph in there which is 118, which discusses the panel's conclusions regarding the opportunity areas. And yeah.
Sorry, which document?
Yeah, 525. Did you read, Mr. McCurry?
Fair point. I've gone and messed that one up.
Usual question about the
Bear with me a second. It's annoying, isn't it?
10:15.
Apologise. I don't know why I've oh yes, it's 10:15. It got sorry about that.
It was removed.
It got
court documents
into
removed into inquiry documents, were they?
Yeah, so because Madam, you asked for documents submitted during the inquiry to put into the inquiry submission documents folder. Sorry, it had been moved since I made my notes. So CD 1015.
PDF, page 31, paragraph 118, I think.
Yes, paragraph 118.
Thank you.
Page 30. So this is the panel's part of the panel's conclusion regarding opportunity areas, and it says the plan identifies a total of 47 opportunity areas within London, and it talks about the various growth corridors across the infrastructure that is coming forward and highlights Crossrail 2, and it says it talks about the number of expected numbers coming out of those opportunity areas, and says in some, the infrastructure is already operational or under construction and development well underway, whilst at the other end of the spectrum are some that are not expected to reach maturity for at least 10 to 15 years. Clearly, the provision of transport, social and green and other infrastructure will be critical to ensure good growth is achieved in the opportunity areas. And for the reasons set out earlier in the report, the panel says they are satisfied that the plan makes justified assumptions about the availability of resources and contains effective policies to coordinate the provision of infrastructure and development. And the point I take from this, and I've also looked at the earlier reasons that they'd set out, the point I take from this is that the panel were comfortable that these opportunity areas should be adopted, and they were and have been adopted in the London plan, and that the panel is comfortable that there is sufficient, that the plan sufficiently deals with infrastructure provision over the duration of the plan, and that the provision of Crossrail 2 was not presented as an either or scenario. It wasn't the case that, you know, this opportunity would come forward if Crossrail 2 happens, for example. That has not been the conclusion to the plan, and it's not been adopted on that basis. As such, for me, the Kingston Opportunity Area and the specific reference to Tolworth in it is an adopted position in the development plan.
Okay, let's look at the core strategy then. Please briefly, Mr. McRae, what is the summary of the position you take from the core strategy?
Sure. So just quickly on policy context, I think in general, we are in the Tolworth key area of change, and within that policy itself, it identifies that we're in a housing opportunity area. We're in the Tolworth district centre. We also have a broad employment protection policy covering the whole of the Tolworth district area, which our site sits within, and we also have retail frontage protection, shopping frontage protection. And I think the main policy that I'd just like to draw on from the core strategy in terms of setting context is policy T1. And there are a few bits I'd just like to draw out from T1. The vision within that policy specifically highlights that there will need to be significant new housing development on the Tolworth Tower complex. It also talks about the need, in part D of that policy, talks about the need to rationalise car parking, which is something that is not up for debate, but it's something we've achieved. Part F of policy T1 on housing and affordability also specifically mentions that the area needs to provide a range of new homes, and that family housing with gardens would be provided outside of the district centre, and higher density flats would be provided within the district centre. Part G of that policy on economy and employment talks about reducing the level of vacant floor space and strengthening the vitality and viability of the district centre to improve the diversity of shopping, enhance the attractiveness of the area, and importantly, increase dwell times and spend. While I recognise the general broad policy of DM17 on employment, there is no specific reference in T1 which focuses on Tolworth. There's no specific reference to the protection of office in the Tolworth Tower complex itself.
Okay, so let's move on then, please, with that policy context in mind, to the issue of the loss of office space, and can we again just summarise for the inspector, please, your view as to how the policy position works out on this issue, please?
Sure. For me, before just touching on the policy, I think there's an element of just reminding ourselves of the planning history and the kind of background to our discussions with the council. I think that might be helpful, and then bringing in how that relates to our policy position, from my perspective.
Yes, we have.
So I just think it's important when we're talking about the loss of office. I have highlighted in my proof under paragraphs 215 and 216 that we obviously have the previous resolution to grant schemes from 2016 and 19. And the committee report from the 2016 scheme, which is CD 71, highlights under paragraph 27 that, as set out above, so there's an explanation given above, but it concludes that that application had met the tests of policy DM17, and therefore the loss of office, employment was acceptable. I do acknowledge that application didn't propose the full loss of office, but nonetheless, the application considered that level of loss was acceptable. We then, and I was obviously the agent for this, we then came forward with the 2018 application, the 2019 resolution, which is, and there's a committee report for that, which is CD 72. And that application proposed the complete loss of office to residential. And the committee report there at paragraph 38 and 39, so 38 just provides a bit of explanation, but the conclusion at 39 is that the proposal to provide high density residential-led mixed-use development is consistent with the policy aspirations for the area and was supported in principle. So no concern in that application about the total loss of office in October 2019. So following that resolution, we then carried out a pre-application process with officers in relation to the remaining part of the site, which is phase 2, towers T2 and T3. And we have a pre-application response from officers dated 23rd of April 2020, which is CD 67. And that clarifies for me very clearly on the first page that officers were in support of a residential-led development, and highlighted that it would provide a significant quantum of residential homes and provide a positive contribution to the borough and Tolworth, and act as a bit of a catalyst for further regeneration. It was concluded that the opportunity to provide a significant number of new residential units, along with commercial floor space and public realm on the Broadway would be an effective use of brownfield land. So, and there was nothing in that pre-application response or in our pre-application discussions where officers have said they were objecting to the proposed loss of office, because naturally that had just been fully accepted under the 2019 resolution to grant. So that is the background and the context in which we proceeded with this application. However, that is background and material from my perspective, but in turning to the policy itself, DM17 in the core strategy, I do accept that there is a broad employment protection, obviously across the area, so it is obviously relevant, and I do understand that it could be considered that there may be some policy conflict in relation to DM17 in relation to protection of employment, on the basis that the Montague Evans report submitted with our application highlights some short-term demand for office, sort of in the context of the agreed benchmark land value that's set out in the viability statement of common ground. So I understand that there could be seen to be some conflict there. But however, my view is that there is sufficient policy context in general and evidence as provided by Mr. Lee to demonstrate that the loss of any short-term office demand is justified in the context of other policy objectives in the development plan, not least the requirement to provide substantial new housing in Tolworth under policy T1, and due to the availability of other office supply in the local area, as Mr. Lee had set out. So I would obviously refer to his evidence in more detail, but I think it's also worth highlighting that DM17, from a local core strategy policy perspective, it's the same policy that was in play when the 2016, the 2019 resolution to grant schemes were accepted by the council. And I think it's fair to say Mr. Lyons questioned Mr. Feltham on the marketing evidence provided with those applications at that time, and I think he accepted and confirmed that that evidence was obviously considered acceptable at that point. So, you know, from my perspective, we still have the same policy context and the same set of scenarios from the local perspective. I do accept that since the application has been lodged, that the London plan has been adopted, and policy E1 and E2 have been referenced in particular, which relate to office and business space. And I note that Mr. Feltham had particularly said that there needs to be a proper consideration of the need for small and medium-sized office space. And now I've been fully aware of that policy context for some time, and having worked with Mr. Lee on the project, you know, I think he has comprehensively addressed that point in his evidence in relation to market demand for smaller size units, the physical constraints within the building itself, which ultimately resulted in a conclusion that the building needs to be in a single use. And I really, therefore, can't see that there's been any significant change in the local policy context since the 2016 and 19 committee reports, or that there's anything that our evidence doesn't address in relation to the adoption of the London plan and the relevant policies that officers have mentioned regarding small and medium-sized units.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's move on to loss of retail, please. Now, the statement of common ground includes the basic figures as to what's there now, what the net loss is, and a reference has been made to ground floor and first floor retail space, at least in the context of the scheme that's being proposed. Come on to. But in terms of what we're dealing with as far as loss is concerned, what do you say is the proper approach when one's looking at the basic floor space position?
Yeah, so so as clarified in the evidence, because I think that there was maybe some just very small inconsistencies on some of the measurements. I clarified in my evidence and confirmed this with the architects that the existing site contains 927 square meters of ground floor retail, and then there's a further 898 square meters of first floor back of house space. And I think what's important is that, to my knowledge, that the first floor of the existing retail has never been used or been made publicly accessible retail space. It's only ever been used as sort of storage space or back of house in relation to those retail units. And I think what's important to understand is that new retail space today, modern retail units, do not require anywhere near the level of back of house space that we currently have at the first floor level. This is due to the way that new retail deals with ordering stock and just-in-time sort of logistics and the way that now functions, and also in terms of back of house office. Modern retail units very much just need a small space at the back to probably locate a laptop in order to help run their business, etc. So there just isn't that demand for that level of back of house. And this aspect was specifically picked up in the committee report for the 2016 resolution to grant, which is CD17, and specifically there, the scheme, the 2016 scheme proposed, I think it was about 530 square meters of retail space, so a reduction. And I'd just like to add that that proposal was a linear approach, didn't have any public realm or any plaza, but but within that committee report, so it's CD17 paragraph 32 in particular, it highlights that whilst it says whilst there's a reduction in floor area, I think it talks about the inclusion of the first floor, which is currently used for storage and is not accessible by the public. It is not of concern to officers, so that they acknowledge that that first floor was only used for storage, and then go on to say that the provision of upgraded retail units with retail frontage was considered to maintain the retail frontage at ground level was considered to maintain the retail provision on the site and protect the vitality of the district centre. So that situation was acknowledged.
Sorry, I do apologise, Mr. Lyons, Mr. McCurry. Para 32 was the reference, was it?
I think so.
Because all the paragraphs, they have a number first.
Check that.
Bear with me. Sorry, I've got my CDs. It's not going to be CD1, so it's going to be CD71, isn't it? No. Apologies.
Because it's not CD17 you're after, is it?
No, you're right.
No. All right. Okay.
I apologise. Yes, it's 7-1.
See PDF page 21, ma'am.
It's not that paragraph either, so I've lost my thread. Oh, 32. Sorry, I had 30. Yes, sorry. So we're there. CD71, paragraph 32. Yeah, regarding whilst the floor area is reduced from the existing floor space, this is due to the inclusion of the first floor areas which are currently used for storage and are not accessible by the public, etc.
Okay.
Sorry,
So,
hopefully you found that.
drawing it all together then, Mr. McCurry, based on historical position with first floor and what the council has done previously, what in effect are we looking at as far as loss of retail space and in reality, please?
Sure. So in reality, there are 5 retail units located on the site of the Broadway, where 3 of those retail units are currently vacant.
Yeah. So as far as the floor space that we're losing,
yeah,
what's the figure we should realistically be looking at?
Yes. So from my perspective, yeah. Sorry, to clarify, I don't believe we should be focused on the loss of the first floor space. So the ground floor space is 927 square meters, and the proposal is providing 298 square meters. So it would be that difference.
Okay. In that context, then please can we just move on?
Yep.
And deal with the policy approach and how the council has treated the application of policy as far as retail funding is concerned in the past before, please.
Yeah. Okay. So I think as I about want to repeat, I've mentioned that policy T1 in the core strategy part G particularly highlights the need to strengthen vitality of the district centre, improve diversity of the shopping offer, importantly, enhance the attractiveness, and increase dwell times and spend. So there's that policy aspiration, and within that context, we presented in our pre-application stage. We presented a couple of options to officers. One option maintaining a linear approach to the retail, very similar to what's on site now, and the other option being the proposal in front of us with 2 commercial units wrapped around a public plaza. I've already referenced the pre-application response we received in April 2020, and that particularly highlighted that the inclusion of commercial around public realm would be seen as a real benefit to the area. So the design solution we have follows that aspiration within the policy and following consultation with officers, and it also proposes at ground floor level a very similar level of shopping frontage to what's there. It's obviously in a different shape. It's obviously wrapped around the plaza, but it's a very, very similar level of retail frontage. And I think that's important because when we look at DM13 in the local plan, no, apologise, just get my right reference, DM19, sorry, DM19 in relation to retail in the local plan. There's a specific.
Sorry, Mr. McCurry, can you give me a page reference?
Of course. Oh, sorry, Madam Secretary. So it's
CD54.
Yeah, page 164 on the actual document.
Which will be PDF page 172.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So hopefully you're at policy DM19, and part A talks about retaining shopping frontage in the district centre as designated on the LDF proposals map. And I'd just like to highlight that we added the relevant aspect of the proposals map to the core docs, which is CD504A. And that highlights that retained shopping frontages in the district centre predominantly for retail use. So they continue to provide locally accessible goods and services, at a scale which is suitable for the area. And then it says applications for the change of use that would threaten the predominance of A1 would be resisted. Now, there's a couple of things I'd like to highlight here. Firstly, I think that this policy, which is from 2012, is actually somewhat outdated in relation to the MPPF, in particular paragraph 86 of the MPPF, which promotes long-term vitality and viability by allowing town centres to grow and diversify. And the government have strengthened that position through the introduction of use class E recently. And I think it's important to understand that for me, the introduction of use class E does make it somewhat difficult for this policy to be considered fully up to date, because obviously the council can't fully impose restrictions on class A1 units now because they can move around within E-class without the need for permission. But however, if Madam Inspector was inclined to feel that this policy is actually up to date, I think from our perspective, we are still not contrary to this policy, because the modest reduction in ground floor retail floor space from the 927 square meters to roughly 300 square meters would not materially change the retail focus of the shopping frontages across the district centre as a whole. And we would predominantly, the district centre would predominantly still remain in class A1 use, which now is class E. And importantly, the proposals would replace these somewhat outdated retail units with more modern retail units which are flexible and could meet modern requirements, etc.
Just for your note, ma'am, CD548 as it was has now been turned into CD1011 as an inquiry document.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Okay. And referring back to the policy in T1 where it refers to dwell time and also the influence of housing on the district centre, Mr. McCurry. Is there anything else you want to say about the contribution that the scheme will deliver broadly beyond the retail units that are proposed?
Yeah, thank you. In particular, one thing that I think officers have missed from their analysis and kind of consideration in the application is the economic benefits statement that was submitted with our application. So there was a full economic statement submitted with the original application, and that sets out a number of benefits that coming out of the application. I think in particular and specifically to the retail element, it highlights that through the increase in population coming from the scheme, that the annual commercial expenditure from that population is in the region of £14 million. And I think it's important to understand that an element of that would be spent within the local Tolworth area, helping to support the general vitality and viability of the retail in the district centre.
Just for so and help the inspector with the references here.
Yeah.
CD111, paragraph 511, PDF page 33. Okay, so just to summarise your position then on retail before we go on to another topic, please, then, Mr. McCurry.
Sure. So, so in terms of retail, I think firstly I highlighted that I don't think the first floor space has ever been used. It's only ever been used for storage in the past, and it's no longer required in terms of modern retail provision. And the council accepted that position in its 2016 resolution to grant. We have a policy framework, a core strategy T1, which talks about diversifying the retail offer and improving dwell times in the district centre, improving the attractiveness of the area, etc., and helping spend as well. So the design solution we have addresses that policy requirement. It was also discussed and agreed with officers at pre-app stage in terms of the options presented, and the level of retail frontage we have proposed is very similar at ground level, is very similar to what is there at the moment, and any small reduction in retail floor space at ground level, in my view, would only be very modest and would not negatively affect the predominance of A1 retail or E-class units within the district centre as a whole, and that ultimately the provision of 499 new homes within the site would generate a level of expenditure which would help support the vitality of the district centre as a whole. So I think taking all those elements together, I think we have a good position against the requirements of policy T1 and policy DM13 in the core strategy.
Let's move on to affordable housing and viability, please. Now we know we've got Mr. Axdown to come after your evidence, so we don't need to anticipate matters that he's going to deal with. But from your perspective, please, can you summarise how you'd like the inspector to approach this issue as against the council's position, please?
Sure. Firstly, as I mentioned at the beginning, I think the significant planning history here is a real material consideration. I'd just like to quickly remind Madam Inspector that in the 2016 committee report, again, I think that one is CD71. When that considers affordable housing, particularly at paragraphs 89 to 92, officers conclude that the scheme had undergone a viability appraisal, and it was concluded that the scheme could not support any affordable housing whatsoever. So I think it's important to understand that background from 2016, and I find it very surprising, as I say, that Mr. Feltham had highlighted that there was no obvious challenges with this scheme when he understands that background, and it sort of shows to some extent some of the unrealistic expectations we've had from the council on this application when and a bit of a sort of lack of appreciation around that background. So therefore, we're in a viability tested position on our application, and that's very much the same position as the planning history shows on this scheme. I think the bit that I would like, when it comes to affordable housing, I think the bit that I would like to touch on primarily is talking about the policy emphasis that we need to consider here, because there are obviously various policies at play in relation to affordable housing, and in particular 3-bed provision and other requirements as well. So I think it's important to discuss the various allocations and policy objectives we have, identifying that there are physical complexities and challenges as well. And clearly within that, there needs to be a real balancing act across all of these areas. And I'd just like to touch on how I feel that should be best approached. So, I mean, I will return to the overall planning balance towards the end, but this just brings me to my point that I think, in particular, the inspector should consider the emphasis on policies, particularly, like I say, around affordable housing and 3-bed. I think Mr. Feltham specifically said that the affordable housing policy in the London Plan has recently moved from the maximum reasonable amount to the maximum amount of affordable housing. And he'd also made reference in his proof about 3-bed homes policy in the local plan, referring to that as being unviable, not less viable. So those were sort of policy references he made. And like I said, this is a key question in this appeal scheme regarding the priority that needs to be given to particular policies and the balance to be struck across these key matters. And I think in the context, for me, in the context of good planning, viability, and achieving the right balance across affordable 3-beds, amenity space, parking provision, and achieving mixed and inclusive communities is really important. And I just want to quickly emphasize that in considering the maximum level of affordable, there is a big emphasis in the London Plan around achieving mixed and inclusive communities, which is referenced in various policies in the London Plan, such as GG4 and SD1 on opportunity areas, and in the housing policies H4 and H6. And it seems clear to me that through policy and consultation on the scheme and taking on board the London Plan policies, that affordable housing is and I think London Plan states this, it says it's a key strategic issue under the affordable housing, and it is the key strategic issue. However, for me, the maximum level of affordable housing cannot come at the cost of all other aspects on the scheme. So I don't think we're in a position as planners to say you must maximise the affordable housing at the cost of delivering other aspects of the proposal, such as providing some 3-beds on a scheme and creating mixed and balanced communities across the proposals. So in that context, I'm firmly of the view that Mr. Ashdown will give his evidence regarding the viability mechanics, as it were, but I'm firmly of the view that we've demonstrated the maximum level of affordable housing and 3-bed provision across phases 1 and phase 2 in the appeal scheme in order to generate a mixed and inclusive community and provide the right level of amenity space, play space and parking provision. And this is all a very delicate balancing act. And in this instance, I believe we really have struck the right balance in the context of the viability appraisal work. Mr. Ashdown, just to talk about what he has, in terms of the levers and the way that these policies are being dealt with, he has looked at the implications of providing a policy compliant 3-bed provision. So we looked at what providing, I think it's 27.5% 3 beds would look like. It's at that figure because of the way the design was working out. And at that level, that produces 0 affordable housing and makes the scheme unviable. So in thinking about the priority regarding policies, my view is that it's not appropriate for the 3-bed policy to trump affordable housing, which as the London Plan says is the key strategic issue. So Mr. Ashdown looked at assessing different provision of 3 beds. He looked at 18% 3 beds, 12% 3 beds, and that obviously pushed the affordable housing up. And then we've got to where we've got to with just over 10% 3 beds, and we have 10%, just over 10% affordable housing and 6.8% 3 beds. And that, for me, is all about getting the balance right and pulling the levers well on these requirements. And I think affordable housing is the key matter, and we've got ourselves up to 10%, demonstrating the maximum provision, in addition to providing the number of 3 beds we are. Now, we could reduce the 3 beds down to 0 and push the affordable a bit further, but as I've said, I don't think that's good planning. That doesn't create mixed and inclusive communities. It doesn't provide a range of new homes. They are all objectives of the development plan. So I think this is a particularly important area, and I think in the context of the viability appraisal, we have got ourselves to just over 10% affordable housing with the level of 3 bed, and that is the right balance in this instance.
Thank you very much. And again, Mr. Ashdown will comment a little bit more on viability. As far as the actual proposal for 50 affordable homes is concerned, can you indicate your view as to the way that is proposed as part of the scheme, please, in terms of split and so on?
Sure. So in modelling affordable housing, I've obviously advised that the policy requirement regarding tenure split is 70% towards low cost rent and 30% towards intermediate products. So we have, within our 50 affordable homes, we have 68% London affordable rent, and we have 32% shared ownership, which is very much broadly in line with the council's policy for a 70-30 split. And what is particularly key on this matter is that this provision of affordable homes is deliverable. And to ensure this, the scheme includes 28 affordable homes in T1, and that's 56% of the affordable offer, and then 22 affordable homes, the remaining 44% in phase 2, T2 and T3. And as part of our proposal through the unilateral undertaking, we would propose an occupation restriction on the private homes in each of the phases. So, i.e., the private homes in T1 would not be occupied until the affordable housing has been delivered in T1, and the same mechanism in phase 2. And for me, this, having worked on many schemes in London, this is a very normal approach to securing the delivery of affordable housing. And and is the right sort of restrictive obligation in order to deliver that public benefit across the various phases. I think it's important that I highlight here that I understand that the council's position might be that the scheme could provide additional affordable housing if all of the affordable was pushed into Tower 3, T3 as it's known. And I believe there's also a suggestion that the council might put forward an obligation requiring the developer to then build out the whole scheme. And I understand these are potential suggestions. I don't think we've had anything concrete on this from the council in relation to the 106 discussions, but I am aware, obviously, as a planner, that there are potential legal issues with such an obligation, which is something that could be picked up later in closing submission, potentially. And that obviously any obligation to build out the scheme is also something which would not necessarily be acceptable to the appellant, because obviously that creates very much a high level of risk associated with building and not being able to sell or occupy any homes on the site until the final building has been completed, and that obviously creates risk and concern in terms of the market conditions, etc. However, along with the proposed sort of phased occupation triggers that we're putting into the unilateral undertaking, I think it's important to highlight that the appellant is incentivized to build out the entire scheme, fundamentally because they are the landowner here, right? They're not buying the site. They are the landowner. They acquired it, and they own the whole estate. So everything there, and they've been working very hard to tidy this estate up, to rationalize it, and to bring it all together into a new modern development, which maintains those existing users. And I think they are very much incentivized to bring this all forward and see the regeneration benefits that can come out of it.
Okay, so again, just drawing this topic to a close, how do you say the inspector should deal with policy in the London Plan regarding maximum affordable housing provision? Yeah,
I think my main message here is, as I was highlighting earlier, that when you look at I think it's policy H5 in the London Plan, which references the maximum affordable housing provision, I really don't feel that policy should be, that aspect of the policy can be read in isolation of all other requirements of the development plan. As I said, Mr. Ashdown has taken time in his proof to specifically demonstrate what happens when you move the viability levers in terms of affordable housing and 3-bed provision. While it's true, and I will come on to this in my summary, it's true to recognise that we may not be fully compliant in some policy areas, and I will address this as we go forward. The question is whether the right balance across the various matters has been achieved. And as I've tried to emphasise, the consultant team have gone to great lengths to look at all the options, understanding the implications, pursuing different approaches and the impacts on parking, play space, etc., and what it does when you move the 3-bed and affordable around. And I think it's important that that the maximum amount of affordable housing policy is just not seen in isolation and is balanced against particularly the need to drive mixed and inclusive communities.
Okay, so thank you for that. Let's move on to 3-bed homes issue. They've already touched upon this in the context of affordable housing, but we know policy requires 30% 3-bed subject to suitability and viability. Just explain to the inspector, taking those in turn, please. Deal with suitability first and then turn to viability, how this policy should be applied.
Sure. Yeah, so we're talking here about policy DM13 in the core strategy. which if anybody wants it, it's page 149 hard copy. And that policy highlights that the development proposals should provide a mix of unit sizes and types, and provide 30% of dwellings as 3-bed or more, unless it can be robustly demonstrated that this would be unsuitable or unviable. So in terms of the unsuitability part of this policy, I think I've just got a few things to say. One is that policy T1, and I highlighted this at the beginning, talks about providing a range of homes in the Tolworth key area of change, with including family housing with gardens outside the district centre and higher density flats within the district centre. So there's a objective there regarding Tolworth in general. And then when it comes to the very specific site constraints here, we've got a number that I think we need that are material to considering how this policy can be applied. We've got the conversion nature of the existing tower, and difficulties relating to structural grid and then stacking of units, and the inability to include balconies on the tower itself. That presents a constraint regarding the mix of homes and the way that's designed. We've got parking arrangements on the site are complicated, and there are a number of users with M&S and the hotel, etc. So, for me, a large proportion of 3-beds in a town centre would drive a greater parking demand. Potentially, we are located in the district centre, as I said, which requires policies require high density flatted development, and I think it's fair to say that the increase in 3-bed provision may also create a higher demand for amenity space across the site, and putting pressure on that aspect as well. So in terms of suitability, I did want to quickly reference the 2016 committee report again. So the previous site-wide application and the 2016 report, CD71, talks about the 3-bed homes and suitability in Tolworth at paragraphs 79 and 80. I think it's worth just maybe pulling those out if we can. So CD71, paragraph 79, it talks about policy T1F, which I've already mentioned, reflects, sorry.
That's PDF, page 29.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you summarize?
Yeah, so policy T1F reflects the difficulties in providing family accommodation with gardens in more highly developed areas, and acknowledging that flatted accommodation will be the main type of provision within the district centre. In this context, this policy needs to be taken into consideration with policy DM13 requirement for 30% 3-beds. It is therefore considered that DM13 needs to be applied with some flexibility in these circumstances. The local context surrounding the proposal site is large swathes of family accommodation that would be complemented by the type of high density flats to be provided on this scheme. And so it was therefore considered that whilst the 30% required by policy 13 is not achieved, the location of the development within a district centre and the surrounding provision of larger family homes mean this development would still achieve a housing mix in the area, which is the overall aim of the policy. It is therefore considered that a higher proportion of 3-bed homes units would be unsuitable, and therefore the application is in accordance with DM13. So that was the council's position on the 2016 site-wide application regarding 3-beds and suitability. I'd also like to very quickly reference another application that Kingston has considered that just bears some relevance to this. This, hopefully I've got this right, is the CD76. It's a committee report on an application at Blagden Road in New Malden District Centre. And that was for the erection of 91 new residential units. The application proposed 20% provision of 3-bed homes, and the council accepted the under provision, noting the unsuitability of the site. And the committee report highlighted that given the location within Malden district centre in close proximity to the train station, it was much better suited to a flatted development with a high proportion of 1 and 2 bed dwellings rather than 3-bed homes. And it talked about that those actually seeking 3-bed properties are more likely to try and purchase a 3-bed home with a garden than they are to purchase a 3-bed flat. So this position that we have on Tolworth historically is something that has been accepted on another site in a district centre elsewhere in the borough regarding suitability. So I would just contend that due to the relevant policy references I've said, the site constraints we have, and the previous acknowledgement by officers on this site and on a similar application in the borough, that our site is not suitable to provide 30% 3-bed homes.
Thank you. Let's turn to viability next, please.
Yeah, so obviously the second part of the policy is suitable or unviable. So importantly, as I've mentioned already, actually quite a bit on the affordable housing around the different policy levers in considering the implications of 3 beds against affordable housing. Mr. Ashdown in his evidence has appraised the different implications, and that for me has showed that we've had the maximum provision of affordable housing, including 6.8% 3-bed homes, which is 34 in numbers. So it's 34 3-bed homes, and that the exercise that he's undertaken clearly shows that. And I've already touched on that. And I think that the element I wanted to flag in particular was again a reference to the 2019 committee report on the site, which is CD 72. And at CD 72, paragraph 26 considers 3-bed provision on the 2019 resolution to grant scheme.
Yeah, PDF page 19.
Thank you. So yeah, paragraph 26 says that officers have assessed all the evidence information submitted by the applicant, and it's concluded that the appellant on this instance failed to make a compelling case that the site or development is unsuitable to deliver an increase in 3 beds, despite what was said in 2016. However, it's concluded that they have made a compelling case based on viability grounds, as such included development according to policy DM13. So myself and Mr. Ashdown were the consultants involved in that application, and we very much followed a process with officers considering the implications of 3 beds and the impacts that had on affordable housing provision. And officers were happy with the process we went through, and we have gone through the same process in this instance on this appeal site. And as I've said, I think we've struck the right balance regarding affordable and 2-bed provision. Just to add, we don't necessarily need to go there completely, but there is another application in the borough, which is at Kingston Road in New Malden. And the committee report for that one is CD 77. And that committee report also considers a scheme for 297 homes in a district centre. And it considered the 3-bed provision on viability grounds, and followed the same process that we have. And that committee report highlighted that the applicant had submitted a viability assessment testing the scenarios comprising an increase of 3-bed units, and it was shown that it would generate a significant deficit and would render the scheme unviable, as it were. So if the 3-bed provision on that scheme was increased from 20, I think on that one again, it's around the 20% mark. So it's the same process that we followed on from the previous resolution to grant, and a similar process has been followed by officers on other applications in the borough.
Okay. Now, Is there anything else you want to say on viability?
No, I think finally, for me to conclude, for me on 3 beds, I think I'd just like to say briefly that I know the policies around 3 beds, but I think it's important that in the context of policy T1 on the core strategy relating to town centre, including high density flat development, I think it's worth highlighting that the scheme does propose 28% of the homes are 2-bed, 4-person or 3-bed, or 3-bed provision. So they are the larger sized homes, that can provide for a range of family types, including either young families or downsizers, etc. So I think it's just important to acknowledge that, and at the level of 2- and 3-bed homes across the entire scheme is at 44%. And then finally on this, I did want to just highlight that the 3-bed provision we have on the site within the affordable housing tenure, the London affordable rent in particular, just over 20% of those are 3-bed provision, and then we have 6% provision within the private homes. So again, when it comes to considering the right balance in terms of where things are going, we have put the majority of the 3-bed provision into the London affordable rent.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm aware it's 1:15. We still have a few of the discrete topics to go, and before I can ask Mr. McCurry to draw his overall conclusions on the planning balance. I'm happy to go on until he finishes. I don't anticipate being too much longer, but I just thought I would check with you that would be appropriate.
No, that's fine. I'm content for you to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we turn to amenity and play space then, please? Now, Mr. Price has already provided evidence on this, and we've looked at the residential standards guidance in CD 516 as an outcome to the policy position in the core strategy. Can you just explain to the inspector how you've approached the question of amenity and play space, please, in the policy context? Sure.
So, as you say, the policy context being the council's residential standards and their guidance 13, which talks about achieving their amenity space standards unless it would be at odds with the prevailing physical context or the local character. And it says, I think it says, e.g., a town centre. So there's that qualification in the policy. And I think to try and move forward quickly, I think we also talked about the policy context in relation to the mayor's SPG on play space, and that allows for multifunctional space to come forward. I think that talks about where there are large residential schemes, the possibility of creating multifunctional space should be specifically addressed when you take into account the surrounding local context. And obviously we are in a district centre here. So, and then we obviously have certain constraints as well. We can't put balconies on the tower. We are in a district centre, so the ground floor is constrained in terms of what we can do for private amenity. That's very much public area. So we are left with the podium deck in terms of providing outdoor amenity, and the buildings themselves as well, in terms of being able to provide some element of amenity space. I think in terms of policy context, it's important to identify that the core strategy is 2012 and the residential SPD is 2013, and those documents don't make any specific reference to the London Plan space standards or kind of attempt to properly clarify how private amenity, communal space and play space all function together on any given development proposal. And the council's policies, for me, are relatively silent on play space provision. And Mr. Feltham highlighted that the council rely on the London Plan for this aspect. And I would just like to point out that since the core strategy has been adopted, the London plan has moved forward in terms of its production, and we have a new plan. But importantly, the GLA's place space calculator has been updated and changed since the core strategy has been adopted. And that place space calculator, which was last updated in October 2019, now requires more play space provision than the old calculator did, a few years beforehand. So we've kind of find ourselves in a position where the London plan has been moving the sort of play space requirements, I would obviously suggest that the GLA in the London plan has addressed the balance in their policies between private amenity provision and play space provision. But however, the core strategy is somewhat out of date from my perspective in relation to not dealing with those three aspects particularly well, or dealing with the shift in strategic London-wide policy on increased play space provision. And I think when it comes to the actual calculations that we have, Mr. Price obviously went through those in detail. I think I'd just like to highlight that in the Statement of Common Ground, we've got in the region of 4,200 square meters required under GLA policy and about 6,700 square meters required under local policy. And that gap of 2,500 square meters, for me, just does go to demonstrate that the local standards here do not properly address the implications of private space, communal space, and play space implications across all three. There's a bit of a tussle there. So, and like I've already highlighted, we are in a constrained area and a district centre. So, in that instance, the Residential Standards Guidance SPD 13 says that we don't necessarily have to meet the full standards if it would be at odds with the prevailing physical context. And the SPD from the Mayor on play space talks about multifunctional space. So I have set out in my proof at paragraphs 3.107 and 3.112, I have talked about how I believe when you look at the overlapping functionality that is presented, we are about 1,000 square meters short of Kingston's policy requirement. But however, if you take into account the internal amenity space proposed in T1 as well, that would reduce our shortfall to about 500 square meters against the local policy, which in the context that we're in, and given the qualifications I've said, I think it could very much be seen to be justified. And I'd just like to quickly highlight that in the 2019 resolution to grant, we proposed internal amenity space within the building as well as external, and that was fully accepted by officers at that time as well. So that was some sort of provision that was considered acceptable.
Okay. Now, we've heard evidence on issues such as daylight and sunlight, as well as Mr. Price's evidence on wind and so on. Is there anything you want to say about those other topics, or leave it to the witnesses that have been called already?
I don't think I need to actually add anything further on those ones.
As far as energy overheating and urban greening factors concerned, we've heard extensively from Mr. Stanley. Again, is there anything you need to add to his evidence, or as far as policy is concerned, you tend to leave matters as they are, and will be developed in sufficient as they've indicated anyway?
Yeah, I think, as you said, we've heard extensively on energy, and I think it would be right just to leave that to that element. I mean, the only thing I would like to probably highlight is just quickly on urban greening factors. It's something that I didn't want to miss, is that the GLA policy on that has a recommendation of 0.4 as a score, and I just would like to emphasise that obviously, as the authors of that policy, it was very much the case that officers at Kingston had deferred to the GLA on this matter, and the GLA had confirmed in their reports that they were content with things. And I think importantly, Mr. Price and others on the consultant team have looked at all the options to maximise the urban greening factor in the context of this site and the constraints, and that has been maximised as much as possible.
Now, before we just go on to scheme benefits and the planning balance that we deal with, we have heard from third parties at the beginning of the inquiry. I just wanted to check with you whether there's anything you wanted to respond to. As I said, when they gave their evidence, that I may ask you to deal with matters that have been raised by them. Having read through their statements, are there any matters you'd like to address? I know the issue of community engagement and consultation was raised, as well as matters relating to density. I think, could you just cover those, please?
Sure. So, yeah, quickly on third-party comments. I'm aware that there was one of the third parties that highlighted that there wasn't sufficient community engagement or they hadn't been contacted. So I just wanted to emphasise that there is a statement of community engagement submitted with the application, which does set out fully what was undertaken. And just very quickly, obviously in the light of social distancing measures, we undertook public engagement via the online platforms back in May, June 2020. Where we undertook a webinar, we presented the scheme proposals, and importantly, they were advertised through flyers to well over 3,000 homes and businesses in the local area, and we had and other forms of adverts as well. And we had 54 residents attend that webinar session, and we actually ran a polling session there around the different options on the retail area. So this whole concept around public plaza or not. So we had that consultation event. We also then had a website set up, and that included about 240 people, I think, accessed that, and we had various feedback forms, etc. And I think we then had another consultation session in January 21 following the submission of the application. And I think the third party that specifically mentioned this might have been Councillor Dunstan, and I think it's just important to recognise that we have on record that she had registered for the consultation event that was actually publicised, and so we were of the view that consultation was undertaken, and the third parties were very much aware of those events.
Okay, on density briefly.
Yeah, so just quickly on density, I think it might have been Mrs. Walker that mentioned that the scheme was over dense and stuff. It's just something I wanted to pick up on briefly. In the adopted London plan, there is now, no longer any density matrix per se. So we're not actually in a position where any proposal can be considered to be over a specific number in terms of being considered over dense. The policy does say that where schemes are over 350 dwellings per hectare, you need to undertake a design review process. And I just want to quickly emphasise that we did that. We agreed that with officers and went to Design South East. We undertook that process, and we also went down a design-led approach in that we had meetings with officers and the design officers and discussed the various matters and options on the site. So I feel that from a density perspective, we have followed the due process set out in policy regarding design-led approach and design review process.
Okay, thank you. Can we just wrap up then, please, dealing with scheme benefits and the planning balance, please, and regeneration as part of that. Can you just summarise then for the inspector, please, how you would ask her to deal with regeneration benefits and the planning balance overall, please? Sure.
So from talking about the benefits coming out of the scheme, I can obviously just mention that I obviously give a full list of these at paragraph 4.55 in my proof. So there is obviously a full list there, and I won't regurgitate all of those. I think the point I would like to start with is that we have the Tolworth regeneration strategy from 2010. So, we have a long-standing regeneration objective in this location, and the vision and strategy within that document highlights that there are two sites in particular, the Tolworth Tower complex and the government office site, which is the Hook Rise scheme, have the potential to make a significant contribution to the regeneration enhancement of Tolworth. And I think that's that is the evidence base to policy T1, which I've referenced at various times in terms of aspirations. Obviously, we are in what I believe we are in an adopted opportunity area. As I've mentioned, we're in the key area of change for the core strategy. The draft local plan coming forward talks about the need for a step change in housing delivery. The key area of change also highlights we're in a housing opportunity area. And I think in terms of local regeneration in Tolworth at the moment, so far we've seen the Lidl headquarters office come forward. There's also a Premier Inn hotel down Kingston Road. And there's been some mention of the Hook Rise scheme to the south. And I would just like to emphasise that at this point in time, there is a permission on that, but there is only, it's a hybrid permission. There's only a detailed consent for 211 homes, and they've only just started enabling works on the site. So all we have at the moment in Tolworth, in terms of these major sites, is 211 homes approved, which I might contend isn't quite the step change that needs to happen in terms of looking back at Kingston's housing delivery. So I think there is a real need to push forward with regeneration in this area, in that policy context, and the situation on the ground helps demonstrate that. Also, when it comes to the benefits, the one thing I mentioned earlier is I don't think the council have acknowledged the economic benefits statement submitted with the application at all. I don't think it's particularly mentioned at all in their analysis around the planning balance. And there's just a few things in the economic benefits statement that I might just pull out. There's obviously the level of jobs that would be achieved during construction stages, which, there's various numbers in this report, but you're looking at well over 300 jobs per month on site during construction phase. And then when it's completed, we're looking at about 860 odd new people in Tolworth that have the ability to, we have employment coming out of those people, but we have the annual expenditure that I talked about coming from those people, which would help support the vitality and viability of the town centre. Along with job generation as well, I just want to highlight the economic benefits statement talks about the job generation coming out of the retail units and the future maintenance and management of the actual scheme itself, which the report shows that's between about 75 to up to about 95 jobs overall. So there is generation there. So I don't feel that there's been enough weight attached to the economic benefits. That's something I wanted to flag. And then also when it comes to benefits, I wanted to mention that the officer's report, delegated report, talks about the scale and massing of the proposed scheme in the context of, I think, policy D9 in the London plan on tall buildings, but it makes no real reference at all to the architectural aspects of the proposals. And I wanted to highlight that in the 2019 resolution to grant scheme on the tower, the conversion of the office to residential, the committee report for that one, which is CD72, and we don't necessarily have to go there, but paragraph 54 talks about that the overall scheme it positively modernizes this current underutilized landmark building. And it goes on to talk about how it's been done in preserving the building and preserving its architectural integrity, etc., etc. So it talks about the the good quality architectural proposals for the tower, like I say, which are seen as a landmark building. That design quality is not identified in the officer's report particularly, or put into the planning balance from my perspective. So to sum up, just conscious of time, I am now probably on my final stretch in terms of wanting to talk about the planning balance, if that's okay. Like I've said, the officer's report specifically talks about the tilted balance. I think I've got it here as a paragraph 213 of the officer's report, which is CD 64. It talks about the tilted balance, and they only, from my perspective, they only consider that the 499 homes is the only benefit on this scheme, and they've not acknowledged any other benefits, like I just said, regarding economic benefits, architectural improvement, and obviously there are other benefits that I've identified in paragraph 455 of my proof. So I think just to add to this as well, we are in the tilted balance. We know what the council's 5-year housing supply position is, and I would just like to kind of highlight against that element that if permission was granted at the end of, say, this year, I just wanted to flag that in terms of delivery of homes, and this has been modelled in the viability appraisal, we'd be looking at 261 homes being delivered in T1 with 28 affordable within 2.5 years being available. And then T3, which has the remaining affordable homes, so there's 102 homes with 22 affordable, they would be available within 4.5 years of permission being granted if achieved at the end of this year. And I think that delivery side of the new homes and affordable is important against the council's housing delivery. So to kind of finish off, Mr. Feltham had highlighted that we've knocked off a few issues when it comes to the original decision notice, and we are now left with a number of impacts, and he'd identified those impacts. And I would just like to quickly sum up and say that I acknowledge that in relation to tall buildings, I think Mr. Feltham has said we don't technically comply with policy D9B of the London Plan in relation to the location of tall buildings, but that is due to the fact that the council have not progressed their own tall building strategy in relation to that policy context. But the GLA themselves were comfortable with our proposals in terms of the scale and massing of the buildings and any impact on townscape. And we provided a detailed assessments against the other aspects of that policy as required by the GLA. But I do acknowledge that there may be some policy sort of non-compliance there in relation to D98. We've talked about office and retail, and I do understand that it could be considered that there'd be some policy that could be considered by inspector that there might be a policy conflict in relation to DM 17 on employment, as I've said, in relation to the Montagu Evans report and the potential short-term demand for office. But however, as I've said, I'm of the view that there is sufficient policy context and evidence provided to show that any loss of short-term office demand is justified in the context of those other policy objectives in the plan to provide new housing and regeneration, as well as the available office supply in the area. I'd also talked about the loss of retail and put forward my reasons for why I feel we actually comply with the policy and the background around all of that, in terms of the retail offer being very similar in terms of ground floor frontage, and that we wouldn't have a negative impact on the sort of predominance of A1 space, which is now considered Class E across the district centre as a whole. So I actually believe that we have followed the relevant policy requirements and mechanisms and presented the right evidence to justify compliance with policies DM DM17 and DM19 in relation to the loss of employment and retail.
I think in terms of affordable and free bed and amenity space, a way of sort of summary, given we've covered this already.
Yeah.
Do you consider that there's any policy conflict on any of these?
No,
matters?
I think to sum up, I think we followed the correct policy mechanisms regarding affordable housing and 3-bed provision, demonstrating the maximum provision. I believe when it comes to amenity space, we have followed again we meet the relevant policy qualifications in terms of guidance 13 in the SPD and the Mayor's SPG, which I've mentioned. So the only one that I would potentially reference is that I acknowledge under urban greening factor, we don't necessarily hit the policy recommendation of 0.4. But again, I feel that there are mitigating factors and site considerations that justify that.
Okay, so throwing it all together, bearing in mind we're in tilted balance, what would your recommendation to the inspector be, please?
Yeah, so overall, just summarising those bits, I would conclude to Madam Inspector that there could be considered a degree of policy conflict in relation to DM17 on office demand, as I've mentioned. I think that tall buildings, policy D9B of the London Plan, we don't strictly comply with that. And again, in urban greening factor, it could be seen that there is a slight non-compliance on that policy as well, notwithstanding the, like I said, the mitigating factors I've mentioned. So for me to finish, when you consider paragraph 11D of the NPPF and the tilted balance, I would just emphasise that it states that the impacts from the scheme have to outweigh the benefits, and as such, I would conclude that in this instance, the substantial regeneration and the variety of public benefits that are coming out of this proposal, would not be outweighed by any degree of policy conflict on either office loss, tall buildings, or urban greening factor. And like I've said, all other matters, I believe we comply with the policy, or there's been sufficient evidence to justify the approach in line with the relevant mechanisms in that policy.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McCurry. That's your evidence in chief.
Thank you. Can I now take an hour's break, please? So if we can be back for, well, it's 1:42, so if we can be back for 2:42, please. I'm going to be strict on the hour because I have something I need to do. We'll adjourn for now. So
Could I just raise one point, Madam, before you do? It's my usual question, particularly to a witness who said he's reading from notes, as I think Mr. McCurry did at one point. We could see him. Are they notes that he could provide to me? I mean, again, I did my best. He was going very fast. So I'll ask it of my learned friend, Mr. McCurry.
I do not have notes. I have where I've referenced quotes from certain CD points. I've just pulled those quotes out, so they were available. More than, I don't have notes in particular that I can share.
I don't think I misheard you say something about your notes, did I?
Well, naturally, I've got some notes that are pointing me to my CD references, which really weren't that good because I got my CDs a bit mixed up.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll just have to obviously work with what I've got. Madam, I should say, I know we've got to be done by 6. To achieve that, I am going to have to cut a lot of corners and leave lots for submissions.
Well, this was what I was going to raise now, actually, before we stop for lunch, is the issue of, are we going to be able to get to, I know Mr. McCurry is not available tomorrow, but are you able to undertake an appropriate or reasonable cross-examination within the time allocated? I certainly I'm not going beyond 6 p.m.
No. I'll keel over anyway. No one.
I think we'll all keel over, to be fair, but and I am aware, I really don't want, I know that Mr. McCurry is trying to focus on the policy context, but I really don't want repetition. I heard in the evidence in chief, there was an element of repetition there of aspects that I've heard before. And I really don't want to go over those aspects again, because it's a complete waste. And I'm to be fair, I'm going to get bored, and you don't want me to get bored, because that doesn't help either case. Yeah, I get bored quite easily. So if you can keep it to them, and obviously, Mr. Benton, what questions you want to ask. I have no idea what elements you're going to pull out, but I don't want to go over other witnesses' previous evidence, because that's not going, unless there's a conflict that you need to highlight or something. I don't know.
Well,
are you going to be able to finish, is what I'm going to say, and give Mr. Linus sufficient time to do re-examination, because that's the concern, isn't it?
Well,
I know we had that issue with the last witness.
My part, I think with this witness, I think I've said this to Mr. Burton before, when it comes down to policy and there might be questions, interpretation, application, a lot of this is inevitably a matter for submissions in any event. So re-examination obviously may be necessary to some extent, but again, this is a matter where if I need to load matters into the submissions, I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Linus.
And obviously, madam, from my perspective, whilst I might, had there been time, have wanted to explore certain points with Mr. McCurry that can also be dealt with in submissions, I'll just have to leave them for submissions, because we won't get done. And I'm sure we'll be sensible about that. So I'm sure I can do,
I appreciate that,
something of a cross-examination, but it wouldn't be the cross-examination that I would do if we didn't have to finish, because we're going to be back at 2:42. So we're not actually going to be looking at, got an afternoon break, some re-examination time. I'm not even going to have 3 hours, am I? Realistically,
no.
Okay, well, it is what it is.
Okay, well, an alternative is that the witness is brought back at a later time, but I know that nobody wants that, so it's down, you're the ones who gave me the estimated timings. And it hasn't quite worked out like that, has it?
It rarely does.
On both sides, it rarely does. It rarely does. I admit that, but I've never quite had one that's gone quite out of sync, but not quite to this extent. But I understand the reasonings why and accept that. But it's as I said, it really is what I don't want either party to feel that they've been shortchanged in any way. You need to get across the points that you need to get across, but in the most succinct way to myself. But obviously I have read the evidence. So if you are content, Mr. Burton, then obviously we will, you can get through the cross-examination this afternoon, fine. But if you find that actually you are struggling, then you need to let myself and Mr. Linus know.
I will, madam. I will. Well, we'll have to see how we go. I'm sure Mr. McCurry and I will get on like a house on fire, and all will be well. Famous last words.
Indeed.
Okay, on that basis, then, can we please stop for lunch? It's actually gone beyond now, and so can we be back at 2:45, please? So I'll adjourn for now. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I shall resume. Mr. Burton, are you content to start cross-examination and finish cross-examination today?
I'm certainly content to start, madam. We'll just have to see how Mr. McCurry and I get on.
I suppose what I would be concerned about is then it could mean, if there is a break, it could mean a significant time where the witness would not be able to talk to anybody about the case. And I don't know whether that would impede his other work or existing work priorities, etc.
All I can say, madam, is that I believe we can get done, but I can't, you'll understand why. I can't say absolutely we can get done, because I haven't even started interacting with this witness yet in question.
I
don't
understand
even have a
that.
gauge, I'm
I
afraid.
understand that.
And I absolutely appreciate you rightly raised the potential issue, madam.
Okay. Well, let's get started and then
yeah.
Cross fingers.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, Mr. McCurry. I know we'll go at a clip. So first of all, Mr. McCurry, you know I'm going to ask you this question about the split of your work. What is it, please?
So I am a planning consultant, and while the majority of my work is with private developers, it's fair to say I do have some instructions directly by councils. Just to highlight that I have had instructions by Kingston Council previously on projects of their own. I'm also just quickly engaged in lots of JV projects where, you know, the client is the council and a private developer. In fact, the majority of my projects are JV.
Yeah. So, and as you know, I asked I should ask a question in terms of developers, which include local authorities being developers on the one hand, and local planning authorities being local planning authorities on the other. So is it heavily developers, including local authorities being developers? Yes. Yeah, that's fine. Now, just so I'm clear about your involvement, my learned friend, I think, was looking at paragraph 1.4 in your proof, and I thought that I thought he said it says you acted as an agent. It actually says Barton Wilmore, but doesn't matter. Was that you?
Yes, I can clarify. It was me that was lead.
Yeah, that was what I understood. Okay, now. As with the other witnesses, I'll try to give you subheadings. Obviously, it's for your benefit, or most importantly for Madam Inspector's benefit as well. Not a criticism of you, Mr. McCurry. Something goes really badly wrong with your paragraph numbering in your long section 3. You may have not noticed it seems to restart. So I'm trying to be very careful to give electronic page numbers. I hope that doesn't slow us up. Now, important scene setting in terms of what I need to cover with you. Your proof in section 1, paragraphs 1.6 and 1.7. So this is electronic page 5. Quite important for understanding how your evidence fits into the scheme of things. Obviously, we've heard a lot from other witnesses already. Okay, so you tell us at 1.6, first, you deal with factual matters relevant to the scheme. I've got a few questions about those, but not many given the time. I've got to cut my cloth. So you tell us you set out what you regard as the main considerations for the appeal, and you review and respond to third parties, and then you give your overall assessment. Okay. Now, so I've got it right, Mr. McCurry. In terms of those main considerations, that is your section 3, isn't it? Have I got that right? You start off in section 3 with 28 paragraphs on development plan policy and the MPF. Then we've got some quotes from the GLA and the officer report, then the key public benefits, and then you get into the key planning matters, which are essentially the inquiry issues.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
brilliant. That's good. That's helpful. Now, your paragraph 1.7, you say that you deal with general planning matters. You explain how each reason for refusal is being dealt with, and you specifically address loss of office and retail, 3-bed, and amenity space, and then you say you supplement and cross-refer to, then this long list of witnesses, overleaf, most of whom, of course, the inquiry's already heard from. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm taking it, should not be controversial, that from what you've said there and from what you said in your oral evidence in chief, you accept the evidence that all of those other witnesses have already given. You don't seek to depart from that evidence. You put yourself on top of them in terms of a stack of evidence. Have I got that right?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Good. Okay. No. So obviously, what I don't want to do is go over ground that I've already covered with other witnesses, and I'm sure you won't be disappointed to hear that. So it does follow, of course, though, because of the way this structure works, you at the top of the stack, drawing on those others underneath you, that if, hypothetically, if Madam Inspector finds that what you in your proof, evidence in chief, have relied on another witness for doesn't in fact stack up, that is going to affect the foundation for your evidence as a matter of principle, correct?
I think my view on that is clearly I deal with the policy requirements and actually, guide the consultant team and the other witnesses on the policies they need to address. When it comes to technical elements, I clearly do defer to them. That makes sense?
Well,
if you want to talk about a specific matter, I will have an opinion on the policy requirements, and I won't just defer to that person, but I will defer to them on their technical aspiration.
Yeah, I understand that, but obviously we've already agreed that you accept the evidence that these witnesses have already given, and you are aware we've spent a lot of time talking about policy with witnesses already.
Yep.
Okay, good. Now, I mean, obviously, just to now come back to the question I asked you a moment ago before, in terms of what this means, just in practical terms, if we go to your list of key public benefits, which in fact I think appears twice, we've got it at electronic page 24, haven't we, at paragraph 3.35, and then you've got it again at the very end of your proof. But again, no trick questions, Mr. McCurry. It looked to me like we've got the same list. Maybe I've missed a word, I don't know, but the same list at paragraph 4.55 and at 3.35. Do you see what I mean?
Okay. 3.35.
Yeah, so it's page 20, electronic 24, 3.35. I mean, things are in a different order, but it looked to me like it's.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, keep open whatever one you want. Just in terms of the way this works in practice, though, so in terms of these key public benefits, obviously, if the inspector, for example, finds against you, I know you don't accept it, but if she finds against you on inquiry issue 2 concerning loss of office space, so the first limb of it, then the first bullet at 3.35, which is as a P public benefit, redevelopment of vacant office space, an underutilized non-negotiable employment site, you'd have to adjust the bullet, wouldn't you, to reflect that finding? Do you see what I mean? If that was the conclusion, the bullet would need to be adjusted.
Well, if the inspector doesn't accept that bullet point, it's not accepted, that's not to say that I don't consider that is a benefit in the context of the policy aspirations.
No,
I might not remove that. It might still be my view.
Of course. Let me put it this way. Imagine a world in which you're coming back to the site, hypothetically, after Madam Inspector's written a decision in which she's found for the council on issue 2. You'd have to recast the bullet. Do you see what I mean? It would no longer be a key public benefit. You'd have to say something different. I don't know what you'd say. That's the only point I'm making.
You're just making the point that the inspector might remove that from the benefits list if she's inclined to do so. Yeah. Okay.
Fine. Now, next heading, having I hope just clear the ground in terms of where your evidence sits in and how it all works. Policies and designations particular to this site. Can we may not even need to take it up. Tell me if we do. I'm asking you about policy DM17 in the core strategy and whether we actually agree, and certainly Mr. Lee did, but the site's in B because it's in the district centre, so it's protected under B, but also the site is individually marked on figure 21 in the core strategy, which if you need a reference is electronic page 163. So it's in E as well.
I apologise, Mr. Burton. I'm just having some connection issues at this end. You just, unfortunately, it might be us. It's not quite came through very clearly then.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Great. Okay.
I can.
Do you accept that not only is the appeal site within the B part of the policy protection because it's in the district centre, but it is also specifically marked on figure 21, which if you need a reference is electronic page 163. So it's in E, the E part as well.
Yeah, so I accept that, yep, policy DM17B is relevant in Tolworth District Centre, and I accept that figure 21 highlights Tolworth District Centre. Yeah.
No, that's not what I'm asking. The appeal side. I mean, I need to check this with you, Mr. McCurry, because you are the planning witness. It has been accepted by Mr. Lee, your employment witness, but I need to check it with you. Figure 21 shows this specific, not just the district centre, it shows Tolworth Tower. Were you aware of that?
So I am aware of figure 21. Mm-hmm. I cannot see from figure 21 exactly which dot mark on that image represents Tolworth Tower complex.
So were you unaware that Tolworth Tower is specifically marked? Because this may be an important point, actually.
So I am aware that DM17 allocates the broad location shown in Tolworth on 21, and there is a series of blue dots. I accept that those blue dots, one of them could represent Tolworth Tower complex.
Right. Okay.
So I acknowledge that, but there isn't a number against the dot that says that is this site.
Okay. Well, I think I'm probably actually going to be able to pick this up in submissions, actually, Mr. McCurry, given the time. But what I'm taking for this is that you were in fact not aware of that. Okay. So
I didn't say I wasn't aware. I've said I'm aware of the blue dots. I'm aware of figure 21, but I'm not aware that anything on that figure specifically. I mean, there are numbers on that figure, locations identified, 1, 2, Chessington Industrial Area, St. George's Industrial Estate. There are numbers highlighted. Tolworth Tower Complex has not been specifically listed. So just making that point.
Okay, well, I think let me just I'll just double check.
But to help, I don't dispute that we're in a broad employment protected area. Okay.
No, of course you can't. You can't possibly dispute that. But you just seem to be unaware that the which of course your office witness, Mr. Lee, was aware, but you seem to be unaware that because Mr. Lee knows about the employment studies, so he knows Tolworth Tower is specifically identified, which is how it's ended up as dot in figure 21. You see,
but you
just seem unaware of that.
Sorry, you're referring to a different document now.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about the employment study, we can, but you're talking about figure 21 in the core strategy. That figure does not list or state that Tolworth Tower Complex is one of those specifically allocated dots on that plan.
Yeah. Okay. As I say, Mr. McCurry, I'm not going to be able to take the time to pick up every point with you and explain things to you, particularly when your other witness has already accepted it. But I'm just checking. I believe we've got what we need in the core documents for submissions. Okay. Now, I'm not going to go over what's down at the bottom of the page in terms of policy wording, the test that's down there at the bottom of DM17. You, though, say in your proof various points. You say DM17 is, you say, somewhat out of date with the MPPF. This is your para 3.9, 3.10 on electronic page 18, actual page 14, because you query whether the appeal site is allocated for a specific purpose. Yeah. Now, if it is the case, and it is, and Mr. Lee's already accepted it, that the Tolworth Tower is shown specifically on figure 21, presumably you'd withdraw all of that.
No.
No.
My reference to that, and to qualify that, is DM17 provides a broad policy protection for a specific area, and those areas located on figure 21. What I was trying to highlight in my proof is that there is no specific site allocation on the proposals map or in any other development plan document, any specific site allocation that highlights in particular what Tolworth Tower Complex should or shouldn't deliver. So I accept the broad policy requirements under DM17 figure 21, but so I was just trying to emphasize there isn't a specific site allocation like you might get for, say, a protected industrial location or in employment zone. There isn't that level of site allocation.
Yeah, but by the way, Mr. McCurry, I mean, I'm taking it that you either haven't read or chased down our statement of case, the council's statement of case. Turn it up, please, because we've given you the reference there. So the council's statement of case is CD 46, and in that document at let's see, electronic page, I think they match up actually, electronic page 11. You see, we do actually explain it how it all comes from the employment land review, figure 21. I mean, as I say, I don't, as the top of the page, I just don't have time to go through it with you, Mr. McCurry.
Okay. Sorry, I apologise. I don't know why, but we're having
Yeah.
difficulties with connection here. So you're a bit intermittent at the moment. I apologise. Are you referring to paragraph 2.8?
No, top of the page at page 11. In
Okay.
addition, the Tolworth Tower complex is also individually marked as an other employment location in core strategy figure 21, reflecting paragraphs 5.8 and 5.71 of the employment land review, which recognises it as a mixed-use site, which includes office floor space. And what I was checking earlier is we've got the employment land review in the core document, so I can make submissions on this. Okay. Now, your point about DM17 being somewhat out of date by reference to the MPF. And firstly, did you say that in the statement of case, the appellant's statement of case?
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
Did you say that DM17 was out of date in the appellant's statement of case? Can you hear me, Mr. McCurry?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Did open question? Did you say that DM17 was out of date? Obviously, for putting housing land supply, but was out of date in the appellant's statement of case.
I'd have to check it specifically, but I think I recall suggesting it could be considered out of date.
All right.
Essentially.
Just so I'm clear on
you've got a reference.
On the guts of this, you are. I mean, I don't know if you're now going to accept. I don't know if you actually feel you must now look at the employment land review. If you're now going to accept, as Mr. Lee did, that it is specifically marked on figure 21.
Okay, so yeah, you are obviously in your statement of case, you've obviously referred to the employment land review, which identifies the site. But again, I just contend that when you look at figure 21, it's not absolutely clear what figure 21 is exactly pointing to. But I follow your point. I follow what you're saying.
See, it seems to me, Mr. McCurry, that you're actually looking at this employment land review of figure 21 point for the first time just now. That's fair, isn't it?
No, I have looked at it in the past, but yes, it's fair to say that obviously, as you rightly say, Mr. Lee being our expert on that, I would somewhat defer to his skill set in relation to that topic. So hence you asked him the questions regarding it.
Okay.
Yes, I'm aware of
it. All right, but you're saying, are you, that even though this Tolworth Tower complex, we've got a specific marking in figure 21, you're saying that's out of date by reference to the MPPF because it's not an allocation, and you're saying, if I've got this right, and then you go on to the rest of the MPPF paragraph, which you're relying on. So you're relying on paragraph 1, 2, 3. You set it out at your 3.9, your para 3.9. Of course, what it says is it's subject, isn't it, to not undermining key economic sectors or sites or the vitality and viability of town centres, and would be compatible with other policies in the framework. Now, DM17, B and E, they are directly on point, aren't they, to those words, not undermining key economic sectors or sites or the vitality and viability of town centres, aren't they? Is that a yes, Mr. McCurry?
Oh, I'm just trying to follow your references. So I'm just looking. I'm just fine. I've got my proof in paragraph 3.9 and 3.10.
Yeah,
So
3.9. You've set out the paragraph of the MPPF that you're relying on. Paragraph 1, 2, 3. And you've given evidence that, well, you don't think that site designation for employment protection is an allocation. But I'm asking you, read on, because the encouragement given here in para 1, 2, 3 of the MPF is subject to not undermining key economic sectors or sites or the vitality and viability of town centres. And it also, of course, need to be compatible with other policies in the framework. Now, the point I'm putting to you is that DM17 B and E are directly on point to those words, not undermining key economic sectors or sites or the vitality and viability of town centres.
So 2 things in response. Firstly, paragraph 3.10 of my proof. I do specifically say under DM17 that I would query whether the appeal site is allocated for a specific purpose. And I'd contend the core strategy is somewhat out of date with the local authority. Okay. And the point I'm getting at is it's not for me to obviously make that decision whether it's considered out of date or not. I'm querying it. Okay. I don't make a significant statement that it is out of date. But secondly, your reference to the MPPF, you refer to key economic sectors.
Please read the whole words, Mr. McCurry. I'm deliberately asking you about the whole chunk of words.
Okay, I'm going to have to pull it up then.
The words I've put to you are key economic sectors or sites or the vitality and viability of town centres. Okay. And perhaps if I can just help a bit.
I've got it in front. No, I've just pulled it
Yeah.
up. Sorry, I've just pulled it up. And
Yeah.
I've got it in front of me now.
Okay. If I can just help, if I just let me put a little bit more flesh on the bones. B in DM17 is obviously concerned with town centres, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Clearly the question of whether one had offices in town centres it's a vitality and a viability issue, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Key economic sectors. Now, I'm not stressing the sectors, I'm stressing the sites. Okay. Bearing in mind, I think we've got to the point where you're now accepting that Mr. Lee must be right when he said, yes, Tolworth Tower Complex is specifically identified on figure 21. So what I'm drawing to your attention is that these caveats, as it were, in the encouragement given in para 1, 2, 3 of the MPPF, they apply quite directly to the bits of DM17 we're looking at. Do you accept that?
To a certain extent, and I will qualify, when I read paragraph 1, 2, 3, when it says local planning authorities should also take a positive approach to applications for alternative use of land which are currently developed but not allocated for a specific purpose in plans. That's the area where I felt there could be a query around whether the Tolworth Tower Complex is allocated for a specific purpose in the plan. As I've indicated, the development plan, has a broad policy protection across Tolworth District Centre, and figure 21 does not specifically list Tolworth Tower Complex. So I just felt that there is a slight query around that element.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. McCurry. I'll move on. Now, the sister policy of DM17, and I'm only picking this up because we're looking at DM17. My general theme is still site-specific policies, okay? But the sister policy is London Plan E1, isn't it? And that's CD53, electronic page 254. Now, I do not want to go over ground, cover with Mr. Lee. I want to just point out one point with you, Mr. McCurry. You, concerning E of E1, you deal with it in your proof, but para 3.6 on electronic page 29. Okay. Now, what I can't see any mention of there is the supporting text I discussed with Mr. Lee, which is the supporting text para 6.1.7 at electronic page 257. Am I right? You haven't mentioned that there?
Sorry, just I'm working off of hard copies quite a bit here, so I'm just
okay. Hard copy of your proof.
Yep.
Page 26, paragraph 3.6. Are you working off a hard copy London plan as well?
Yes.
Page 242. Supporting paragraph 6.1.7 should be.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I found the place in your proof where you discuss the policy E1E. I couldn't see. Apologies if I've missed it. I couldn't see you actually acknowledge the supporting text at 6.1.7. Is that right? If I've missed it, I apologize, Mr. McCurry. But I couldn't see it.
Sorry, I lost you briefly there, but I think your question was, have I acknowledged 6.1.7 in the London
yes.
and the requirements set out in there? So to answer your question, I have not specifically acknowledged that subparagraph.
Okay, fine. Fine. But
not to say I'm not aware of the general.
Okay. I mean, obviously, I'm working on the basis you align with Mr. Lee's evidence, common ground that what's happening in E1E is that there is, because of 6.17, it's explained there is a marketing-based test, i.e., just like DM17 has a marketing-based test. Okay. You're obviously not falling out with that, are you?
No, I'm aware
no.
of that. I can
Good.
see that.
Okay. All right. And I'm just drawing that also to your attention in terms of the question of the up-to-dateness of DM17. Okay. Whilst we're on policy E1, I think you've said you agreed. I didn't deal with this with Mr. Lee because he wasn't aware, but I think you said, Mr. McCurry, you do accept that G, talking about repurposing existing offices for lower cost and affordable, that is new policy compared to the 2016 London plan. You accept that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. And I presume you also agree that E1H, because the old London plan policy 4.2 was about strategic and LDF preparation, whereas this is also about development proposals. Well, that's a change too, correct?
Yeah, as I said in my chief, I acknowledged there was a shift in the requirement to look at smaller office units, and Mr. Lee had considered that comprehensively as evidence.
Sure. Obviously, one point that Madam Inspector can note from this is that since the October 2019 committee report on the 2018 application, development plan employment policy has moved on, correct?
Yes, I said that in my evidence.
Yeah, good, thank you. Now, back to
In terms of the London plan,
yeah. Well, it's the development plan, isn't it? Now, back into the site-specific policies theme. We've got the office guidelines at hard copy page 473, electronic 488, which we read with table A1A, don't we?
yes.
And no dispute between us, I presume, that whereas there are in table A1A many centres that have no office protection marked against them in that column, Tolworth is a C. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a C. Yeah.
Fine. Okay. And I discussed what the words say with Mr. Lee, and I'm not going to go over that again with you, Mr. McCurry, because we don't have time. And I'll make submissions on it. Now, I do need to go to core strategy, sticking with the site specifics, policy T1 with you, please. So CD 53 and page 96, electronic page 104, please. Section G we're in, which you looked at earlier.
Yes. Yep.
Great. Okay. Now, taking them at a run, couple of points. Obviously, we've got a first bullet that's about strengthening Tolworth as a business location. We've then got a second bullet, which you've read out largely already, and we'd already looked at. Point about that second bullet, I want to make sure we agree on. It refers to the Tolworth Tower complex. It doesn't refer to Tolworth Tower alone. There are other parts of this policy that do, correct?
Yeah. G part bullet point 2 refers to Tolworth Tower complex. Yes.
And other parts of this policy refer to Tolworth Tower, correct? Have a flick back.
Yeah, I'm just glancing.
Yeah.
There
are various, but you'll see.
Don't know. Do they? Find me one that is particular significance.
What point I'm making, Mr. McCurry, is that in G, the policy is referring to the Tolworth Tower complex. There are other references in T1 to Tolworth Tower. Do you accept that?
I'm looking. Sustainable. So yeah, there's a reference to the Tolworth Tower site. There's a reference to the Tolworth Tower owners.
Yeah, well, there you go. You've found one.
Reference to Tolworth Tower. Yes, I mean, if you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now,
I found one.
Yeah. Now, sticking at G. Nothing in there about losing offices from the Tolworth Tower complex, is there?
No.
Yeah. And you've noted the evidence base for this is the regeneration strategy. Can we go to it, please? CD 511. And when you're there, go to page 27 and over the page to page 28. And remind yourself what is there. But the point is, various opportunities are identified, but none of them are losing offices from the Tolworth Tower. Do you agree?
I'd have to agree.
Yep, thank you. I mean, what we can see in the text and the visuals, there are things proposed on top of, I think, the units fronting the Broadway. In that we can see these extra things, can't we? So in terms of the weight that you seem to be placing, Mr. McCurry, in terms of what it says in T1 about the Tolworth Tower complex, we can agree that what was envisaged in the evidence base was not a loss of offices, but things, residential, student, whatever it is, elsewhere on the site, correct?
Yes, but
yeah,
for example, yeah, there are various things in that evidence base that may not have found their way into the policy. I think you've just referenced student accommodation, for example. Not sure that's in the policy.
Fine. Okay.
So not.
Yeah. Okay. Now, next bit we need to tackle London plan and opportunity areas. Look, I've got quite a few questions for you here. We might short circuit a lot of them if we can just agree at the outset one perhaps really basic point. Whoever is right or wrong about whether or not this site is in an opportunity area already or will inevitably be in an opportunity area, do we agree that in an opportunity area doesn't therefore mean you lose offices?
You're talking about the London plan opportunity area, yeah?
Yes, I am.
Yep.
Yes, I'm not talking about there's no dispute, of course, that the site's in a housing opportunity area under the local plan. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Carey. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. Sorry.
Go on. So to answer your question,
yes.
These are locations where they have significant capacity for new housing and other development. So it's not an assumption.
Exactly.
It's
so
just
that's
housing. So I accept.
Well, okay, that. Sorry, I said exactly. I spoke too soon. If you're in an opportunity, if Tolworth is in an opportunity area, or inevitably will be, it does not mean that being in an opportunity area does not mean that you lose offices, does it?
Not necessarily, but I would qualify that opportunity areas are expected to see significant growth and acknowledge a step change in development. And as such, there will be some changes of use of potentially existing buildings in order to realise those aspirations.
Yeah, but opportunity area, what opportunity area policy doesn't do, it doesn't actually supplant somehow employment protective policies. It says grow in these areas, but you've still got to if someone says I want to grow by releasing office, you've got to go through the employment policies, haven't you?
Yes,
yeah. Okay. So
disagree with that.
So what? So I think I should be able to cut this a bit shorter. I hope, and I'm just going to leave all the stuff about what the pink splodges do and don't show for submissions. But you did refer in your chief to the report on the London plan, and that's CD 1015, and it's about this. It's about this point. Could you at the same time as have you got the London plan in hard copy? You said, or electronic?
Yes.
Hard copy?
Yeah, hard copy.
Right, hard copy. So at the same time, please, as you have the London plan, which is CD 53, open at pages 41 to 43. So that's electronic 56 to 58, madam. And this is of course where we see, don't we? We see the Crossrail 2 heading, and we see an explanation of Crossrail 2. And then over the page, we see figure 2.5, and it's got heading Southwest London / Crossrail 2, correct? And you're reading down the page, Mr. McCurry, 2.125, we've got a paragraph, and it has these words in it. These areas are capable of supporting some development in the short and medium term. However, once Crossrail 2 is operational, ... Okay. So in the plan, the Kingston opportunity area is identified because of Crossrail 2, isn't it?
And that it's part of the reason it's identified.
Right. Okay.
As I highlighted, the council's own draft local plan and the London plan highlighted the need for, there's a tremendous need for housing growth, and there's a need for step change in Kingston to meet its own housing need. So Crossrail 2 coming forward is part of the reason, not wholly.
2.125, what it is saying is that it is Crossrail 2 that is really going to open up the potential for, quotes, significant additional growth opportunities, going beyond the some development referred to in the first sentence, isn't it?
Yeah. So in addition to the general opportunity in Kingston, through being located in a general sustainable location next to an existing train station, etc. Yeah, that paragraph refers to the opportunity that Crossrail 2 could provide, for as I said, for significant additional growth.
Okay, so we agree on that. Now, with the examination report CD 1015 also up or in hand. Now, that, first of all, is a 2019 document, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's obviously pre-pandemic. It's from a time when we were thinking Crossrail 2 was going ahead, but that has changed, hasn't it? So
I understand that Crossrail 2 might be paused at the moment for consideration, but I would clarify that it certainly hasn't been cancelled or anything like that. So there may be a pause on that project at this point.
Yeah. Well, look, the thinking about what was going to happen in terms of a time frame for Crossrail 2 has clearly changed, hasn't it?
But my evidence in chief referred to the paragraph in the panel report on the London plan.
I'm coming to that.
Yeah, to emphasise that the plan itself set out sufficient requirement regarding resource and infrastructure capacity coming forward across the lifetime of the plan to support the opportunity areas that were being allocated in the London plan.
Well, I'm coming to there right now. Paragraph 118, electronic pages 30 to 31. Now, that paragraph says the plan identifies a total of 47 opportunity areas, and it goes on to list growth corridors where in which they are within. And you see that we have Crossrail, in brackets Elizabeth line, Crossrail 2. So that's us, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And then each opportunity area is expected to have a capacity for at least 5,000 net additional jobs, 2,500 net additional homes, linked to recent or potential improvements in public transport connectivity and capacity. Yeah. And it says in some infrastructure is already operational or under construction and development well underway, whilst at the other end of the spectrum are some that are not expected to reach maturity for at least 15 years. Now, that is capturing the ones that not are the other end of the spectrum. That's capturing Crossrail 2, isn't it? Mr. McCurry, can you hear me?
Oh, as I say, it's part of it. Yes, it's not.
All right.
You know, it captures. Yeah, I mean, it is. You know, that reference to some that are, you know, less mature than others. Yeah, picks up on certain infrastructure requirements, and I'd say Crossrail 2 is part of the potential infrastructure requirements at Kingston. So yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
But that's not to say it's the, you know, it's absolutely predicated or it's the only thing that has to happen in order for there to be an opportunity area.
Okay. I'll make submissions on the rest. In terms of all the other documents where there's this question of what do the pink splodges mean? What does the direction of travel document mean? What does the emerging local plan mean? Okay. And when it shows things, can I on the emerging local plan though, can I just check that you are in agreement with the council that the Reg 18 consultation on the emerging local plan was not a consultation on the boundaries of the opportunity area?
I'm not going to be able to agree to that. The boundaries are very clear in that document, and it's highlighted in that document that it's a, you know, I think it states potential opportunity area. So there's clearly a drawing that shows a potential opportunity area. So they are consulting on that as what is probably quite likely to be the future opportunity area boundaries. So,
right. Okay. Interesting disagreement. All right. Now, I think the last one I want to pick up is the unadopted draft Tolworth area plan, CD58, please.
Yep.
Thank you. Now, obviously, it's not adopted. I presume you'd accept, Mr. McCurry, that there is realistically, it is unlikely to be adopted, isn't it?
Yeah, my understanding is that yes, it's unlikely to be adopted.
And in terms of what it shows about the appeal site, Mr. Feltham explained this. Can I just check that you're not in disagreement with him on this? It incorrectly treats the 2015 application that was the subject of resolution to grant as a planning permission, doesn't it? Do you want to look at some pages to see it?
Yeah, I mean, have you got a page number?
Yeah, if you start at page 22, the pages are the same electronic and actual. So pick it up there.
Sorry, so page 22.
Page 22. You should have this cutaway of.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burton.
Sorry, Mr.
I'm
Lyons.
sorry, Mr. Burton. The connection.
Sorry, Mr. Linus.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burton. The connection. I'm sorry, the connection's problematic here. Can you just give us 1 minute? We may have to change a computer so that we can try and improve things this end.
Of course.
Yeah, but it's that.
You can just open your hand to meet that.
That's set up.
Can I just check if anybody else is having issues? Mr. Burton, you're not having issues. Everybody's coming
No.
through loud and clear to me.
No, I
Okay.
think it must be an issue.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. McCarthy.
Yeah.
I'm probably coming through much too loud and clear because I'm doing that awful thing, madam, where I'm speaking louder as if that's going to make a blind bit of difference to the connection. Sorry.
I think it's just an automatic response, isn't it?
I realise I've been
So
doing
that's
it.
okay. Don't worry about it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How do I turn that? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. McCurry, clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Super. We're in CD 58, looking at page 22.
Yeah.
And you see we've got this elevation, as it were, drawing.
Yes.
And you can see the Tolworth Tower complex site, I presume.
Yes.
What we see represented there is, as you'll know, it is the 2015 scheme.
Yeah.
And then when we go down to page 24, what you'll see there is this map under the heading Land Use and Spatial Strategy. There's a box in the dark, it's kind of a dark orange in the key, site with outline or full approval, subject to conditions. You see it? In the key.
Yes.
Yeah. And you see that
Yes.
the people who've put this plan together clearly believe incorrectly that the 2015, that there is a outline or full approval in place, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We good. If you want to reassure yourself, they then do the same again on the next page and on the next page. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So this not only draft unadopted, unlikely to be adopted document incorrectly treats as baked in, as it were, with a planning permission, the 2015 scheme, doesn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, it would appear that there's been an error there in the permission. Just very quickly, while you say it is unadopted, and I'd answered that question, I would just state that this document is on the council's evidence base website for their draft local plan. So while it might be unlikely it's adopted, it is still on the council's public website in their evidence base. So
yeah,
just thought I'd flag that.
Yeah, I think yes. I mean, thank you for pointing that out, Mr. McCurry. Now, planning history. Obviously, the 2015 scheme that was the subject of a resolution to grant. You're not saying that's a fallback, are you?
But it's not a planning permission.
No. And obviously the same is true of the 2018.
It's correct.
Yeah. Now, you you pointed to the 2015 scheme in terms of the affordable housing position there, but the 2015 scheme was not this scheme, was it?
Obviously, no, it's
obviously not. I mean, viability is, and it wasn't for this site either. We mustn't forget. So, yeah, I mean, I'm okay, fine. Yeah. I
acknowledge it's not the identical scheme. The point of my reference was that the challenges faced on this site have been there historically as presented in the previous resolution. So, and I highlighted, I was therefore very surprised that Mr. Feltham said there were no obvious challenges on this site. That was the reasoning.
Well, I'll come on to that, but I think, to be fair to Mr. Feltham, he was speaking in the London context, you know. Okay, but I will come briefly onto that. I mean, as a matter of just general principle, in terms of the use that Madam Inspector, or the utility that Madam Inspector is to derive from these, and of course the weight and so on, clearly planning decisions to refuse or grant are rarely single issue decisions, are they? Correct? And these ones, which you've clearly looked at, they're not single issue decisions, are
they? No, that's fair.
And we can note that the 2018 application was fast track for affordable housing, wasn't it? Do you recall? That it was, can you hear me? It was fast track. It was 35% for affordable housing, wasn't
it? Sorry, the 2019 resolution.
Yes.
Yes, that's where it concluded.
Yeah. And the 2015 application that actually promised, didn't deliver, but it promised to reclaim the M&S car park as a public square and turn it back to what Seaford and Partners had actually originally delivered, didn't it?
Yes, but that wasn't deliverable.
No, well, no. Yeah. Good. Okay. Now, on the design review panel, can we just pick up their report CD65, please? I want to. This is a subheading pre-application. Shouldn't take long. And in terms of what was before them, they understood they had a proposal before them for a public courtyard of around 400 square meters, correct? You see that?
Yeah, that must reference the podium court. Yeah. Podium.
Well, no, public courtyard. I think it's pretty clearly referring to a pocket plaza. I mean, that would be a signal error to call the podium courtyard 400 square meters, wouldn't it?
Just
call the yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when you get down to the key recommendations, have you got down to them?
Yeah. Key recommendations. Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. There's one about travel routes. I'm not going to ask you about that. There's one about, the second one though is increase the amount of genuine ground floor public rail to complement the density of development being proposed. Now, it is right, isn't it, that the plaza did not get bigger.
As I was aware of this, and as I said in my evidence in chief, the red line in this location is quite constrained, and Mr. Taylor had shown how he had maximised.
Yes or no, and then caveat.
The answer is that after this question, no, I don't believe it got bigger, and Mr. Taylor had demonstrated at the initial point that we had maximised the scale of the public realm at ground level in the context of the red line.
Okay. Well, look, I mean, we disagree about that. I mean, you keep talking about the red line, but it's not as if the size of your T2 and T3 are fixed in the same way that the size of the footprint of the Tolworth Tower is fixed, is it?
It is fixed in terms of the land available for development. The red line the red line couldn't get it. Look, to cut a long story, you can't step into the car park. I can't step onto the M&S car park. It's not available for
Mr. McCurry, why do you keep talking about the red line? I simply don't understand. When T2 and T3 do not presently exist, do they? Okay, I think Mr. Ashdown needs to turn it. T2 and T3.
No, they don't. No,
they don't exist. So they don't. Their footprints don't have to be as they are. They could be they could be different. You could have a bigger plaza between them.
You're stepping in. You're stepping into design. You're stepping into design elements, which I think Mr. Taylor would be
all right.
better placed to answer how he has fitted those buildings on that area.
All right.
And I trust that he has maximised the public realm there in the context of proposing those two buildings.
Okay. Well, you don't even have to have two buildings, do you?
We're here to talk about the proposal in front of us, so I'm not going to entertain a different proposal. Whether you want one building or not, it's not really up for discussion. We're discussing the proposal in front of us.
I see. Okay, that's helpful answer.
Okay.
I will pick. Item 3. I've discussed urban greening with Mr. Price. I'm not going to discuss that with you. Item 5. I'll pick that up with Mr. Taylor. Now, the council's pre-app, please. CD 67. We may not even need to go to it. You may recall it. But the council were clear, weren't they, that the scheme should go before the design review panel twice, correct?
Sorry, I just lost you on that bit. Still struggling with my connection. I apologise.
No, that's all. Quite understand. CD 67. Can you hear me? CD 67. Can you hear me, Mr. McCurry?
Yeah, go on. Yes.
CD 67.
Yeah, got that open.
Great, thank you. Electronic page 5. The project should undergo a 2-stage design review panel process, one meeting very early on and another prior to the final application submission. You see that?
I can see it, yes.
Yes. So the council were clear that this should go before the DRP twice. And in fact, what happened is it only went before them the once for the early and didn't come back, correct?
That is correct. I just want to check something.
You just want to check something?
Well, it's correct, is what you've stated, yes.
Yes.
There is. Okay. I think there were reasons for not going to the second one, because actually the first one was very successful, actually, in terms of positive comments we received and the very clear written feedback, I don't think it was felt necessary for a second one was required. I mean, having attended the meeting, it was actually and attended many DRP meetings. It was actually very positive. I'll actually say that. So the written response wasn't extensive from the DRP, so it was quite clear what was being said. So it felt, I think, one DRP review was appropriate.
Well, I mean, obviously that's not what the council said in their pre-app, and we've just looked at the DRP's recommendations that were seeking various things. Anyway, I mean, we can see what the documents say. Now, can I just make clear one point about the pre-app, Mr. McCurry? I'm not proposing to take up any inquiry time on this issue that I think your Appendix A is directed at, as to who did or didn't behave well or badly as between your client and the council. Okay, I don't see that as going to the planning issues. I'm rather taking it from the fact you've shoved it in an appendix that you tend to agree. But look, the council doesn't accept the characterization, but I'm not going to take up inquiry time on it. Understood. Okay. So I'm going to go now to issue 1, Mr. McCurry. Are you still hearing me?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
If it's okay, when I said I wanted to check something, it's because I have checked that the pre-app response received was in April.
Yes, it was 23rd of April.
Yeah, and the DRP we held was in June. And so my point being is that the council made that comment in the April, and we then held the DRP in June. And like I said, that first DRP was, considered to be really successful. So it was, and then at that point, it was felt that the one DRP was enough. So that was held after that comment was made.
Well, look, you're telling us that that's what you seem to think. Obviously, what the council were expecting, what the DRP were expecting, was two. I mean, anyway, look.
Yeah.
I think we can move on. Issue 1. Affordable housing. Now, I think in terms of a chronology, it was the day before the deadline for proofs that you or your team, Mr. McCurry, advised the council that the appellant wished to amend the proposal from having all the affordable in T3 to a split in Tolworth Tower and T3. Or, very shortly before the deadline for proofs, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah. And you set out the amended position in your proof. Now, high level point for you. Do you agree that if it is the case that it maximizes the viable amount of affordable housing to have it all in T3, then that's the policy compliant approach? I underline if.
Clearly, I went to length in my evidence in chief about this matter on the maximum reference, and I stated in my evidence, I don't think that should be considered in isolation to the requirement of other policy objectives in the development plan. So I, on a very basic level, I accept that if the viability shows that's the maximum number, then that's the maximum number. But that doesn't, for me, mean that that's the right balance or answer in terms of what should be proposed or approved.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right, that's a clear answer. Okay. Now, we have a scheme. I believe this is common ground, where the certainly the unchallenged viability evidence that Mr. Scott has given is that the refurb element, so the Tolworth Tower, is the viable bit, and it is cross-subsidizing the new builds, T2 and T3. Okay. Now, the building project here, in terms of the fundamental building blocks, involves demolition of the retail units, obviously to clear that part of the site, building the new builds with the pocket plaza between them, dealing with the amenity deck, and putting in, of course, matter of hot dispute, putting in whatever, well, the energy systems, says the appeal scheme. Okay. Those are, aren't they? Those are the fundamental building blocks. I haven't, in terms of fundamental building blocks, I've not missed anything, have I?
The one thing that is fundamental also is the existing users on that site, and ensuring that they are protected and operational, you know, as well during construction and at completion. I think it's critical that element is, it's very, because it's very much a fundamental aspect of delivery of the scheme, those existing users. Okay?
Well, that's M&S, correct? I mean, obviously Boots and Costa and anyone else on the frontage, they've got to go, sorry, haven't they? But M&S are staying.
Yeah, and the travel lodge, and obviously
and the travel lodge,
and the existing homes in North Lodge. So
but I mean, in terms of, unless I've misunderstood, in terms of the travel lodge and North Point, they come in. And I think this was a point, in fact, that your witnesses, in terms of the amenity deck, Mr. Price was stressing, they come in from the east, don't they?
The travel lodge does, yes.
Yeah,
that's
the primary.
If you're driving, clearly you can walk through from the west, but yes.
Yeah, yes. Well, I mean, the other point I was putting to him, but M&S, of course, are keeping their car park, much though we'd like it, but they won't give it up. Obviously you've got to manage them, but we need to put this in perspective. Now, the point that Mr. Felton was making is that in the London scheme of things, where, I mean, you don't often get greenfield sites in London, do you? No, absolutely not. And in the London scheme of things, this is not a particularly difficult, it's not some outrageously difficult project. I mean, you've got a lot of experience, so I listen with interest.
It's in a London context, most projects will have constraints and challenges, as does this site, as I've highlighted. So, without the risk of repeating myself, I was just saying I was surprised at Mr. Felton's point that there were no obvious challenges.
Well, and
that was important that there are, and you've just highlighted yourself that in London all sites do have constraints and challenges. So I was surprised with Mr. Felton's position.
I feel, Mr. McCurry, what maybe is being lost between us, and indeed in the exchange between the council and you and your client here, is that the council is acutely conscious, of course, that the development plan, both levels, has a target of 50%. And obviously through the London plan, we've got a threshold of 35% affordable housing. And and that's London wide, even though so many London sites are constrained. And of course that the London plan is the result of, I mean, it's a viability tested plan, and the point being made is a very simple one: is, gosh, whatever the affordable housing figure comes out as, depending, sill or no sill relief, it's going to be an awfully long way below 35%, let alone 50%. And it just I mean, I know you said you don't want to discuss it, but the point is, it invites the question, in circumstances where it's the Tolworth Tower that's cross-subsidising, is this the right scheme? If this is all it's offering in for affordable, do you see now the question being invited?
For me, as the planning consultant on this project, we have put forward a full planning application with a comprehensive proposal. Okay, the fact that the semantics of the viability kind of highlight that maybe one aspect is dealing with another aspect financially. That doesn't matter to me. That's not what the proposal is. The proposal is to deliver 499 homes and set out in the description of development. That's the proposal. If you need to talk about the details of the viability, I'd obviously defer to Mr. Ashdown, for detail on. And so I think so. What I'm getting at is the proposal is fit for purpose for the reasons I've obviously identified regarding regeneration benefits, the overall benefits of the scheme, and meeting policy aspirations. So, my general planning perspective, it's perfectly fit for purpose.
All right. Issue 2, Mr. Ashdown. Not discussing anything about offices with you, just about retail. Okay.
Mr. McCurry, please.
Oh, sorry, Mr. McCurry. Do apologise. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. McCurry. Oh gosh, how embarrassing. I'm only discussing retail, and that's one of the points you say you deal with specifically. So obviously there's a common ground that the scheme will mean the loss of around 630 square meters of ground floor commercial space. Yeah. And there's an issue as to whether one does or doesn't count the first floor as a loss. Because it's back of house. Okay, and I will come on to that. In terms of what's actually being lost, not all, this is not an exhaustive list, but obviously losing the Broadway, which is, isn't it? It is the only bar or pub in the district centre.
Well, it's been closed now for 2 or 3 years. So while it's a unit that sits there, it has been empty as a bar.
Well, I'll come on to the facts, okay? But it's the only bar pub in the district centre. I'm not aware of anywhere else.
I mean, I can't speak for whether or not there are other restaurants or cafes with a license in the town centre. If you're talking about a license to serve alcohol, which seems to be where you're heading.
Well, I'm talking about somewhere that is what we can recognise as a pub or a bar, and not a restaurant that also happens to, or a cafe with a license to serve alcohol.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. I could also note, of course, the reason the roundabout is called the Toby Jug is there used to be a Toby, very famous pub on it called the Toby Jug, but that went some years ago. Yeah. Now, and losing, of course, we've got 2 recognised national chains, Boots and Costa, correct?
Yes.
Now, you help me with this, please, Mr. McCurry. Boots, a form of convenience retail? or not?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, the retail health check document, could we turn that up, please? CD18. Tell me when you're there.
Yeah, I've got it open.
Great, thank you. Electronic page 3. So this is the front page. By the looks of things, looking at the names on here, not your neither authored by you nor something that you've been verifying or anything like that.
Yeah, work carried out by my colleagues, a different team within Barton.
Yes. Yeah. A December 2020 document. Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Now, if we just scoot through here, one thing, I mean, a very uncontroversial point I want to pick up, but paragraph 514, which should be electronic page 22. I must admit, I'm working from my notes and I need to double check. Have you got 514?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Right. As I say, I think uncontroversial point, but the centre does benefit from proximity to wider facilities and attractions, including the Tolworth Library, the Travel Lodge, Post Office, as well as a number of offices. These generate footfall and ensure that the centre is an important local hub to local residents. Now, clearly, no question that offices can, as a matter of principle, generate footfall for a town centre, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And of course, whatever we say about our debate that Mr. Lee and I had, no question that before it was gutted, the Tolworth Tower had a lot of office space, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Now you say that in your proof, paragraph 2.3, this is page 3, hard copy, electronic 7. And this is one of the factual points I wanted to pick up with you. You say there that the retail offering is suffering high vacancy and general lack of interest. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I will leave it very much to Madam Inspector's site visit. She'll reach a view as to whether or not this is a quote high vacancy situation in terms of the floor space tenanted. Okay, but so I'm clear, I've been through your proof. I've been through the retail health check report. I can't find anything, Mr. McCurry, about the marketing or any marketing of the empty units. Am I missing something?
No.
No. Right. Okay.
I don't believe it's a policy requirement, the marketing in the in core strategy. And I mean, there's a specific requirement for it. To remind myself, policy DM19.
No, I'm not suggesting there's anything about marketing in there, but you see, you've made a point, dropped it into your proof about there being a high level of vacancy.
Yes.
Now,
I've said a high level of vacancy on the site, and 60% of the retail units on the site. There are 3 vacant out of 5, so 60% are vacant on the site.
But that's it's. I mean, this in many ways it's back to the discussion I had with Mr. Lee. It's meaningless without knowing what, if anything, has been done to see if there's any interest in the units. Do you see what I mean? Unless you want them to be squatted, which might not require marketing.
No.
But do you see my point?
I think Yeah, I mean, I understand your question, of course. I think we're working here in the context of resolutions to grant planning permission and on a site which is being proposed for a redevelopment scheme. So that is naturally in the real world, being pursued. So as such, it's unlikely anybody's going to come forward and want a retail space.
Well, I mean,
in that context.
Put the other way, it doesn't sound as if you're saying that anyone's been trying to market these units because the site, your client has other plans for the site.
Well, yeah, and they said there isn't policy demand to carry out that action either.
Yeah. Now, retail health check. I hope you still have it open on your screen.
Yes.
Electronic page 8 at para 24, and bearing in mind this is December 2020 document, so it's about not even a year ago. You see it says Broadway Cafe under refurbishment.
I do.
Yeah. Okay. And you and presumably you're not saying this document is wrong, aren't you?
I wouldn't say that.
No. And I just pick up one other comment in here. Electronic page 12, paragraph 3.2.1. Now, this is noting what the draft area plan said, but it seems to be something this report agrees with, that there's a low level of national chain operators that has been interest from these type of operators in the past, and there may be opportunity to track them in future.
Yeah.
Now, it is the case that the Boots and the Costa, of course, are both national operators, and they're really unusual. Them and M&S. There are some others, but they are unusual in the context of this district centre, aren't they? These national operators.
You could say that.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're obviously aware of Marks and Spencer's position on the application, Mr. McCurry, which is as it were, a firm objection. Could we just turn it up? CD 64, it's set out in the delegated officer report, please. So CD 64, electronic page 4.
Yes.
Yeah. Marks and Spencer PLC object elements of the planning application will fundamentally impact on the operation of the store both during both construction and post-construction. The proposed development would harm the viability and vitality of Tolworth District Centre. Okay, so that's what they say. Now, just in terms of how Madam Inspector approaches the policies here, could we just please take up DM19 of the core strategy, so CD54, and that's at page 164 if you're working hard copy, and electronic 172 if you're working electronic.
Yeah, I've got it.
Great. Now, clearly we've had the Class E come in, and so the way one now needs to read this is through the lens of Class E, isn't it?
I would say.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, when we see the word retail, we now read commercial space, or whatever the term is, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of this first bit, the council will retain shopping frontages in the district centres predominantly for, and I'm going to insert, commercial commercial use or commercial space so that they continue to provide, and so on. Read the rest of it. Presumably you'd accept that it is pretty fundamental to this predominance question that physically you retain net, at least the shopping frontage.
It doesn't say retain the net, it says maintain the predominance.
Well, all right, let me take it, let me just build it up then. I was giving you, as it were, I thought a leg up with the net, but it's fundamental to this question of predominance that the shopping frontage, that thing that is the shopping frontage, is retained, isn't it?
Yes, but to a certain extent, the policy qualifies it. It's retained, to an extent, but it doesn't affect the predominance of A1 use. It doesn't say retained in any event, whatever. It says retained in the context of maintaining predominance of A1 use.
Yeah, let us not be under any misapprehension. I'm not suggesting it says retain in any event. What I'm saying is that the way the policy puts it is in terms of this question of predominance, which we agree we need to read as not predominantly for retail use, but predominantly for commercial use or commercial space. Okay, so that question of predominance, what I'm putting to you, Mr. McCurry, is that it's fundamental to that question of predominance whether or not you actually physically retain shopping frontage. Full stop. Let me give you a hypothetical. If someone comes along with a wrecking ball and knocks down a part of my district centre's shopping frontage so that there's just a space there, that is going to the question of whether or not my shopping frontage, because I've now got a blank, it's still shopping frontage, but it's just a blank, is predominantly for commercial. Do you see the point?
Yeah, I take your point, but obviously two elements to it. One, our proposal doesn't leave a gap. It turns the corner, and the shopping frontage replaced shopping frontage is very similar to the existing shopping frontage, and it needs to be seen in the context of the whole district, not just the small area within our specific red line.
So let me, I'm very glad you made both the points. I'm coming to both of them actually. This point about turning the corner and the frontage being very similar. Now, can we just please stand back, insert an element of realism here? If you had a proposal that maintained a line of shopping frontage that was a meter deep or a couple of meters deep, okay, in place of shopping frontage that was many meters deep, you're not seriously suggesting that that would be maintaining shopping frontage, are you?
Sorry, I mean our proposal provides commercial frontage that turns the corner and faces the plaza as well as the Broadway. And it is important that what you're discussing here is seen in the context of policy T1G, where there's a specific requirement to diversify the retail offer provide attractive areas for new retail space and increase
But-
dwell and spend time. And so there's a real reason for doing this, not just losing shopping frontage. There's a reason for proposing it the way it's proposed.
Right. Look, what you are suggesting, Madam Inspector, does is, because necessarily your two units have two external flanks, one facing onto the Tolworth Broadway and the other onto the Pocket Plaza, that therefore, even though it's still exactly the same size unit within, as if it only had the one flank just facing onto the Tolworth Broadway, you get to count those twice because they've got extra fronting elevation. That is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, it's ground floor active retail frontage. I think you can dispute that. Just because it turns a corner.
I mean, I'll make submissions on this, Mr. McCurry, but this seems to me a rather bold claim to get over the loss of 630 square meters of ground floor.
No, remind me. I just said it wasn't about the loss of retail. It was about the policy aspiration to improve the diversity of a different retail offer. The Broadway is a very long stretch of linear retail shops. What this does is provide something different, and it provides a public plaza. And as I said, it can provide the opportunity to increase dwell times as required in the policy. People can sit, stand, congregate, have a coffee, whatever it is they do. And I would like to, if you don't mind, I would like to just step back one question. When you asked me about whether Costa or Boots are actually unique, sorry, I didn't
say unique. I said unusual. Unusual.
Okay, unusual. I think I would just like to highlight that Costa is obviously a coffee shop, of which there are other places in the high street where you can go and get a coffee or a cup of tea. And importantly, though, Boots, yes, I would like to highlight, Boots does have a pharmacy in it. So you could say it's unusual, but I do want to highlight there are two other pharmacies in Tolworth, the high street. There's the Pearl Chemist and there's PSM Pharmacy. So I just want to highlight that they're not unusual. Really.
I'm making a completely different point, which I thought you'd agree with, about national operators. No, I thought you heard me.
Yeah, you said they're national operators, and then you said they could be considered unusual.
Because they're national operators. Okay,
if that's your point, then fine. But I don't think what they provide as a service is necessarily unusual in the context of what else is available in the street. And I think, but also just on a positive point, I do want to highlight that the appellant has had some, conversations with Costa about potentially coming back. There's nothing in our submission about that, but those conversations have.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Obviously, your back of house point. I mean, one cannot sensibly disentangle back of house space from front of house if the back of house is needed for the front of house to function, correct?
You can't disentangle. You mean? I mean, yeah. If there's some element of back of house that's required for the front to function, then yeah, there's obviously a need for some back of house. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in terms of what the council said at pre-app, could we get that back up again, please, on this point, CD 6.7? And can we just please, at electronic page 2, note the options?
Yep.
Yeah. And then at electronic page 4, you see the spatial arrangement is discussed and the merits of the two options are weighed up. Yeah. And it says at the top of that page, the preferred options, you see this, will be discussed further at forthcoming meetings. Yeah. And then we've got various bullets, but for both option 1 and option 2. But can we just note here, positive, there is a positive for retention of the building line on the Broadway. It's actually very positive. That's what's said. And retention of retail under option 2 is supported. Do you see that?
You can, which subheading and bullet point?
Under option 2.
Yeah, which bullet point?
See the retention of the building line on the Broadway.
The option continues the Broadway and creates a strong building line and active frontage.
Yeah.
Very positive.
Very positive. Yeah. And you also see that the retention of retail is supported. Yeah. And I mean, obviously, I can make submissions about what the document says, okay, and I will. The council's position, as you know, is that yes, a public plaza approach could be positive, but with the right amount of commercial space. And I don't necessarily think you and I, Mr. McCurry, should be getting into whether or not he said, she said, or anything like that. But do you accept that as a matter of principle, there's nothing internally inconsistent with a position that says a plaza could be a positive if it had the right amount of commercial space? As a matter of principle.
Go on, so you're saying, matter of principle. Just repeat your question, so I'm absolutely clear.
So, as a matter of principle, it's not internally inconsistent to say a plaza could be a positive if it had the right amount of commercial space around it. And obviously have a think about it. I'm asking you this, as you know, because the council's position, as you know, is that the plaza here, that could be a positive if there was more commercial space around it.
Right. Okay. I get what your question is.
Yeah.
So is that your question, or are you suggesting that's what's stated in this pre-act response?
Well, look, you won't, I mean, it's my question. So as a question of high level principle, there's nothing internally inconsistent with the position. A plaza could be a positive if it had the right amount of commercial space around it.
Okay, so I mean, for me, a plaza can be successful. It doesn't have. You're saying it has to have the right amount of commercial space. So
because we've already got commercial space here, so
yeah,
you know.
Yeah. So yes, but a plaza can be successful with various, provisions around it. It doesn't have to be commercial space. It could be other aspects. So, but your emphasis is that it has to have a high level of commercial space in order to be successful as a plaza, which I don't necessarily agree with in the concept of a plaza within a public town centre.
Okay. Fine. Final point before I get to 3-bed units. Hello, Mr. McCurry. I mean, I'm very conscious of the time here. Okay. And it's a struggle to get it done. Okay. Final point before we get to 3-bed units. You mentioned the pop-up retail kiosks.
Yes.
In the Undercroft under the tower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, this is an area, I think it was Ms. Shilston said, was used for storing shopping trolleys, I presume for M&S. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I've been to sites. I mean, I've seen.
Yeah. And whatever the position is or isn't regarding the shopping trolleys, clearly these pop-up stores, we're not talking about retail frontage, are we? Or retail units.
Okay, so we can't be as grand to call them retail units, but again, I will only refer to the policy reference in T1 about diversifying the retail offer. And the reason we specifically have put those there is because they give another alternative in terms of some form of retail offer, whether that is your laundryman or your key cutter or your whatever it is you get, it just provides another opportunity for an element of retail around what is clearly a very key part of the site. And I'll also emphasize it is the entrance there, workspace, the flexible workspace in the lower level of the office. So it's not only the front of the M&S area where you get the retail pop-ups, you've got the entrance into that flexible workspace. So it offers something different for district centre, even though it's relatively modest, obviously.
Now, 3-bed plus units, policy DM13, the wording. I don't think we're in dispute, actually, that it says unviable and not less viable. And
yes,
that's pretty clear. Okay.
Yeah.
I've not heard you dispute in any way, Mr. McCurry, the levels of need shown by the Kingston and Surrey SHMA or the London SHMA. That's agreed, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we can agree there is a level of need. Yeah.
Well, you don't dispute. Mr. Felton set them out in his proof.
Yeah.
You haven't disputed them.
No, necessary.
Yeah. Now, very basic point. Can you show me anywhere where it tells me that the brief when working up this scheme was to try to hit 30% 3-bed or as near as possible? Will I find that anywhere?
No, I don't think you will find that in the application material, other than the evidence by Mr. Ashdown about considering the implications of 3-bed within the scheme, and that I know that the architects have looked at what the physical implications are of putting that level of 3-bed into the buildings. So we do have that has been looked at.
That's in the last few weeks, isn't it?
That's
Mr. Ashdown's
that's work
proof. Yeah,
but there's been work carried out throughout the duration of the pre-app process where we had looked at the implications of certain levels of 3-bed, etc. But other than Mr. Ashdown's evidence really about looking at that, there's probably nothing explicit in our material.
Well, I mean, I've not found anything, and Mr. Ashdown's evidence comes in his proof. Are you saying that there was an instruction, work me up a scheme that gets me 30% 3-beds issued?
I believe the client, the appellant, has asked the architect to do that exercise. I understand that had been undertaken.
At the start,
Mr. Taylor could be generally better placed to answer timescales for carrying out that work, but I believe it has been undertaken.
At the start of the process. Is that what you're saying?
I just don't know exactly when, but I do believe it has been considered at an appropriate time in the process, not as you suggest, within the last short period. So.
I'm going to make various points about the 2015s and so on in my closings, but I wonder if I can just tick through some of them. the 2015 scheme, that committee report, January 2016, predated the SHMA and the London SHMA, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Predated the Surrey House decision.
Yes.
Yeah. And had a much more generous 3-bed offer of around 15% compared to 7% just below here, correct?
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting you say that. You say generous, yeah. It was I think 44 3-beds. We're at 34.
I'm comparing it with this scheme.
Call it generous.
More generous.
More.
I'm comparing it with this scheme, Mr. McCurry. It was around 15% compared to.
It's 44 3-beds, and we're at 34. So those are the numbers.
Well, percentages around 15% compared to around 7%.
I think the committee report says 14, and we're at 7. So yeah, right. But as I said, 44 against 34.
Okay. 2018 scheme for Tolworth Tower alone. So obviously different considerations. We simply don't know, do we, what would happen to viability if you try to put lots of 3 beds in the Tolworth Tower, but presumably that would do something to viability.
Well, that was ultimately that application was not a viability tested application in the end, because it proposed 35%. It was a build to rent scheme, a different offer. But it was, Mr. Ashdown did carry out testing 3 beds to see what the implications would be on affordable. And at 35%, we were at the maximum 3 beds, which I think was 7 3 beds, which was 3% of the homes. So that was the maximum provided against that 35% offer. Any more would have brought the affordable down, and that was the position on that application.
Whereas, of course, unlike the 2018, we've got T2 and T3 here. And I'll deal with the other examples you give in closings, but in a nutshell, I think both were at 20% 3-bed, including at least one you referred to that was in the New Malden District Centre, correct?
Yeah. And my reference to those applications wasn't about the number of 3 beds. It was about the recognition around the process that we had followed, that the council had identified unsuitability being an element on certain applications, and that the unviability, the process followed regarding the consideration of 3 beds being unviable as a kind of sliding scale of 3 beds had been accepted on other applications, prioritising the affordable housing. That was the reason for flagging.
Yeah, clearly it's not the case, is it, that it wouldn't be viable to increase the number of 3 beds from the 6% it is. Agreed?
Yes, you could increase the 3 beds and it would reduce the affordable.
Good, right. Issues 4 and 5, nothing to discuss with you about issue 4. I mean, the tall building location is a matter of record. Issue 5, I mean, look, this point you're raising about DM13 being out of date due to the London Plan play space requirements, the calculator having changed. Yeah.
I don't think I'd say it's out of date.
No, you don't. Okay, fine.
I don't think I would say it's out of date. I said there was some slight policy tension between the local policy not explicitly dealing with play space and deferring to the London Plan, and my reference to the fact that the London Plan has over time shifted the play space requirements. So I said there was some sort of conflict slightly there between the way that play, communal and private amenity is dealt with across the local and London Plan.
Fine. Well, I've dealt with that point about the local plan not being explicit about play space in the concept of the London Plan. I've dealt with Mr. Price, so I'm not going to go over that with you, Mr. McCurry. In terms of the way you've approached this, your para 4.38 on your page 65 of your proof, electronic page 69, you say there, you pick it up, you say, whilst there is technically a shortfall, do you see that? So
yes,
yeah, and you go on. Now, obviously, Madam Inspector will have to reach a view about who's wrong and who's right about the extent of the shortfall. But just in terms of how you've approached it, so I've understood you've approached this, I think, on the basis that the way this should be understood, this shortfall, is a shortfall of 499 square meters. And for that one goes, I think, to paragraph 4.35 above.
yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. All right, fine. Okay. Now, necessarily, if Madam Inspector agrees with the council that the shortfall is more than that, that may affect the weight, correct?
It could do.
Yeah. Okay. Now, issues 6 and 9 covered by others. Issue 10, section 106. I am not going to go into any legal arguments with you, Mr. McCurry. I just wonder whether we can just think together and see if you can appreciate why it is that, given what is known about the Tolworth Tower cross-subsidising the rest of the scheme, you can appreciate why it is the council is concerned that without something in the section 106 addressing the risk of someone, and of course permissions run with the land, not saying your client, someone only delivering the Tolworth Tower element, you can appreciate why the council is worried about that as a real risk.
From my perspective on this, we have the appellant, just to be very clear, is the landowner in this instance. They own the land and they are responsible for the entire estate, and are, have purchased that with the clear aspiration to tidy up the estate, regenerate it, and take it forward as a major proposal. So from my perspective there, I can't see, why the council would have a concern that this landowner on this estate would not bring forward the entire development as proposed.
Right. Finally, then, overall assessment. So last set of questions. What you do in your section 4, Mr. McCurry, is essentially you go through, starts at electronic page 63, actual page 59. You go through summarizing all the issues again, and you either conclude no harm, or where there's a conflict, you conclude limited weight or not significant weight. That is what you do. And then you get to paragraph 4.55, where you set out the key benefits, as far as I can tell, essentially again, as it were, and you reach your ultimate conclusions. Okay. Now, clearly, if you're wrong on an issue, necessarily it affects weight and the overall balance, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, that must be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't need to go through the examples of how that would work, but things would have to be reweighted, basically. Now, in terms of benefits, I've discussed the general approach with you already. Couple of things you said. You seem to say, in fact, you did say in your chief oral, that the council had I think, ignore the economic benefits and you refer to the economic report. Now, can I take you, please, to the council's statement of case, which we did have up at one point, but has long ago gone away, I think. So it's CD 46. And in that, if you go, please, to almost to the end, page 77, you'll see there consideration of everything you or in your planning statement or the statement case were at that time saying about the benefits. You see that? Economic benefits.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah. So all of the things that you highlighted, and Mr. Feltham in his proof, if you take that up, please, at CD 911, and if you go in that to page 26, again, you will see, and it's, sorry, it's electronic page 27.
I've got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Considering the economic benefits again, and reaching a view on them. Okay. See it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
My reference was it wasn't in the officer's delegated report.
Right. Okay.
But I acknowledge what you just showed me.
Right. Okay. And the other thing you said, you were talking about the context of the visual appearance of the scheme, and you said you referred to the 2018 application committee report, para 54. Now we already looked at this, and we looked at that whole the section of that committee report earlier. If you need to turn it up, then please do so. But maybe you can remember. But what that section of the committee report actually tells us is that the author is actually regretting external changes to the Tolworth Tower. Were you aware of that?
Paragraph 54.
You need to go back. You need to go back into the section, into that design section.
What paragraph are you referring to?
Just read the paragraphs immediately before
it. How many? Because it starts at paragraph 40. That section.
Yeah. Well, just read. Well, just read from paragraph 50 onwards. I mean, 52 and 53 are the really, I think, important ones on this point.
Right. So it seemed relatively descriptive around the proposal, explaining what 52, the math. I mean, without reading them out, they seem relatively descriptive to me regarding proposed design. And the sort of some of the interventions that are obviously being proposed. I can't.
Okay. I'll make submissions. We disagree. I mean, as you know, the council position is that actually this report is clearly regretting external changes, particularly to the top treatments.
Okay.
But regarding the refurb, including internal, positively.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very aware of the. I was, being the agent, I was involved in all the conversations, so I was aware that the council are sensitive to it's the top of the building. It's really important to them, and so the appellant and the design team were very careful to rationalise the top of the building in a sensitive way. And I know what design moves were made to kind of improve things up there and keep it clean, etc. But I mean, ultimately, when you read paragraph 54, taken overall, the proposal is considered to positively modernise the currently underused landmark building. I don't take that as a regretting statement.
But my point is that is not a paragraph that is about externals. Certainly not about externals only, is it?
No, it's a summing up paragraph. So understood. If you wish to talk about externals, there are obviously other parts.
Yeah, good. No, that's all I wanted to see if we could agree on.
Yeah, understood where you're going.
Yeah. Okay. And look, the final question is that obviously what you haven't done, what you haven't set out for us, I'm not criticizing, but what you haven't done is you haven't carried out any kind of weighting or overall assessment on the basis that the council is right on the various inquiry issues, have you?
What, in my evidence in chief?
Yeah.
I've addressed the impacts that the council, Mr. Felton particularly, had highlighted what he considered to be the impacts now, given that certain elements prior to the inquiry had been agreed. So I'd have addressed his impacts against what I consider to be the scheme benefits.
No, I understand that, but what you've not done is you haven't done an exercise where you said, well, if the council's right and I or we are wrong on issue 1, 2, 3, 4, then this is my overall assessment. You haven't done that, have you?
I wouldn't assess it both ways.
Fine. Okay. So the answer is no, I haven't done it.
No.
Isn't it?
No, I haven't. I've assessed it one way, the way that I think is the right way. Yes. Okay.
All right. Okay. Give me a second, please, or two, just to see if anyone in my team has any further questions for you. But given it's 5 minutes to, they really better not. No, fine. Thank you very much, Mr. McCurry. Thank you for answering my questions. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you, Mr.
Burton. Thank you, Mr. Burton. I do just have a couple of questions. So I'm suggesting that I ask you these questions. Now, I didn't ask Mr. Feltham this because, well, it's only just come to me, to be fair, because and my first question is about the retail and this element of back of house.
Okay.
Just so that I understand, is there back of house on the ground floor? Because there's this big issue of how much is back of house on the first floor. It's all first floor, it's all storage. So I just want to have an understanding of if there is back of house currently on the ground floor. And I have actually been into those units that are on the ground floor, the public ones that you're allowed access into, just to have a little snoop around as you do.
So on the existing units.
On the existing units.
Yeah. So as I understand it, I believe there is a little bit in each of those units of back of house.
So it's not just all up on the first floor.
That's my understanding.
Okay. But you don't know how much?
Not in terms of square meters,
Okay.
No.
And again, just for clarification, what's being proposed in terms of the commercial units that would be part of the scheme at the bottom of T2 and T3, that would be, is that just ground floor, or are mezzanines proposed or anything like that? It's just purely ground floor.
Yeah.
And that would include back of house where necessary.
Yeah, that's correct. Purely ground floor.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought it was, but I just wanted that clarified. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My other question, although probably be coming onto this more when we deal with viability and the planning obligations, is the issue around deliverability of the scheme and this phase 1 and phase 2. And you did talk about, and Mr. Burton brought in a question on his cross-examination about where's the incentive for the developer to bring, once they've developed phase 1, what's the incentive, or refurbished T1, what's the incentive to bring forward T2 and T3, because that is basically taking all the profit out of T1. That's what I'm hearing. You mentioned an element of incentivization. I just want to understand, and as I said, we will definitely be coming on to this more in terms of viability and certainly in the planning obligations as well.
Yeah.
What exactly is the incentivization? What is it that will ensure that a developer, whoever that may be, whether it's, and I understand that it's all in one ownership at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand what the incentive is. If you've just refurbished a tower that has brought in a considerable profit, what's the incentive for then spending that profit out to develop the rest of the site? Can you just explain that in a little bit more? I know you did touch on that with Mr. Burton.
Yeah.
Could you just explain that in a little bit more detail so I understand?
Sure, absolutely. So from a planning perspective,
yes, purely from a planning perspective, yes.
The proposal from our perspective is that there would be a phased occupation trigger in each of the phases. So I think in T1, we're saying that you can't occupy any of the private residential homes until the affordable housing has been delivered, and that would be the same.
Is that the affordable housing though in T1?
Yes. So you can't deliver any of the private in T1 until you've delivered the affordable in T1, and then the same for phase 2.
But then the entire tower could be occupied.
So I understand your question. I do, and I understand it because obviously it's been a point of conversation with the council as well. So in terms of as I've highlighted, I do think it's important that the developer, you understand the developer is incentivized to build out because of their interest in the site specifically. But as I understand it, that there is some benefit in phase 2 coming forward in terms of the viability, but I think it would be better for Mr. Ashdown to help explain how that works specifically in terms
I expect that, yes.
In the way you're talking about the cross-subsidised element and whether or not phase 2 does or doesn't deliver a profit for the developer. I think it's an important point, but I feel like there's a planning mechanism that we think is in place, and I think it would be good maybe for Mr. Ashdown to pick up that point on the incentive around the viability side of it. But it is from my perspective a single full scheme that obviously look to deliver all the benefits brought forward. And I think what is interesting on this particular question is that obviously I mean, like many of people, I work on many large phased developments in London where it's quite common that there may not be any affordable housing in the first phase or something, and it's quite interesting that Kingston in this instance takes such exception to it when it's quite commonplace, very normal on phased developments to have a split of affordable housing and to have trigger points across the various phases. And any kind of suggestion about potentially having any other form of obligation requiring a complete build out of the scheme, I think there are concerns around legalities and potential enforceability issues relating to that, which I think you might pick up a bit more detail.
I will certainly be picking those up when we come to the planning obligations. Absolutely.
So we're very aware of that point. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McCurry. I've got no further questions. Mr. Linus, do you wish to go straight into re-examination? We are at just gone 5 o'clock, or would you like a quick break? I'm content to do either.
Let's crack on, shall we?
I'm content to do that. I just thought I'd offer it.
Sorry.
I didn't know if Mr. McCurry
No,
needs a
thank you
break
very
or whether
much.
he's
I'm
happy
aware.
to continue.
I think he's nodding at me, so
Go
I think
for
he's
it.
quite keen to continue, ma'am. So I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to the beginning of the cross-examination, please, Mr. McCurry, and the core strategy. And CD5 3 and its policy T1. And can we just start, please, first of all, with PDF page 101 in the core strategy.
Sorry, Mr. Linus, I think you're speaking away from the microphone.
Right, sorry. Is that better?
Much better, thank you. Could you give
Okay.
the ref again, please?
Yes, CD53 PDF page 101. And you're asked, Mr. McCurry, questions about the Tolworth complex references within the policy. And just want to have a very quick look at that. PDF page 101 says at the top of the page, there'll be significant new housing development in the government offices, Toby Jug and Marshall House at the Tolworth Tower complex and Red Line site. Now, first point, to what extent does that reference include or exclude Tolworth Tower?
It includes it.
Thank you very much. And if one looks down in the page to where it says housing opportunity area, underneath the figure, do you see that?
Yes.
Again, bearing in mind the scale of the plan, to what extent does that provide support or negate support for housing on the Tolworth Tower as part of the Tolworth complex?
I would say that the Tolworth Tower complex is sat in the middle of what is shown as the housing opportunity area.
Yes, and Tolworth Tower itself?
It is a strategic landmark.
Yes, is it inside the housing opportunity area or not?
Yes, it's inside the housing opportunity area.
Thank you very much. And if one goes back up a page to the previous page, PDF 100, and we look at the right-hand column, second bullet point down, managing opportunities to secure high-quality development and improvements on the following sites. You see Tolworth Tower, right-hand column, second bullet point down.
Sorry, I'm on the hard copy. What
Yeah,
page?
second bullet point down.
What page?
Page 92.
Yep.
Second bullet point down in the right-hand column.
Yeah, attracting new businesses to reduce vacant office space.
Second bullet point down,
Increase.
managing opportunities to secure high quality development and improvement on the following sites. See that? The second bullet point down on page 92. Again, with managing opportunities. The first bullet point.
Hard copy.
Yes, page 92, hard copy.
Yep.
Look in the right-hand column. Count 2 bullet points down.
Managing opportunities.
Yes. Secure, very well done.
It's all right, Mr.
High
McCurry.
quality
It's getting
development
late. Okay.
I know. I'm going to go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Managing opportunities, secure
Yes.
high quality development and improvements on the following sites.
Yes. Government offices, Tilly, Judge Marshall House, Tolworth Tower.
Tolworth
You see that?
Tower, yes, I do. Sorry.
To what extent is that consistent or inconsistent with proposals for housing development in your view on Tolworth Tower?
What is that? It's consistent.
Thank you very much. Now, you're asked then questions about CD 5 and 11. Let me get that out, please.
Sorry, Mr. Linus. I think it's each time you turn to your left.
Yeah, sorry, we're trying to share a speaker.
Yeah.
Bear with me. Right, CD 511. Can you hear me still? CD5 11, you're asked various questions about the regeneration strategy, and can we go to page 27 of the PDF, please? And it's, do you have that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So Tolworth Tower, this is a key site within the district centre. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that a proposition that you would agree or disagree with?
I agree. It is a key site.
Thank you very much. And if one looks over to the next column, this is there is significant potential to improve the layout, appearance and functioning of the site and provide additional activity through refurb and sensitive additional development. So again, anything inconsistent between that approach taking the regeneration strategy and the proposals in this case, please?
No, nothing inconsistent.
Thank you very much. And if one goes up to page 3, please. Bear with me. So what happens, we try and work exclusively off electronic version. Yes, page 3, executive summary, the strategy. Do you see the right-hand column?
Yes.
And if you look down again to the bullet points, one sees key issues being identified, and there is a reference there to vacant, underused, poor quality sites and vacant office business space. Okay.
Yeah, I see that.
So, to what extent, as far as Tolworth generally was concerned, was vacant office or business space identified as a concern requiring inclusion in the regeneration strategy?
So, to what extent is it identified as a concern?
Yes, to what extent is it identified as a concern for Tolworth generally at that stage?
Yeah, it is obviously quite a concern.
Thank you very much. Now, let's move on, please. Opportunity area. I don't want to deal with this in any detail, but to what extent does the potential for housing on this site, should that be regarded as consistent or inconsistent with the designation of the London Plan and Opportunity Area?
It's wholly consistent.
Yeah, so the point was put to, well, that doesn't supplant employment protection policy. Let me ask you this in respect of that. Does any support for housing in the opportunity area pursuant to London Plan policy, does that mean you should ignore support for housing or take it into account even where there's other policy relating to office and employment land uses elsewhere in the plan?
Yeah, well, yeah, clearly that must be taken into account when the need for housing must be taken into account against the need for office.
Thank you very much. And if one looks at CD59 next, please, which is the early engagement regulation 18 plan.
Yeah.
And if we go to the forward, please, in the left-hand column.
Yeah.
So as looking to the future, the Borough of Kingston will see significant further growth to meet the ever-increasing demand for new homes, jobs and infrastructure. And it refers to the draft London Plan, and we know what has happened to that.
Yeah.
Again, just give the inspector your views. To what extent do you consider the emerging engagement regulation 18 plan, where it refers to the potential opportunity area, to be predicated on Crossrail 2? In the light of the forward in particular?
Yeah, well, in particular, the forward of Kingston's own draft Reg 18 doesn't seem to reference anything regarding Crossrail 2 or that any demand for housing is predicated on that coming forward. The forward clearly identifies that there is an increasing local demand for new homes. and that increasing demand requires a step change without any reference to Crossrail 2 in particular.
Thank you very much. And you're asking questions about the Tolworth area plan, in particular that it's took into account the 2015 scheme. Can we just take out the area plan, please, briefly? It's at CD 5 8.
Okay.
Very much. And if we turn to page 9 internally, first of all, please.
Yeah.
Okay, now it refers there in the under the heading accommodating growth. The existing core strategy states that Tolworth is a preferred location for new housing development. The former government offices and other selected sites in the centre identified as having potential for new housing development. Again, to what extent does that include or exclude this site?
There's a preferred location we have former government offices and other selected sites in the centre. Well, as identified, the Tolworth Tower complex is a key site within Tolworth. So when it refers to other selected sites in the centre as having the potential for new housing, I'd very much consider the Tolworth Tower complex as one of those key selected sites.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And if one goes on to page 14, there's levers of change and opportunity sites as in terms of page 14.
Yep.
One has Tolworth Tower identified there. Again, in what respect, in your view, Mr. Curry, does that reference to Tolworth Tower support the development pursuant to the proposal on the basis of the 2015 scheme specifically or more generally?
Obviously, this document highlights that key levers of change or sites have the potential to unlock transformation and support regeneration in Tolworth. So from a general perspective, I think it's fair to say that the Tolworth Tower site in the centre of the district centre is one of the fundamental key levers of change in this location.
Yeah, so but the questions are put to you in the base as well. The planning permission was never issued, so obviously the inclusion of the scheme to that extent was wrong because permission hadn't been issued. But what impact does that have in your view, if any, for support given to development on the Tolworth Tower site within the area plan?
Well, the area plan is clearly a policy document setting the framework for development to come forward. So the aspirations are clearly set out. The fact that planning permission had not actually been granted doesn't change that aspiration.
Thank you very much. And if one goes to CD 58A, please, which is Annex 2 to the area plan. And go to page 15.
CD
58A.
It's not loading up very quick.
Perhaps I can put the point to you, Mr. McCurry, to save time while it's loading up. Page 15, under the heading office, it says there is a lack of demand for office space in Tolworth. You may recall this from previous questions. The town is not considered to be an office location. The infrequent rail service and a lack of good quality stock. Now, the point has been put by the council, well, this isn't an adopted policy document and likely to be adopted, but to what extent is that analysis is set out in the annex. To what extent is that relevant in your view or otherwise to the question of the employment land policy? The identification is often a lack of demand for office space.
Yeah, it's obviously, as highlighted earlier, it's obviously very relevant in that it identifies a real concern in Tolworth around the level of vacant space.
Thank you very much. In a similar vein, Mr. Burke moved on to the 2015 resolution to grant. Put you this wasn't a fallback now. If this is not a fallback scheme, does that, in your view, prevent it from being a material consideration, the resolution to grant, or not?
No, I think no. The resolution to grant is still of material consideration.
Very much. And it was put you well, you couldn't deliver the Marks and Spencer car park pursuant to this scheme. I just want to, and you accepted that. But acknowledging that is a position that was reached in the 2015 scheme, how does that affect, in your view, the materiality of the resolution to grant? The fact that the Marks and Spencer's car park wasn't deliverable? Does that prevent the resolution being material in your view?
No.
No.
Not at all. Not at all.
Sorry, madam. Could the questions be just a little bit less leading? I know we're trying to get through, but you know. Okay.
Okay. Well, the 2015 resolution. What factors, Mr. McCurry, do you consider material arising from the resolution, notwithstanding the Marks and Spencer car park deliverability question?
I think I'd said in my evidence in chief that I felt that the acceptance around the loss of office, the loss of retail, the non-provision of 30% 3 beds, they were all elements that were in that resolution, and I think are very material to, to our position, given the council's consideration of those points at that time under their core strategy.
Thank you very much. You were then asked some questions on the pre-app response from the council, CD 67. Just take that out briefly, please. And the point was put to you that, well, the letter said that we should go to a 2-stage design review panel. We went to 1. Mm-hmm. Just want to look at other parts of this document, please. I mean, if first of all, if we go down to the final conclusion, please, on PDF page 7. All right. Yeah. Notwithstanding what was said about the design review panel point, what conclusion was the council indicating to the applicant at that stage about its view on the scheme?
Yeah, well, it says that in principle, officers wholly support the residential-led redevelopment of the site, and in line with the comments above, look forward to working positively. Right. So, supporting the residential-led redevelopment. And
the loss of the office floor space?
Well, it's not mentioned in this letter anywhere.
Thank you. And just to pick up on a point that was made slightly later on about the retail, if one goes up to PDF page 4, again, you were taken to the design review panel point, but let's look at what was said about the spatial arrangement. Option 1, the setback is well received. Retail space and residential access is well positioned and creates a positive active frontage with spill out space to activate the square public space at ground level. Okay, it says retail space should be developed further to back of house areas, refuse site, park, and so on. But what do you understand option 1 to have covered?
So option 1 very clearly presented a public plaza in between T2 and T3, and it showed retail space wrapping around from the frontage at the Broadway and wrapping around to the side of the plaza. But also fronting the plaza, there are obviously access areas into the towers themselves. So,
so any suggestion then that one should be increasing the size of the public plaza?
No,
please
no,
come on. I know we're trying to get on, but it's very leading. I mean,
That's not. I asked if there's any suggestion. That's the yes or no. That's not.
Well, no, look, I mean, I've been very. I thought I've been very good
We're
about.
going to make better time looking questions.
I've really
Let me ask
bitten
you a
my
question.
tongue.
Yeah. I have given quite a bit of leeway, actually, because I am conscious of the time. Now, that shouldn't be a reason to give too much leeway. So just be conscious, Mr. Linus, please.
I am conscious. I don't accept the point, and it's not doing us any favors in trying to get through the questions, frankly. Okay. Finally, on the pre-app response, Mr. McCurry, obviously you were taken to the design review panel point, but to what extent did that reference to the design review panel have a bearing on the position taken by the council regarding the rest of the scheme, or the scheme overall?
I don't think that the outcome of the design review panel meeting we had has had a significant bearing. I don't think that response is referenced strongly by officers in their consideration as a particular point of concern. In fact, I'm not aware that the proof of evidence for Mr. Feltham or the statement of case actually objects to the fact that we only did one design review.
Now, moving on, question was put to you that if the maximum viable affordable housing is achieved by putting everything into T3, that's policy compliant approach. Remember those questions?
I do.
Just ask this question: as far as the council's position is concerned, what do you understand to be its position on what the maximum reasonable affordable housing offer should be from the appellant in this case?
What do I understand?
Yeah,
the council's position?
what do you understand it to be? Is it go on then?
Well, I understand, obviously, from liaising with Mr. Ashdown, that the council may take the view that if we actually put all the affordable in T3, there might be additional affordable.
Yes,
on our offer.
As far as the council is concerned, is that the complete position that they would like to see as far as affordable housing is concerned, or is there something else which they would like to see as far as the delivery of affordable housing is concerned?
My understanding, having working with the council and on the previous application stuff, is that they would want to see the maximum, or sort of the provision of 3 beds included within the scheme as well.
And as for the delivery of any units in T3, what do you understand the council to be saying as far as the application of affordable housing is concerned?
So I understand the council is saying that the appellant would need to build up the whole scheme. That's the point that the council are putting to us at this point in time.
So when the inspector is judging the position on affordable housing and the council's position, what is the overall position of the council that she must take into account in your view? What's the overall position of the council as far as achieving maximum reasonable affordable housing provision?
Well, so my view is that it obviously needs to be the maximum reasonable amount, taking into consideration other matters regarding, as I've said, things like 3-bed provision and amenity space, as well as deliverability of those units.
Okay.
So there is a balance there.
Now, a couple more questions briefly, please. You asked some questions about the retail frontage onto the proposal and turning the corner. And the points I've put to you, if you had a proposal along a line of a metre deep with facades, and then you had a proposal which had a frontage instead was many meters deep. The point was put that you essentially wouldn't effectively have a shopping frontage that was being protected in the way intended by policy. Try to compare that with the turning the corner in this scheme. Was that, in your view, an appropriate representation of the proposal, or what effect do those questions have on the way that the proposal currently being advanced by the appellant is concerned?
For me, I think there's a kind of the way that question was put, it seemed like there's an assumption that just because there's linear retail provision at this point in time, that needs to be maintained. And I don't agree with that position, and believe that, you know, turning the corner and setting back some retail away from what can be considered a relatively busy road is a benefit in terms of setting back from that position and providing, as I've said earlier, a diversity of retail and commercial offer within the district centre.
Okay, just 2 final points, please. It was put to you that, well, the 2015 scheme on dealing with 3-bed units predated the SHMA and the Surrey House decision, and there were more 3-beds offered as part of that scheme. You may recall that.
Yes.
As far as the earlier scheme is concerned, the 2015-2016 scheme, as it's called, we've looked at that CD 71. To what extent, in your view, did those factors bear upon the basis for the council accepting the approach to 3-bed in that case?
Sorry, so just trying to understand. So the historical cases, the bearing they've had on the resolution.
No, to what extent did the position relating to the SHMA Surrey House decision and the 3-bed provision, to what extent, in your view, were those factors relevant to the basis for accepting the 3-bed position in that scheme?
I mean, from my understanding, the scheme on the Surrey House scheme.
No. What was the reason? What was the reason for the 3-bed position being accepted in the 2016 scheme?
So the reason in the 2016 scheme was based on suitability.
Yes. So to what extent were factors relating to the SHMA, the Surrey House decision, and 3-bed offer, to what extent have any bearing on the basis for the decision taken in 2016?
Yeah. So having obviously looked at the relevant section in that committee report and referenced it, they didn't seem to have any bearing. It was based on suitability and site constraints and context.
And on the 2019 scheme, when let's deal with this. So, what was the reason for the 3-bed position in the 2019 resolution to grant being accepted?
The reason for that was from the committee report, was wholly for a viability, from a viability perspective.
Thank you very much. So we know now that was related to T1 alone, not T2 and T3. That was the point that was put to you by Mr. Burton.
Yeah.
To what extent, in your view, does that influence or otherwise the approach that was taken in 2019? Does that affect the approach that was taken in 2019 in your view?
Does what affect the approach?
The fact that you now have T2 and T3 as part of this scheme,
Oh, right,
compared
no.
to being T1 then.
No, the fact that we carried out that process and that approach with officers in 2018-19 meant that when we progressed with the new build element into the scheme in 1920, we obviously continued to follow the same process as we had just done on the resolution.
Okay. And you're asked, well, it's not the case as far as we're concerned that it would not be viable to increase the 3-bed provision. And you said yes. I just want to ask you this: if one was to increase the 3-bed provision to 30%, what is the position as far as viability is concerned, please, Mr. McCurry?
So my understanding is that at 30%, that the scheme cannot afford to deliver any affordable housing and is actually unviable.
And is that a policy compliant or non-compliant position, please?
So
Does that mean that
the 30% would be in line with the policy, but because the scheme would be unviable, it would be compliant with the policy.
Thank you very much. And there's one final point. You were taken to CD72 on the approach to design that was taken in the resolution to grant scheme. Bear with me while I get up on screen. That's the committee report for the 2019 resolution to approve. You were taken to paragraph 54.
Sorry, the CD. I just missed it. 7.
PDF page 23.
Sorry, CD7.
CD72.
Sorry, I went to 2A. Yes.
Okay, PDF page 23. Paragraph 54.
Yeah.
Okay, now if one scrolls back slightly to paragraph 40, PDF page 21, one sees design there as the heading, do you see?
Yes.
Okay. And if one goes back down to paragraph 54 and sees taken overall, do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And if one reads on, one says the proposal does change the current architectural composition, representatively done in a way that preserves the building's architectural integrity, and so we can successfully convert the buildings from commercial office to residential use. And at the beginning of the paragraph, positively modernise the currently underused landmark building. It says taken overall, the proposal is considered to positively modernise the currently underused landmark building. To what extent, Mr. McCurry, does that relate to external factors or internal factors, in your view, that when taken overall?
Taken overall, it would relate to both.
Yes, and if one goes down to paragraph 100, please, on PDF page 30.
Yes.
In terms of design, the proposed recladding of the building would bring about a significant improvement of a landmark building. The benefit somewhat tempered by the alteration of the roof form, however, overall significant weight is attributed to the improvement to the appearance to the building. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So again, to what extent was the council attaching significant weight to matters of external appearance, in your view?
In my view,
very leading again. Come on, just too leading.
No, what is it?
To
No.
what? Come on, it's leading.
Can you answer the question, please, Mr. McCurry?
It's leading.
What position was it's not? What position was the council taking as regards the appearance of the building, and Mr. McCurry?
As stated in the report, the council were applying significant weight to the changes to the appearance of the building.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll just finish my note. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. McCurry. I haven't got any further questions. So you are now released from the witness stand and released from any further questioning. You'll be pleased to hear, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will obviously return tomorrow morning. Now, my understanding, looking at the programme, that are we proposing Mr. Ashdown first?
Yes. Yes,
and
ma'am.
then following with Mr. Taylor. So deal with
Yes,
viability first thing. Excellent. Okay,
Yeah.
lovely. Thank you.
Now, on that point, madam, my learned friend and I had we did have a discussion yesterday. I've obviously been very head down in cross-examination today. I don't know whether anything has changed. I don't know if my learned friend knows if anything has changed. Of course, we were, I think, expecting Mr. Ashdown and Mr. Scott to produce some form of addendum, statement of common ground, or just something. And I don't. Do we know how are we getting on there? Does my learning friend know anything more than me? Because I haven't seen any emails. I don't think I've seen any emails today.
I haven't seen it, but I understand that a draft supplementary statement of common ground has been sent to Mr. Ashdown, which he's considering at the moment. I think it's just arrived this afternoon.
Okay. Okay.
Because I was going to raise the issue of whether, Mr. Burton, you needed to recall your witness or not.
Well, that is obviously what is going through my mind, madam. Yeah,
Obviously, having not seen the.
Well, I haven't seen it. I mean, I do apologise if there is something that I've missed in an email. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I have, but anyway, it's clearly not agreed yet, which is what matters. So, right. Well, it sounds as if maybe at some point this evening I might know whether something's agreed. Is that too optimistic? Do you think, Mr. Linus, do you have any idea?
I need to take instructions. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll have a discussion with Mr. Ashdown once we finish.
Okay, great. Yeah.
If there's anything that can be agreed, we'll do our very best to let you know.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I must admit, madam, I know that Mr. Scott is now deep in his prep for his whatever examination he has to undergo to become a member of the RCIS, which I think is next week. So I'll need to see if he could even give evidence if he was required. I hope it won't be necessary, obviously.
Okay, but hopefully you should be able to let me know in the morning, because obviously if something has been agreed or not, then obviously I need to have sight of that as well. So yes,
and clearly if something hasn't been agreed, if it's not going to be agreed, then logically I would need to try to recall Mr. Scott before Mr. Ashdown, otherwise my only friend would be disadvantaged. So
yes,
I think from what I understand, that there is some measure of agreement as to the unviability of providing a policy compliant level of 3-bed housing, even without any affordable housing. I understand it to be agreed that that can't be viably done, but there remains a slight disagreement or on behalf of the parties whereby that position assumes that the SIL deduction doesn't apply. So as I understand it, it is agreed that it would not, the scheme could not bear a policy compliant level of 3-bed housing viably, even without any affordable housing, on the assumption that SIL has to be paid. Whether the position remains that way in the event that the SIL deduction applies, I think that may be where matters haven't been finally agreed as yet. But I'm sure there is agreement between the parties on the first matter, and I understand that that's something which could be reflected in the statement of common ground that we've referred to.
Well, I would hope that the statement of common ground is also going to indicate levels below 30% as well. Is that the case?
I need to check.
I think it references.
I think it certainly references. I think it references the work that's been done by Mr. Ashdown under lower percentages.
Yeah, which was essentially 12%,
Yeah.
18% or something of that order, and then 27%, wasn't it, or thereabouts?
So just looking at Mr. Ashdown, he's nodding, so it does.
Okay, okay, all right, okay. Well, okay. Well, fingers crossed. Frankly,
Yes.
Hopefully.
The only thing I would say, ma'am, is that obviously after the cross-examination and then re-examination of Mr. Feltham, I think, to be frank, there's some uncertainty on this side of the room as to exactly what approach is being taken by the council to the relationship between 3-bed provision and affordable housing provision. But it may be that that's a matter which is not necessarily brought out in discussions tomorrow on viability, but it could be something that comes out in discussions on the 106 when one's looking at the obligations that are being entered into. But I think that's part of the reason why there may have been a time lag as far as the reduction of the supplementary statement of common ground is concerned, because I understand Mr. Scott may have been needing to take instructions from the council. I don't know, but that may have been part of the reason for the delay in getting a document to us. But we can explore that in due course, ma'am.
Right. Okay.
I'm not aware of that. I thought there was a hold up because Mr. Scott was looking for some. When I had contact early in the week, I understood he was asking for appraisals that also showed the position with sill relief, as opposed to only appraisals that showed the position without sill relief. But anyway,
I mean, I think, ma'am, the position is that the information that was provided to Mr. Scott included an appraisal which had sill in it. As we understand, it's a relatively simple exercise. If you want to work out what happens if you don't have the sill, you effectively take that out as a cost in the appraisal. So you don't need to have a reworking of the.
I'm fully aware of viability appraisals. Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay. Thank you. Okay, great. Well, thank you. Well, I will look forward to finding out tomorrow morning exactly where we're sitting at and who's coming in and who isn't. Because as you said, Mr. Burton, ideally, if you require your witness to come back in, then he needs to come in before Mr. Ashdown, ideally.
Yes, I'll look forward to finding out before tomorrow morning.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you both. I will adjourn for now then, and I will resume again tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.